Tired of the same old chicken? It's time for a change. Try our Kentucky Fried Camel. It's finger juicing good.
In Kentucky, fried chicken was getting kind of boring.
Jesus Christ.
Boys, we fried the camel.
Jesus Christ.
Yeehaw, Habibi!
Hi, I'm Thomas Massey, and I'd like to introduce you to Kentucky Fried Camel. It's finger juicing good, made from 100% camel, hand-breaded, and a portion of every bucket supports Palestinian relief efforts.
Hungry? Pull up to Kentucky Fried Camel. Try the new Massey Meals, the Hump Classic, the Loaded Hummus Box, Extra Crispy Habibi, and the Big Boss. If it got a hump, it's getting fried.
Massey Meals!
Now that's crispy. Massey Meals ready!
That's right, folks. What's up, everybody? How's it going? Yeah, sorry about that. I was a little late trying to get a couple things tied up, ready for the show for you all. That was a good little commercial I thought I would play. I also have another video I'm going to play in a second here. Just want to thank everybody who's here. White House was shot again. We're going to cover that. It's going to be the first thing we're going to jump to. That's breaking news right after we get done with a couple things. Thank you so much, Mr. Sneaky Sean. How you doing? Happy Florida girl. Good to see you. Delay is obvious. Awesome to have you here. Colfie 2A over there, holding it down on kick. Awesome to see you. Kelly J's here too. So Sylvia. Sherry Gatlin's here. We got Lee's here. Says attack time T-minus 159 already, allegedly. Attack on who? On Trump? Are you talking about the shooting, or are you talking about the attack on this? So Alex Jones says Tulsi was told. That's a lie. I talked to Tulsi today personally. She's very, very upset by all this. And if that was the case, she would have been immediately told to leave. She wouldn't be staying on until the end of June. Kimby, awesome to see you. All right. So yeah, everybody, we're going to play a quick video. But first, just tell you how it always is. Tonight, there's a goal just like there is every night. We did go 8 hours last night. Wow, 5 extra hours. It was crazy. But yeah, so there's a goal for every $100 in total. It comes in across all platforms: YouTube Super Chats, Rumble Rants, gifted memberships on YouTube or Rumble, Cash App, PayPal, Coffee, Ko-Fi, or Super Tips, along with Locals coins and Kick and Twitch memberships or gifting memberships on those. We add it all up. When we hit 100, we add an extra hour to the show. And then for each additional 100 that comes in, we add an extra hour to the show. Also, when we hit 50, we activate Bella Vision for the evening. There's Bella licking away on her paws as usual. And that's when we hit 50. Unless somebody is so generous that they actually donate $25 or greater as an individual person, then we automatically activate Bella Vision for the evening. Hey, Woodtick Mike's here. Great to see you. You too, Doc. Good to see you. Yeah, Alex Jones is a moron. He got really weird. And Ag's here. What's up, Ag? I'm almost catching you live. Yeah, well, I'm live. I'm live right now, Ag, and the show hasn't even started. Let's do this real quick before we get into that stuff. Let's add this. Let's add this one here. Let's do this. So this is the other video I was going to start with.
This is going to be tremendous. The best. We're going to set up cardboard Ivanka right next to the cardboard Ayatollah. It'll be perfect.
What's up, Snake Eater? Great for being here. Great having you here.
Now we wait for this idiot to get here.
Got you, Ivanka. See you in hell. You ain't got nothing, cardboard Ayatollah. See? Total joke.
Yeah, I thought that was a good one. Yeah, so we got a bunch of news stories in. We have Trump said it's 50-50 on Iran, if it's going to be a war or if it's going to be peace. We also have the Army set recruiting records. They already broke, set the recruiting goals 4 months ahead of time, 4 months before the end of the cycle. There's also Khalil Muhammad is trying to go to the Supreme Court to try to get to stay in the United States. And also there was a massive explosion on the water in the coast off of New York, I believe. And what else was there? And believe it or not, one of the kids that did that shooting at the mosque, the cops knew about him. He was on the cops' radar. They knew about him. They had previously went to his house to confiscate guns because he was a nut job. So we'll talk about all that. But first, what we're going to do is we are going to talk about this. Breaking news. Footage released of people running inside and Secret Service coming out armed on the hunt for an active shooter. Thankfully, President Trump is inside, fully encased by bulletproof windows. Secret Service hustled press inside. Authorities are investigating reportedly at 17th and H Street. Nut job count 1. Yeah, that's funny. Good evening, Jim. Hope you had a great day. What's going on at the White House? Well, we're going to find out right now.
A little bit blurry, but as you could see, these are various people, I assume news agencies, reporters, producers that are essentially running.
Hey, Philip, what's up, buddy? How you doing? Great to have you here.
Shortly after that, you see various Secret Service agents storm and push people out to safety. Chris, give us a sense of what that moment was like, hearing that possible gunfire and then moving towards the direction that Secret Service was pushing you towards.
Right. So Alex, as soon as we heard the gunshots, everyone kind of just froze like, wait a minute, are those gunshots? And then immediately we just ran for it, and the Secret Service simultaneously cleared everybody. And because it's a Saturday night, it's not as busy as it would be on a weekday here with all the network reporters and photographers. So it wasn't as busy. Maybe there's 24 of us right now in the press briefing room. But
a little bit blurry, but as you could see,
these are very. We're gonna get to this. Hey, what's up, CF Rob? How you doing? Great to see you. Steve's here too. What's up, Steve? How you doing? My weekend's been pretty good so far. All right, so that's the first one we have. Says the journalists are now inside, and they're safe. Here's Mario Nafal says footage from ABC captured the moment shots were fired. And then he's got this here. Secret Service snipers are reportedly visible on the roof. This is standard protective response after a security incident. You can see them up there, the snipers. This is footage from the White House. Reportedly shows a single law enforcement officer walking down the driveway. It may signal that the situation is contained. Sorry. So here's this woman who was there. Right here. So we'll do hers because she's actually the one who recorded it. She was in the middle of taping on her iPhone for her social media for long when she heard the shots. So here, I guess we'll see if we can hear the shots.
That President Trump has said a deal is close, only for the two sides to remain far apart.
Okay, that's a lot of shots. That's a lot of shots.
That President Trump has said.
That is a lot of shots. That was at least 25, 30 shots. I'm going to turn it up as loud as I can get it to go here. But try to count the shots, I guess.
That a deal is close, only for the two sides to remain far apart.
That was over 50 shots I counted. That was over 50 shots. That's a lot of shots. That beats lots of shots. Gunman fired at the White House multiple times with the firearm, causing Secret Service to return fire. Gunman's been taken down after being shot. Yet another gunman trying to get at President Trump. This is crazy. This is just crazy. This is just nuts. This is just nuts. Let me see if I can get something better here. So it's just gunman. Sounds like Chicago on any random weekday. Yeah, sure does. Sounds like 20 pros. I was counting with my fingers, and I went through, I counted more than 50 shots. I was just, going like, boom, 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 boom. Every time I heard the boom, and I got over 50. So that's crazy. Yeah. Good to be here. Hope all is well. Happy Memorial Day weekend. You guys too. Were they actually trying to get Trump or just shooting at another black gang member? I don't know. Cool. Oh, yeah, it's nuts. So, a gunman reportedly opened fire outside the White House Saturday evening, getting off about 3 shots before he was taken down by a barrage from Secret Service. That was a very serious barrage. Gunman fired near Gate 17 on the building's west side shortly before 6:30 p.m. and was soon neutralized. Fox News reporter Chad Pergram said, adding that the civilian who was near was apparently hit in the fusillade. After a sound of numerous shots rang out, members of the press who were filming could be seen diving for cover and were told by Secret Service to gather on the north lawn and to run into the press briefing room. Oh. Fox News reported that the gunman was a male, that he fired a pistol. Okay. It sounded like dozens of gunshots. We were told to sprint into the press briefing room. The apparent shots rang out a little less than 2 hours after Trump announced on Truth Social that he was in the Oval Office working on a peace deal with Iran. So early for a Saturday? Well, Rob was streaming. Robert Cavea is streaming, and I'm going to try to catch a raid from him. Bella has shrunk. Well, I'm going to actually pull Bella down anyway because no one paid for the Bellas. Hey, what's up, Catherine K? Great to see you. Snarf's here too. What's up, Snarf? Uzellian, what's up, buddy? Good to see you. Yeah, Fletcher Boy, awesome to see you. It comes about a month after a lone gunman opened fire at the White House Correspondents Association dinner where Trump was in attendance. So let me see if I can find. here's let's do this.
Gunshots fired near the White House, and reporters there are currently on lockdown. One correspondent says they heard multiple shots and Secret Service telling them to get down. ABC is reporting that the White House North Lawn has been cleared by Secret Service. We are currently monitoring the situation. We'll let you know when we get more information. Kevin, I want to take it back to you, DC resident here. Yep. It feels like these things just keep happening.
Yeah, and especially when you consider how close to a major thoroughfare the White House is. If you go down 17th, which is just on the other side of the Eisenhower Executive Office building, there's tons of traffic over there. You could easily hear gunshots, and it's also accessible. You can walk up and down the promenade right along Pennsylvania, and so unless it's blocked off, sometimes they block it off. But things like this do happen. The electromagnetic locks engage immediately. And when they say you are locked in that building. You can pull, push, you cannot get out. If you're on the North Lawn when something like this happens, and that's happened to me before, Secret Service comes out literally out of everywhere. The guard shack, the bushes, and they escort you all the way back into the building, and then they clear the lawn. But in this circumstance, we've seen this happen, sadly, too often. Hopefully it's nothing, but obviously they're watching it very carefully. And as we get more, we'll pass that along.
Alicia, these reporters, obviously a lot of presence there today due to this Iran potential peace deal. So a lot of activity, a lot of interest, of course, in what's going on in D.C. and in the White House. What do you make of the press? Again, we just had the White House Correspondents' Dinner. I mean, this feels, to Kevin's point, maybe this is not unheard of, but it feels like this is a disturbing pattern if this is indeed something horrific.
Probably a lot of the correspondents who were on lockdown were also on lockdown inside the ballroom the night of the White House Correspondents' Dinner. So they're dealing with this yet again. Secret Service, thank goodness, on it. But once again, here we are once again. And that's the problem. Again, like you mentioned, we don't know if this is a shooting that happened outside the White House that has nothing to do with the White House. The proximity makes it very concerning and makes us all wonder, why are we talking about this again? Why is this happening again? Why this president possibly again dealing with these fears of gunshots revolving around this administration is not right. And it hurts, like, to see this happening. Are you seeing something?
Yeah, I just wanted to point out, and I love what you had to say there. The pictures you're looking at right there on your screen, that is 17th that we just mentioned on the other side of the Eisenhower Executive Office building. You're going to see, if you look to the right, you see the dark colored vehicles there. Secret Service, they typically collect there. Usually there's between 6 and 8 Secret Service vehicles right there as you have an opportunity to walk down Pennsylvania Avenue. I'm looking carefully to see.
The shooter was shot and a bystander was hit. Not sure if the bystander was hit by Secret Service or if he was hit by the shooter.
If there's any movement north, because as you go north, there's actually a pretty large building set aside just for Secret Service and other security officials. So as we take a look there, as we're watching now an ambulance come down, that's obviously concerning. And we're looking for more information as we get it. Of course, we'll keep passing that along. Tommy and Alicia, what did you have to add?
Well, we haven't heard of any injuries just yet, but we're continuing to check to see if we're getting any new confirmation on what this could have been. Yeah, you mentioned the ambulance there. That's the part that makes us all start to wonder, right? Yeah. Again, is something else going on?
It's hard to tell on the first couple shots. Those might have been pistol shots, but the later shots sounded like rifle shots. But it's hard to tell because she was like inside a portico, so you were hearing echoes. But they sounded pretty substantial to me.
The precaution, just because
it could be,
we're not taking any chances, right? So we don't want to jump to any conclusions. But, you know, Tom, to this point, you were sitting at the table with us the day of the White House Correspondents' Dinner, and then Kevin and Alicia were here to the wee hours of the morning. We don't know what this is, but the Secret Service, law enforcement, they have to take every precaution if they hear anything that sounds like gunshots this close to the White House in D.C. I mean, I would expect this posture.
Yes, and after the White House Correspondents' Dinner, there was about a week of people on all sorts of networks saying, how did
probably.
this happen? And
It sounds like.
they were kind of after the
Don't know yet.
the
Don't know
Secret
yet.
Service. They were saying, oh, they should have been more on this. The thing is, this is complicated stuff. The president, the president could be a shut-in. He could stay in the basement. He could stay locked down. But he's out there. He's out not only meeting world leaders. He's going to dinners. He wanted to go to the White House Correspondents' Center. So the White House wants to be active. They want to be out there in the world, and they have to make it as safe as possible. So in that case, I thought, under the current situation, I've been down there. I was only down at that White House Correspondents' Dinner one time. It's multi-level. You can't lock down the whole building.
Yeah.
They did enclose the area where the president was, and they had that under control. That's why they did catch the guy. So at the time, I thought people were giving them a little bit of a hard time.
Any business, how you
the
doing
organizers of the event, the Secret Service. There's only so much you can do.
Right.
Kevin?
Yeah, I was just looking if we can get that shot back. It may have been a local shot there. Actually, that shot went down. We're going to see if we can get that back for you. There was an ambulance setting up there. And what I wanted to mention was, in a situation of this nature, it's not just obviously the Secret Service, it's also Capitol Police, it's Washington Metro Police, and a cadre of other agencies that are all in and around that area. And what's interesting is, to the northwest of the main gate of the White House, where typically the press and other visitors might enter, you do have that collection, as I pointed out right there. In fact, that looks like that may be the guard shack. You do have that entrance, but you also have sort of a crossroads of several different streets. You have Pennsylvania, which moves at an angle. You have 17th, which is north and south. You also have I Street, which crosses just to the north of Lafayette Park. And so you have sort of several blocks of entry to the White House complex. And that's what makes it, to Tom's point, so difficult to engage in a lockdown circumstance like this, because it could be on any side of the White House at any given time, and people have to quickly spring into action. And as we look at some of the pictures, we did see an ambulance pull up there on the upper right-hand side of the screen there. I didn't see anyone getting in or out with respect to personnel, but I think that's something we'll also follow and see if by chance someone may have been hit by gunfire or if this is precautionary.
One other thing right now, the FBI Director Kash Patel has put out a statement on X. FBI is on the scene and supporting Secret Service responding to shots fired near White House grounds. We will update the public as we're able. And folks should remember, today, Don Jr., the president's son, is getting married. And the president himself said that he couldn't go because he had to stay in town in D.C. to continue with these negotiations with regard to Iran. What we don't know just yet is exactly where the president of the United States is as we are watching all of this unfold outside the White House.
Be sure to like.
That's crazy. We do have some more stuff here. Do this. A couple more updates. Let's see what we got here. It says Benny Johnson 24 minutes ago says update on the shooting around 6 p.m. Gunman approached the White House gate on the west side. Gunman brandished a pistol, fired 3 shots toward the White House. Secret Service returned fire. Gunman taken down. Bystander in the street was also hit by gunfire. Gunman never got within the perimeter.
Tommy, this is what always happens when we have something like this. I always start to check in on the security situation at the White House, but this is what happened around 6 o'clock this evening. I'm told that a gunman came up near the White House on the west side, what is described to me as Gate 17. This is kind of near 14th Street on the west side of the White House, and came up and brandished some sort of a pistol. We don't know what type of pistol it was, but he then fired toward the White House 3 times. And the United States Secret Service, they returned fire. We don't know how many shots that they got off. And they apparently took the gunman down. Now, sometime in this gunfire exchange, a civilian on the street was struck by this gunfire, and we do not know the condition of that person right now. But the important thing to know is that the gunman who came up with the pistol and was taken down by the Secret Service, and we don't know his condition right now, but he never got inside the perimeter of the White House. And this is according to a senior administration official with direct knowledge of what went down at the White House this afternoon. This was right around 6 o'clock Eastern time.
So, Chad, so if I'm hearing what you said correctly, this was somebody who was just firing in the direction of the White House?
It was something that the Secret Service obviously perceived as a threat. Obviously, we're told that gunfire apparently was directed toward the White House. If you get toward the west side of the White House, and we're trying to figure out precisely where this was, you have the old executive office building.
3 shots, Snarf, I played the video. It was way more than 3 shots. The gunman fired 3 shots, and then the Secret Service returned fire. It sounded to me like more than one Secret Service agent was returning fire. There was, I mean, do you want me to play it again? I counted I counted well more than 40. I swear I counted more than 50.
Now called the Eisenhower Executive Office Building, which is kind of a big complex if you're working from west to east toward the White House. So we know that he was firing in the direction of the White House, and this is the preliminary report from someone who's very senior and would have direct knowledge of this information. Again, a lot of people in town. There was one source that had, questioned me earlier, even before we had this information. There's a lot of motorcyclists in town for the Memorial Day event.
Oh, a lot of motorcyclists in town. So what is he going to try? Yeah, the Secret Service fired a lot of shots. Probably like 40, 45 shots, it sounds like, maybe more. So he's trying to blame it on the motorcyclists. So like a biker gang tried to take out Trump. Is that what they're trying to say? Is that what Fox News is trying to say now? It was a biker gang?
They always come for this time, and people thought it might have been, motorcycles backfiring or something like that. There's quite a cacophony of that. But this is clearly someone who came up and was firing at the direction of the White House. And the president, of course, is at the White House today.
Yeah, of course he is at the White House today.
Tell me this is what.
Of course he is. So law enforcement tell me Secret Service shot 2 men outside the White House. One's unconscious, not breathing. The other is conscious and breathing. No injuries to law enforcement. Hearing more on the circumstances, but working to confirm. We got a guest. Got a special guest tonight for you folks. Let's see. You ready, Pete? You ready? All right.
Yeah.
What's up? This is Pete, but most people might know him as Max Loads.
Yeah, I could have left that on there. I appreciate it. Yeah, I could have.
No problem.
How's everything going, Jim?
It's going good. Did you hear there was a shooting at the White House about half hour, 45 minutes ago?
Yeah, I heard something about that, and it was all, I guess it was cleared. I don't know, it was on White House grounds.
They came up to the gate and started brandishing a gun, started shooting at the White House and Secret Service. Like, I'll play the video again in a minute here of the shots. I mean, I counted more than 50 shots.
Okay, that's what I was going to say. I had read it was over 30 shots.
Yeah, it was a lot.
I don't know.
I was like doing this, like going, what? Damn.
Yeah, that's what I mean. How do you get that many shots off at the gate? Like,
I think that was Secret Service shooting back at him.
Okay.
So yeah. So saying 2 people were shot, and then one's unconscious.
How many shooters were there?
So far, I mean, I think there was one. It's kind of right now, the information. I thought they said there was a bystander, and it says right here. It just says the Secret Service is reports of shots fired near 17th and Pennsylvania Avenue. We're working to corroborate the information with personnel on the ground. This is
Oh, yeah, and that came like this is on the heels of I guess the news today that Iran had a hit out on Ivanka Trump.
Right. Yeah. That was yesterday that came out that they got to get here. We'll play this real quick. I'll turn the volume up for everybody because this is the shots. So
that President Trump has said a deal is close, only for the 2 sides to remain far apart.
Oh my God.
I mean, the shots were still going when the video cuts off. You know what I mean? Like,
that's nuts. That is nuts.
There was a post on X that said thousands of shots. I laughed my ass off and just said,
thousands of shots.
Yeah. No, it was a lot. I counted it, Susan. There was I counted more than 40, but some of them could have been echoes because if it's if it's a rifle and you'll hear the shot, and then if it passes, you'll hear the crack. So you could be hearing multiple sounds echoing off where she's at inside this building. So it was a lot.
It is amazing. Just I guess it seems like every other, you have this, you just had the thing at the correspondence dinner, then you had the guy at his golf course, Butler. I mean, that's 4 that we know of. That's 4, and there have been other people arrested around the White House, it sounds like, that didn't get shots off. So I have no idea. It's nuts.
There was a guy in December that tried to get into Mar-a-Lago with a shotgun and got shot. There was a guy with a shotgun that went at the White House in January or February, and they got him. I mean, so it's like this just keeps happening. It's just gonna keep happening.
I feel like if you keep telling people that this guy is, evil incarnate, and it's okay to take shots at him, it seems like, because I don't remember any other president getting shot at this much. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know.
No, I've
Reagan
never
got
seen-
shot at, Ford got shot at once. Reagan got shot at once. Like this guy, we're up to 4 or 5 times, plus the people who didn't get through. Yeah, I just saw apparently South Carolina as you were scrolling by.
Yeah, South Carolina, wrong thing.
I think they I don't know if they reconvened. I don't know if everybody realized, hey, look, if we don't, change our voting districts, we're going to wind up like Indiana in another year.
Oh, did they reconvene?
That's what I read. I mean, if there's so much that keeps coming up and then re-coming up, I have to look to see if this is 3 hours ago or 25 minutes ago. But yeah, the last I saw was that the South Carolina, I guess, Senate said they were going to change it 7-0. And the only thing I'll say with that is I don't understand how you can't change. You know what I mean? If the Supreme Court said that these racially gerrymandered districts are unconstitutional, how are you allowed then to keep it? You know what I mean? Because you're keeping something.
I don't know if this is true, but this says this stuff like this coming out this early makes me skeptical that it's true. But it's on Twitter. It says, just in 30 shots were fired outside the White House. The suspect has been neutralized, identified as Wilma, born William Sexton, a trans Democrat activist angry about a possible peace deal between the U.S. and Iran. Manifesto was found on his body, but not yet released.
So, Jim, again, I agree with you. Like, you might as well report what they're saying. But to me, like you said,
this is so early to me.
Yep. Yep. I just feel
know.
like, what's the rush to be first when it's better to be, correcting your information? But yeah, that's what I'm seeing reported. And and what's amazing is if you wanted to create the perfect person, it is exactly this. This would be it. A transgender, disgruntled Democrat who doesn't want a peace signed in Iran, that doesn't make sense. Does it?
I'm just looking real quick to see if anything else is popping before I get on to the first news story of the night. I always hate when this happens, like right when I'm getting ready to start a show and news breaks. You know what I mean?
Well, yeah, and a lot of times when I'm with Gene, it's 3:30 on a Friday, and Trump goes live at 4 o'clock. What's that?
Let's see about them. Someone just shared with me, so we'll do this first. I don't mind. Tonight's a different kind of night. So.
Jim, it's not often I hear you were right, Pete. So I'm going to take that.
Yeah.
Deal with my brother.
Yeah. So South Carolina Senate advances 2026 redistricting map that eliminates Clyburn's gerrymander seats. 7 rhinos vote no. So the South Carolina Senate on Saturday advanced the redistricting map. Yeah. So I guess they decided, because originally it was like it was enough that it stopped it.
Right.
I need a breaking news alert. I have one, but it's an old one.
So and I think that regardless of if these guys are rhinos or whatever, and they saw what happened in Indiana, in the Indiana Senate, and they saw what happened in the primaries, I guess on Tuesday or this week, whatever. But to me, none of that should matter. You have a district that the Supreme Court said is unconstitutional. Why would you keep it? I don't see how you couldn't do this. Like, you'd be having people vote in something that is known to be unconstitutional. Why would you do that? And then I would just imagine whoever gets elected, Clyburn, I guess, when he gets reelected, I would assume in a state like South Carolina, somebody's going to bring a lawsuit like he's in an illegitimate, unconstitutional district. So why, I just... It's like something's illegal, but you're going to we'll let it go until the next election. How does that make sense?
That's what Georgia's doing. That's what them rhinos in Georgia said. Yeah, we're going to change it, but it's not going to be for this election. It'll be for. What do you mean it's going to be for 2028? What are you talking about?
Right. Right, and that is for and this is a full term somebody's getting.
Yeah.
You know, because the House is up every 2
Every 2
years.
years.
So this is a regular. So you're going to have somebody getting elected in a district that the Supreme Court says is unconstitutional and serve for the full term. I just don't see how that's okay. That's all. I mean,
well, I found out something that I didn't know about. Like, I mean, I've been in Florida for over 10 years, but I just figured out that Florida's Constitution actually says that they have to have these opportunity districts for African Americans. And so the districts that they kept in Florida are those opportunity districts, like the ones down by Broward and all the stuff. They're like majority black districts.
So I wonder if, you know, if the supremacy clause of the Constitution is going to kick in on that.
Well, that's just what they decided. I mean,
yeah,
what they decided to do was so that they didn't face a challenge in state court, because someone could have sued them under the Florida Constitution State Court. They just said, we'll just leave these opportunity districts. But guess what? Guess who's running for one that is carpetbagging and trying to run in one of those districts? Debbie Wasserman Schultz.
Are you?
No, she used to represent the 20th, and since she can't win the 20th anymore, she's going to the 25th, which was the district that, remember the black chick that stole the $5 million from FEMA and that had to resign and was going to jail?
Yeah,
it was her district. Yeah,
well,
so that's the one Schultz and they're up in arms. They're freaking out on her. How are you going to do this?
Have you been in Florida your whole life, Jim?
No, I grew up in Chicago on the South Side. Over 40 years there.
So White Sox fan.
White Sox fan, yep.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. I did get to see the old Comiskey before they tore it down.
It was so much fun, man. So much fun.
That was glorious. So what I was going to say is, like, Wasserman Schultz, wasn't she involved in some shady activity?
Oh yeah, she's the one who gave basically burned Bernie in 2016 and gave Hillary all the information on the debates. Through Donna Brazile. Donna Brazile fed it to Debbie Wasserman Schultz and.
Yes, and I believe Wasserman Schultz, and this bothers me that there was some bill being passed in Congress, and they wanted to exempt certain people, and the gentleman in Congress wanted to exempt military guys who were coming back from duty. It was a hate crime bill, you know what I mean? And she said, no, they can't be included in the hate crime bill. So all these other people could be included, but military couldn't be included in it. And I'm like, how can you say that? You know what I mean? Because the guy's point was, these guys are in the military. Sometimes when they come back, people hate them for what they perceive they did in the military, and they attack them for it. And she's like, they absolutely can't be on the bill. I'm like, you're terrible. You're just why would you even say that? What's it cost you to say, yeah, you know what? Let our military be included in that. But she had to have it, you know, just for her special groups.
Yeah, well, that's how they.
Which is everybody. Which was everybody but you and me, and apparently the military. Everybody else counted. They had some sort of a characteristic.
Yeah. So it just says cloture's been invoked by a 26-18 vote. It says 7 rhinos voted no: Bennett, Campson, Davis, Hembry, Massey. Oh, another Massey, and a Rankin and a Zell.
Yeah.
Adams and early holdout votes A. In the deciding vote, several members were absent. So,
what's your thought on the Massey thing? Massey getting voted
I don't know
out.
what happened to him. Here's the thing: it hurts me because I liked Massey years ago. I thought Massey was awesome. Like, I'm like, this guy's what we need. He's a guy that's in there saying, no, we spent too much money. This is a problem. We got to stop spending money. And I'm like, this is great.
100%.
But somehow he changed. Like, I don't know what happened to him. Like, he never talked about any of the stuff like that he's talking about now. He never talked about the Jews or Israel or Palestine or.
So here's my theory, because I'm 100% with you. Massey and Rand Paul, to me, were what you needed. Like, at one point, to me, that was the ticket you would have wanted, was Tom Massey and Rand Paul. But I feel like for some reason, I don't know the reason, Rand Paul decided to go with all this craziness from, I feel like, the podcast group like Tucker and Megyn Kelly are all of a sudden the country, the Jews control Trump, it's all Israel's no good, and he decided to go that route. And he decided
I voted for Ron Paul for president.
Okay. I didn't I don't think. Who did he run it? Was he running in the primary with the guy from Massachusetts who they put in a tank? Dukakis?
No, he
he
ran
was a
against
Republican.
Romney. He ran against Romney, I believe, if I remember correctly. I'm pretty sure. I think he ran against Romney, and he also ran against McCain. I think he.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure. I think
Wow,
it
if
was
you look,
2004 and 2008. I'm pretty sure both times. If my memory serves me correct, he ran both times.
yeah, I believe I saw a video from back then where they didn't even talk about him on mainstream media, and he was leading in a lot of polls, and they didn't even they ignored him totally. I love Ron.
That's when Alex Jones was like at his peak and stuff, and they were putting out the videos. There was like a video called like Loose Change or something like that.
Okay,
about the Fed and all the money and stuff. And I saw it, I'm like, oh wow, man, this is crazy.
So here's another one. Like aside from the whole Sandy Hook thing, some of the stuff he came out with, Alex Jones, and all of a sudden, if you remember now it seems like forever ago, like I guess it was a month or two ago, all of a sudden, all these people came out the same day. Alex Jones, Megyn Kelly, Tucker Carlson. You got to use the 25th Amendment on Trump. He's nuts. Like, where's that come from?
Well, all right. Tucker got finance for when Tucker got fired or whatever from Fox, he set up this whatever it's called, the Tucker count, whatever it is, his media group. The money came from the Middle East. That paid.
Okay.
So that's who's paying him. He got paid like a crazy amount of money to do some kind of he might even had a file a fire. Like I pulled it up before because I was with somebody else and we were talking about it on a show, and I pulled it up. It was like a Iranian Pakistani person that gave him a bunch of money, a Qatari person. I don't know if maybe there's other money. There's always been rumors about Qatari money, and Qatar is where the Hamas people hang out. You know what I mean? Qatar is the people that negotiate with Hamas and Iran, and they're like the intermediaries and stuff. So,
yes.
Can you trust them?
Yes. Well, I mean, I know I get all this, the money coming from Israel and the Middle East, but the United States we're sending money all
That's
over
the thing that it blows my mind is the people that think like that Israel has bought all these politicians.
Right.
We're giving, we give Israel like $3 billion or I don't know whatever. I think it's $3 billion or $6 billion a year because they buy like $30 billion worth of weapons from us. So it's basically a discount where we're giving them like 10% off whatever they spend. We give them back or something. Right. That's what it is. It's not like money.
And how are people ignoring the fact that Israel's buying us off? We're buying ourselves off. We send all that money to the Ukraine. It got washed through whatever Ukrainian companies, and then all the congressmen and their kids who work for those companies got kickbacks from it. And I'm starting to believe that didn't just start with the Ukraine.
Oh no, that's what's going on. It's the NGOs with the USAID money.
Oh, the NGOs are terrible.
We have a bigger problem. I'm going to tell you right now. You know from experience, I'm pretty sure how bad the teachers union is.
Yes.
What they do. They don't. It's not just the money. They basically have foot soldiers. It doesn't matter if you're retired, it doesn't matter, whatever, they get you out there to go protest to these things and go to these rallies, and they basically knock on doors, and that shit should be illegal. Like if the people want to do it, fine, but it shouldn't be like the union forces you to do it. Otherwise, you're in trouble. I went through that in my union when they're like, oh, you got to come to this thing. I'm like, what do you mean I got to come to this thing?
Right. When they passed, didn't the Supreme Court made a ruling, and it was when I was still working before I retired, that was basically you don't have to be part of the union anymore. And what was that rule? And they thought it was going to be a big deal.
But it's not that you don't have to. If the union does the collective bargaining, what they said is you don't have to pay any money into the union except for the services that you actually get from the union. You know what I mean? Like, so if whatever they use for collective bargaining, whatever they use but any money that they use for like political action committees, any money that they use for anything that's not deemed necessary for you to for like business negotiation stuff, you don't have to pay that. And there's actually other way where you could basically withdraw from the union in some areas. Like they allowed people to do that in some places, but
I just wonder how that would, because I know in New Jersey, in general, teachers' contracts, and I worked in a couple districts, so maybe, it's different all over, but in all the districts I worked in, the contracts were generally 3-year contracts. So to my thinking then, that year of negotiations, you pay your dues, you pay your union dues, they're negotiating. But for the next 2 years, you shouldn't have to pay anything. It's already negotiated. You know what I mean? Unless
I went to Chicago public schools, and every year almost we would have a teacher strike.
That's crazy.
Every year, and they would get more money and they get more stuff, and we still we would go I was a nerd in school. I got great grades and stuff, so I always got stuff to do, for the teachers. They would have me go to the work in the book room to do books, and there was always brand new books that were never cracked open, and we were using books that were 15, 20 years old, and I'm like, why do we have all these brand new books that we're not using? It's because we haven't changed our curriculum to the stuff in the new books yet. And that made, as a kid in 4th grade, I'm like, wait, what do you mean? So there's different information in these books that we're not learning?
Well, the books, that's the whole thing where the book publishers, they cater to the biggest states because that's where they get most of their business. And that's one of the reasons a lot of these textbooks, when you think about it, they're catering to California, which is crazy progressives, leftists, we're going to call it. You know what I mean? Chicago school districts, giant school district, Austin, all the big cities, that's where all the books get bought. And that's where, a lot of the money, hard to track the money in these giant districts. Much easier to track the money in a smaller
When you were working the day, was that when they made the math change, where they changed from how we used to, memorize the times tables and this different thing, and now they do this weird Common Core math where it's add 10, do this.
Okay, so what happened was when I was working, the Common Core came in. Oh my God, I'm going to say maybe 2010, 11. When it came in, that was a big deal. But previous to that, the place I was had a math program and I was terrible at math in school. So when I would go observe teachers and they were using this program, I thought it was great because it made the math very understandable to me. You know what I mean? I'm like, man, if somebody taught me like that, I would have done better. And I still use some of that stuff that I picked up walking around those classrooms. But once Common Core came in, and back then they still had memorization of stuff, but it was more like how the math actually worked. So, and they would let you say, all right, how did you do this problem? And the kid would say, I did it this way. And another kid would say, I did it this way. And the third kid would say, I did it this way. And the teacher would then say, all right, let's try a couple more problems. And each of you do it the way you did it. And we'll see if it works for all the problems. You know what I mean? So it was very good that way. But when Common Core came in, it was much more, this is what kids have to know by this time. What's that? Education completely different.
Education completely different now. Kids cannot write or read anymore. It's a big problem. It's getting worse. My kid cannot write cursive. I'm like, wait.
Well, what? Yeah, the cursive was gone. Well, everybody's using. So I will say, and I'm not sure what year it happened. By the end of by 2019, when I retired, everybody was using Google. Everybody had a what you call it in front of them, a Google computer. What were they called? You know what they not
like a Chromebook or something like that.
Chromebook. There it is. Yeah. Everybody had a Chromebook, so there was no reason to write anything in handwriting. Everything was done on the Chromebooks. So that's where it was when I left. And as far as the writing goes, Common Core was by the end of 8th grade, these kids had to be able to write the great American novel. They had to be able to write with voice and tone and all these other things. And I'm like, why? The purpose of language is to, concisely express your ideas to another person. You know what I mean? That's what you need.
I mean, do they still have like we used to, I remember all through, elementary school where, up to, because I went to kindergarten through 8th grade and then high school. I didn't have a middle school, but all through elementary school up to 8th grade, we had spelling tests every week where you had a whole bunch of words. You had to learn how to spell these words and different things. We had calligraphy. I had calligraphy in a Chicago public school.
I will say they definitely had spelling tests And I feel like they ended for where I was about 08, 09. But up until then, they would sort of still have them for different things. Like whatever, like English classes, if you're reading a certain book, you'd have vocabulary words. You'd have to have the definition of the words. You'd have to be able to spell the words. You know what I mean? It was based on the story you were reading. But once Common Core took over, it was a whole sort of different thing. And the one thing, if there's a positive about Common Core, and if you hate it, you hate it. It is what it is. But what they did was, in New Jersey anyway, the test you took, the state testing at the end of the year, matched the curriculum you were supposed to be teaching. So you didn't have to do like, oh, we got to do state testing prep. You didn't do that anymore, because if you were teaching the curriculum the way you're supposed to be, it matched, which was a positive.
I don't like, we took tests all through elementary school. They were called the Iowa tests.
Yes. So you're my age.
Yeah. So
I guess we had all this.
Yeah. Yeah. So, but there was no preparing for the test. It was, you had your regular class and everything. The only thing was, for a couple days, they would basically show you, this is how you, like, they had to do it every year for some reason. This is how you fill out the paper. This is how you do it. You were going to take a couple practice tests, so that way we can make sure, because it's very important that you don't skip anything, you don't do the stuff. But like, I don't know. I mean, like,
so what happened was, when I started, my mom taught for 41 years in elementary school. But when I started, I was teaching middle school, and in New Jersey, in 8th grade, kids took a test in 4th grade and in 8th grade, and the test was General 8th Grade Proficiency Assessment. The GEPA is what it was called, and basically, it showed where the kid was against the standard of where they should be when they got out of 8th grade. And all it was used for was to show, when kids got to high school, here's where this kid may need help. That's it. That's all it was used for. And then, when No Child Left Behind came in, those tests stopped being used solely to measure where kids' progress was, and they just decided to use them to grade schools and where the school was. So they switched the purpose of it. And that is where everything went off the rails with the testing. Because before, if a kid just filled out the dots, it didn't mean the school sucked. It just meant that kid decided he's just filling out the dots. Because it didn't mean anything. It had nothing that, you know what I mean? If you were a kid who wanted to do your best, that's great. But if you're a kid who said, I don't care about this test, it only affected you until they changed it, and it was how the school got graded. So now you have kids who are just like making patterns on their test sheet, and when the scores come back, it's like, oh, this school's terrible because these kids are scoring low.
Well, there should be other factors that also go into it. Yes. I mean, they should have, like, like we used to have quizzes every Friday. You know what I mean? So you take a quiz.
What I always said was, you don't need, like, if you want to have those tests, and they have all different ones now that you can do on the computer to see where kids' skills are. But if you want to measure a school district, it's very easy. It's very easy. If you believe, like, to me, I believe the goal of the schools is to create an educated citizenry that can go out and be productive. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. That's the goal of schools. So if at the end of high school, you look and it's like, all right, 80% of the kids went to a 2 or 4 year college, 10% of the kids went in the military, 5% of the kids, went into an occupation, let's say. Well, you're a success then. You've done what you're supposed to do. You know what I mean? You've moved kids into higher education, the military, or a career. You're successful. And as far as like dropouts, or, if kids drop out, if you want to count that kid as half on the school and half on the kid, that's fine. But if a kid gets arrested, that's not the school's problem. Yeah. You know what I mean? We're not there to keep kids. If they get arrested because they don't want to go to school, so they're out committing crimes and they should be at school, all right, that kid shouldn't count against the number.
I knew a lot of kids that dropped out in high school just because they were like, I'm not learning anything from this. They're teaching to the dumbest person in the class. It's not teaching me anything, and I'm just going to go and take my GED and go to work. I'm not going to deal with this. I saw a lot of people do that junior, senior year of high school. Just goodbye.
And I think a lot of the like the colleges aren't helping the situation. The fact, I don't know who that is.
Okay, no, Pete's definitely not cynic.
I don't know who Sin is. I
No,
don't
you
know
don't
who
want
that
people
is.
to know. It's not. I can tell you right now. It's definitely not cynic. This guy's cynic, but he never shows his face, so that's why they.
Okay,
Like, he sounds like cynic.
No, I'm Crazy Gino's brother. At any rate, the colleges, you know, if you're going to college for a certain career, like if you're going to be a doctor or a lawyer, an engineer, all right, there should be maybe a certain tuition for that. But if you're going for like social work, there should be a certain tuition for that because you're not going to make the money. You know what I mean? And I think with these college loans, the colleges have to have some skin in the game. You're giving, you know what I mean? You're giving these kids the money.
There's too much money that once the government got involved, everything got screwed up. And when they're going to give all this money away, so it doesn't really matter because, hey, the government's paying, so it doesn't. You used to go to school so that you would get the education for the job. Now it's like, I just want to get this education to know this stuff. It's like people like I know people who went to school in like nonstop, got 3 master's degrees and a PhD in something, and it's like, what do you do? I work at Starbucks. It's like,
well, if you and if you had the money to do that, that's great. But if you're borrowing money to do that, that's a problem.
Well, no, and because the way the government works, it's like, oh, well, as long as you're still in school, you don't have to pay any money.
Right.
So they keep going to school because then they don't have to pay any money. Everything's deferred while they're in school. And then they get out and it's like, oh, wait, but I got all this interest built up. But if I do this, then the government can only take. So they don't want to get a good job because if they get a good job, the government's going to take the money that they owe for the education. So if they got a shitty job, the government's not taking the money. It's like, well, we can only take this small bit of money. It's all screwed up.
Well, I will say, and I'm in New Jersey, and I will say as many bad things as you can about the state. I don't know if I stay for the weather or the taxes, but I'm going to say this.
Stay for the tomatoes.
Yes. Yeah. One of the things New Jersey did that I thought was a positive was they passed it. So in New Jersey, when school boards put their budgets together, the township, could vote on the budget. And if they voted it down, they would have to go back and redo the whole budget in like April and May, because that's when the votes were. So they passed a law that said if the school board only raises the budget by 2%, there's no vote. The budget passes. So they could actually budget money like any other company and know, all right, this is what we have budgeted for next year. Now, if you wanted to go over that 2%, you could, but the public only got to vote on that percentage that was over the 2%. You know what I mean? So if you want to go, it was a good thing. It was good in that way. And I don't know why they didn't apply that to the colleges as well. Like, all right, here's the deal. You can only raise your tuition by 1% a year. You go over that 1%, no kid at your school qualifies for a guaranteed student loan. There are no college loans for the kids at your school if you go over that 1%. Make them do what they need to do. I don't see endowments.
I don't see why these schools like Yale and Harvard and Columbia, whatever, Stanford, why they have billions of dollars in offshore accounts hidden, and yet they're charging crazy tuitions. Like, you've got all this money. What are you charging even anything for?
Yeah, I agree. And I will say, I can only say, because I know one person who went to Princeton, and they said they came out of school with very low, like things like maybe $15,000 total in college loans. I'm like, how is that possible? And they said Princeton didn't want you coming out in a ton of debt. So they did what they did with their endowment or whatever to keep your debt low. So they still made you take loans, but they didn't make you come out, with these people come out $100,000 in debt. It was interesting for me to hear that. Now, I don't know if that was specific to him. You know what I mean? So he came from a family. Dad was a teacher, or mom was a teacher. Dad actually repaired TVs. So it came from a regular, normal family, and that was what he said about it. So
you were right. South Carolina did move forward. Looks like they're going to redistrict Clyburn out.
I'm going to look, man, I just want, like, all the people, and let me say this. I'm all about America first. I don't care who puts their name on it. Right now it's Trump, and he's a genius for doing it. But if somebody else picks up the mantle of America first, there it is. I'm good with them. You know what I mean? That's what we should be. Like, why wouldn't you be America first if you're an American? I don't understand Jim, why we'd want to be any other country first. Or
that's the thing. If you can say we're going to do what's good for America, and we'll help other countries out if we can, but as long as it isn't bad for America, we're not going to do something for a country that's bad for America. And that's what we've done for a long time. We've done shit for other countries, even though it's bad for America. It's like, well, we kind of owe. No, we don't owe shit.
Right.
We don't.
And I think, and I am down with the people who are like, you should not be able to be in government if you have dual citizenship. And I'm not saying you shouldn't be able to have dual citizenship. Have at it. But if you have dual citizenship, you'd be making the choice, I just can't be part of a state or federal government. That's all. I mean, how can there somebody serving this country with split loyalty? It doesn't make sense.
You shouldn't be able to. And I thought, and maybe I'm silly, but I thought when someone swears and says, like a naturalized citizen comes in and swears, I thought that meant they were giving up their citizenship somewhere else.
I did too. I
guess not. I guess I was wrong because how can you swear an oath?
Right.
You're going to be elite, and still have citizenship and loyalty to another country. It's like, wait.
I agree with you. I did too. So I don't know what's going on with that. I agree with you. And getting back, so the America First thing, I feel like all these people who are like, the people who like to use MAGA for Trump, I'm like, that's fine if you want to use that. But I prefer America First, which is really what he's about. And if that's so, I refuse to use the other one because America First is what it's about. So at any rate, all these people are like, Trump's done. He has, no pull anymore. You saw what happened. And the guy on CNN, Jennings, said it best in plain English. He was like, you don't understand. These people voted for Donald Trump's agenda. And he got in, and they have a Republican representing their district who is not supporting Donald Trump's agenda. So they got rid of that person and decided we'll try another person to see if they will support his agenda. It's not about the man. It is flat out about the agenda. This is not a cult of personality. It's a cult of agenda.
I mean, if you look at what's been passed, all right, if you look at what's been passed this past year and a half by the Congress, what's actually the Senate, it's like nothing that's like barely anything that Trump ran on and that Trump wanted. They basically it's been stalled out by specific people in the Senate, like Lisa Murkowski, Susan Collins, Tom Tillis, whoever. It's like they take turns deciding who's going to fuck Trump over. But look at this. Oh man, look at this. I got $10 from Gino Visconti. It says, "Poaching my talent, Jim." What the fuck? Great stuff, boys. Well, thanks, Gino.
Oh my God. And
wow, with that $10, Gino, that means we are now just $90 away from our first additional hour to the show and $40 away from Bellavision.
There's something right there, Jim, that I could tell you I never thought I'd see in my lifetime.
What?
Right there. I never thought I'd be doing this and see that. I'm like, you've got to be kidding me. But I mean, it's just that's where it is. And I think people, they want it to be, oh no, Trump, it's called a personality. But Obama and the Democrats, they line up in lockstep behind their guy.
No matter what.
Obama, they're
lining up behind the guy with the fucking Nazi tattoo that said all this crazy shit. And they're like, oh no, he might win, so we're going to back him. It's like,
yes. If you look at the Supreme Court, the justices nominated by Democrats vote in lockstep almost all the time. The justices nominated by Republicans don't, because they sort of read the Constitution. They're like, you know what, as much as I don't like this, I think I got to vote this way.
We have our Supreme Court's basically divided in three right now. We have the leftists, we have the institutionalists in the center, basically, and then the constitutionalists on the right. Because no matter what people say about Kavanaugh, Barrett, and John Roberts, they are not strictly constitutionalists.
They are not.
They go, oh well, maybe this, and the institutions. We got to protect the institutions. We got to do this. That's what they're about.
Yes,
and that's what they back. That's why sometimes it's 6-3, and other times it's like one of them will go, or they'll do stuff.
Jim, 100%. And I will say we have seen a little bit. I should temper what I said, because I guess Ketanji Brown Jackson is just so bad that
she's dumb.
That the Democratic ones, they break with her now. So there have been a lot of shouldn't say a lot, but there have been 8-1 decisions where she's writing the dissent, and like Sotomayor is writing like, you're crazy. Like,
Sotomayor is actually very happy because she no longer has the title of dumbest Supreme Court justice anymore.
This show's great because I listen to these cases sometimes because I'm interested. Like I listen to the citizenship case and I'm worried. it sounds like these idiots that can go either way. But yeah, I would listen. And Sotomayor, they were doing the Dobbs case, and she said something like, somebody said something about, well, these women have had this in place for 50 years. They've planned their whole life with this. So, how can we get rid of it? And I'm sorry, it wasn't Sotomayor. It was the lawyer representing the people who were pro-abortion. And Alito's like, well, we had separate but equal for 60 years. Should we have kept that too? People got used to that. And I was like, yes, it's unbelievable.
Like this person says right here, I tell people who bitch about Trump saying this or that about offensive comments, I voted for his policies, not his personality.
I agree, and that's how it should be. I agree with that. Yeah, it'd be nice if if the person also had a personality you like, but this is the hardest of the hardest. Bongino said a lot of the decisions, either choice is bad, and you're figuring out which is the least bad. Like, you need adults in the room here. And I had heard, like, because I'm being from South Jersey and not far from Atlantic City, you heard, oh, Trump didn't pay these guys for the work they did at Atlantic City. And what I heard from people who were involved, the work, what it was Trump said, look, you didn't complete your job to spec. You did a half-assed job. So either you fix it, or I'm not paying you, or I'm only paying you a percentage of it. And the guys who did the job legitimately, they got fully compensated. You know what I mean? Like, he's a businessman. And for people to come out and say that, oh, he didn't pay people. So you're telling me people should get paid for doing a half-assed job? All right. Maybe that's why we're in the situation we're in, Jim. If that's, what your mentality is.
Seems like it's possible. I don't know.
Yeah.
But yeah. So anyway, so Trump says that he's a solid 50-50 on Iran as he weighs the peace deal, warns that he may blast the regime to kingdom come. Like, I wish he'd stop talking about it, and just do it already.
I want to ask you, because what he said right there, like, how am I supposed to, like, to me, after the first, 3 weeks of what went on in Iran, to me, it's just, all right, gas prices are high because of the Strait of Hormuz. And that's about it on how I see what's going on in Iran right now. It was awful. We lost those 13 military members at the beginning. That's always tragic when you lose people. But it's 13 versus how many we lost in all these other wars. And okay, our gas prices are high because of that. But otherwise, what effect is it having on the United States? You know what I mean? And they don't have a nuclear weapon. Like, I don't know how old you are, but I can tell you, when I was in 8th grade is when they took the hostages.
I wasn't. You're older than me.
Okay, so I'm in 8th grade when they took the hostages. So my entire life of things that you can really start to remember.
I think I was in kindergarten or 1st grade or something like that.
Okay, started with that. So I sort of feel like I'll be 59 in July. So I feel anybody from like 65 to maybe 55, 50 are like, yeah, Iran, we should be bombing the hell out of them. They've effed with us for the last 47 years, one way or another. Whether it's, through their proxies, anytime anything was going on, we're going to drive OPEC, we're going to drive the price of oil up.
I mean, this should have happened when they took the hostages. This should have happened when they bombed the barracks in Beirut. This should have happened when they bombed the barracks in Saudi Arabia. This should have happened when they, you could just keep going down the list, all the things that they've done. And when the coal got bombed outside of Yemen, that was done by proxies of Iran. Iran is involved in everything that has to do with terrorism. It doesn't matter if it's Sunni, Shia, what it is, they're behind it.
Right. And I totally understand that people who are like maybe younger than 50 or in their 80s don't see it the way I see it. And that's fine. Their life experience with it has been different than mine. You know what I mean? So I totally accept that. I totally understand what they're saying, but they need to understand also what I'm saying. Like, why are you willing to let these people just constantly F with you? And they constantly say time's on their side. We'll wait it all out. So that's why I said, I hope if Trump gets a deal, it has to be everything he wants. You know what I mean?
No, the deal, the deal cannot be that, they get to keep that enriched uranium. The deal cannot be they can have a nuclear weapon, that's programmed. The deal cannot be that they get to charge tolls on the Straits of Hormuz.
Right.
No.
That's totally, and Rubio did a great job explaining that. Like, they don't own that. That's piracy. That is piracy. And I love when Trump said, maybe we'll control it and charge tolls. I think that was outstanding.
I was like, oh,
But,
you know.
but what I was
we
going to
should-
say, like,
I mean, and if you think of all the things too, like I go back and I say, like Carter, so many things got fucked up because of Carter.
yeah,
The reason the Shah fell and these guys took over is because Carter had these idiots that basically Carter came in and cleaned out the CIA, put his people in there that were all leftists that were like, no, we're going to do, the CIA's bad, all this stuff's bad. And they go, we don't want to get involved. Just let them go, let them go, let them go, because the Shah made noise. The reason that the Shah got toppled is because he was making noise about nationalizing the oil again. That's why they got rid of him. And the British and the French and the people around Carter said, this guy in Paris that's in hiding, he sounds like he's reasonable. Maybe we could put him in. And that's what happened. The CIA and MI6 are who funded the protests, the student protests that led to the toppling of the Shah. What the fuck?
I know. I mean, right. It is ridiculous that we let this go on. And the people of Iran, like, I never realized until years later when I saw what Iran looked like in the 60s and early 70s, looked like the United States. Everything was Western dress. It was great.
Under the Shah, Iran was more Western than Israel.
Mm-hmm.
And that's a fact.
Yeah.
It was way more Western than Israel.
And I get that, whatever was going on there, if people, the Shah had supposedly, he had his private police that would go out and take out his adversaries or whatever. I mean, okay, I guess, but what are we supposed to do about that? And we put, and I know.
I got the Iran thing. That was Carter. Saying that we're going to recognize the Chinese communists as the proper leaders of China as opposed to the ROC in Taiwan. That was Carter. Saying that we're going to give away the Panama Canal. That was Carter.
That was Carter. Yeah. Makes you wonder. And I just think, so for me, and I forgot what I was going to say about the other thing. But I was going to say, no. On Iran, I was going to say, so for me, if he doesn't get everything he wants in a peace deal, and I would much rather see the peace deal if he gets everything, like you said.
I'm really confused though, because they kept this whole time they're saying we're doing all this, we're bombing, and every day they're saying tomorrow's going to be even more and severe bombing. Yeah, I did not, and I'm not, and this is not, I'm not attacking Trump, so that's not what I'm doing. But I'm saying I did not see. I know a lot of the stuff is to make people think stuff, and you're saying things, and aren't, whatever exaggeration, whatever. But like I was in the Navy during Desert Storm. I saw what it looks like when shit gets bombed. All right. When missiles are flying out of ships and what it actually looks like, what happened. And like, I didn't see any of these videos. I didn't see any of the stuff. Not like that. Like the shock and awe in 2003 in Iraq. That was shock and fucking awe. Like that's what it should have looked like in Iran. And the fact that people are saying we've used half of our missiles and half of our shit in 30 days. I'm like, well, then what the fuck have we been doing? Because if we had to go at it with China, what happened in Iran we'd do that in a day up against China.
So let me ask, since you were involved, and I defer to your experience on this, like it'd be silly not to. So the second half, what I'm going to say is, if he doesn't get what he wants, I mean, I'm okay with him dropping bombs on Iran until January 20th, 2029, his last day in office, because
he's got a clock. He's got to wrap this up by the 4th of July.
I would love to see that.
Because,
and I really want to.
Can't. I mean, just the optics of not having this hanging over the head for the 250th celebration, all that stuff. Plus, gas price. Like, if he can wrap this up, like this delay stuff that's happened, like these past 6 weeks of nothing really happening, it's a mistake looking at it, because it's going to take a couple weeks to bomb them into submission at this point.
Yes, and I'm going to say, I'm not willing to say it's a mistake, because it takes away from anybody who wants to say, well, he's just a warmonger. He wasn't willing to try peace. He killed all these people. You gave him 6 weeks. Now it's time to get off the pot. You know what I mean? It's time. Let's just start dropping the bombs. And all these people there's people on the news who make it sound like Iran somehow winning, Jim.
No,
you know what I mean? Yeah.
All right. This whole thing with Ukraine, like we've dumped so much money into Ukraine with weapons and stuff. Like, is that why we're low? Because we gave it all to Ukraine? When
I don't
basically
think,
it's been like you know, this whole thing, everything. I tell people I know that my subscribers, my audience has heard me say this many times, but this whole world would be in a completely different place if in 2002, when Putin went to George W. Bush and said, "We have common enemies. We should be allies. I want to join NATO." If Bush would have just said yes instead of no, Putin, the Germans, they won't have it. Like, what would this? None of this would be happening. None of it.
No. Well, and again, Germany and Western Europe have been their own worst enemy in the last 5 years, 10 years, whatever it is, letting everybody in, letting other people take control. I think the fact that they haven't had to really pay for any defense and just dump that money into all these goofy social programs and bringing people in, it's hurt them. And I like the fact, you know, that we're pulling our troops out. When they said, I'm sorry, I'm nobody really.
Pete is I don't know if guys, some of you might know who Gino Bisconti is from In Hot Water, from Compound Media, comedian, stuff like this. This is his brother. Pete and Gino do a politics show on a Friday, I believe.
Yeah,
and I went on there as a guest, and it's a great show. He's very knowledgeable. He was a teacher for 30 years, 35 years, I don't know. And so he's very knowledgeable. I got along with him great. He's very, very right wing, very based, very big Trump supporter. So
I taught history. I taught history and civics, and then I was an assistant principal that dealt with a lot of discipline and everything else. So I got to know lawyers quite well.
Russia just sent big ass nuclear bombs into Kiev a few hours ago. If that was true, I think I would be reading it somewhere, or there would be something going on.
Again, how is that our issue, Jim?
It's not.
I know. I don't care about.
And that whole thing with this whole thing was all concocted by the Obama administration. These people who said, like, we're going to stick it to Russia. We're going to show Russia. We're going to have Ukraine kick them out of Crimea, which Sevastopol has been a Russian port for over 200 years.
Yeah.
Like, seriously, it's like since the time when the Russian Federation, when the capital was in Kiev, the Kievan Rus, Sevastopol was their port. You're not taking that away from them.
So, Jim, if we go back, and I agree with you're right, and if you go back to, you said, the Obama administration, like, again, because I was retired and locked in my house due to COVID, which is a whole nother thing. I think that changed. We can go, but I listened to, oh my God, I'm drawing a blank on the name now, but she was Assistant Secretary of State under Biden and I think Obama. And you remember this? Gloria Newland?
Gloria Newland, Newland.
And they basically said her and the CIA set up the first guy to be president, and then when they didn't like it, they got Zelensky in.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? They created all that. And then
they said, we're going to take Russia, and we're going to take Russia from a world power and make them a regional power, because we're going to take away their warm water ports so they can't project power in the wintertime and all this and that. And they're not going to allow that to happen. That'd be like, say, like if, I don't know, like if someone tried to take Hawaii away from us, or Guam, we're not going to sit for it.
And they said it was our Department of State, along with the CIA, who put all the,
put everything together. The whole thing was all funded, the Maidan coup, whatever you want to call it. That was
the whole color revolution. They put that all together. And then once they're in, that's when Biden was vice president. He went there and said, you fire this guy, you're not getting the money. And he's a son of a bitch. They fired him. And that's like, okay, who cares? Like, are you kidding me? He said it. And that was okay. Trump makes a phone call, he gets impeached. It is the most, it's absurdity is what it is. And Newland also testified, Marco Rubio, when he was still in the Senate, asked
you and me both, sweet Lou Monaco. I can't believe Gino voted in $10. That's like 2 cigars.
Yeah, at least for him. She admitted, Rubio said, do we have, or are there these biological plants in the Ukraine? And she said, yes. And we are concerned if Russia gets a hold of them. Okay, so all of us people who were saying, yeah, these biological factories exist in the Ukraine and they're being run or at least supported by the United States, and everybody said we were crazy. You had the Assistant Secretary of State on the floor of the Senate being asked by a U.S. Senator, do these biological labs exist in the Ukraine? And she said, yes, and we're running them. And it was like, and nobody cares. And when I tell people this, they're like, Pete, I didn't hear that. You didn't hear that. So I guess it's not true. I guess it's not true because you didn't hear it.
I mean, Ukraine has been corrupt since time immemorial. That's the problem. Like all of the big weapons deals that guy, the Lord of War guy, you know, I can't remember his name, but all those weapons came out of Ukraine that he was selling.
The guy, isn't he the guy they traded to get a grinder back?
I don't know if it's a man, it's a woman. I don't know. I've seen her with her shirt off. It looks like a man to me. I don't know.
Jim,
the basketball player.
If you don't know, then you qualify to be a Supreme Court justice. Because Ketanji Brown Jackson, she doesn't know what a woman is. And that's why
wow. As Russia launched a wave of hypersonics in retaliation to college students killed in the dorm. You know what? I knew they weren't going to fuck around because when they started hitting like actual apartment buildings and dorms and stuff with drones, or Ukraine did that the other day, Russia has been so cautious not to just wipe out civilians. Because normally the Russian thing is just kill everything in front of you. That's how the Russians have fought wars for 300 years. You kill everything. And they did not do that because they consider Ukrainians to be like their cousins or brothers, you know, like
yes.
That area was that, you know, like that's the thing is that area historically was always part of Russia, the Russian Federation, the Tsarist Russia. It was always part.
And apparently when Zelensky ran for office, he ran saying he was going to honor, I don't know what the Minsk Accords or something, where he was, you know, those people in the Donbass and whatever region were going to be able to be Russians or whatever. He was going to bring peace. And then when he got in, the CIA said, you know, State Department, you are not doing that. You know what I mean? They fomented the whole thing, and I don't understand. Look, again, I grew up in the era of better dead than red. You know what I mean? Yeah. Russia was the worst thing going. The Red Menace, communism, the Warsaw Pact versus NATO. The whole thing. I could have not been.
When I grew up, the same thing. Reagan was president. It's like the first president. That's the first president I remember is Reagan. Like I remember sitting in my front room and watching Reagan. Watching my mom and dad watch the results come in and Reagan winning. I remember that. That's like the first memory of politics I remember.
And I remember Morning in America, and I loved Reagan and everything. I love the Reagan. I still do. And I think it's sick, but I feel like the Kennedy assassination was a coup, flat out, and it changed the country. And I feel like Nixon
got couped too because it was all set up by the CIA and the FBI to get rid of Nixon because he was asking questions about JFK, and that's why they got rid of what the fuck's his name? His vice president, Spiro Agnew. They got rid of him on a bogus charge that never got charged. He got tax issues that were just made up out of nowhere, and he got ran out. And then all of a sudden, Gerald Ford, who was the guy on the Warren Commission that had them move where the entry and exit wounds on JFK so that it lined up with their crazy magic bullet theory.
So I almost feel like from that point on, then somehow Reagan won. And at the time, I didn't understand it because, again, I'm still believing in things, the legitimacy of all of it. And I was like, oh, George H.W. Bush, he was former CIA and all these other things.
I believe that George H.W. Bush had Hinckley shoot Reagan.
Oh, 100%. I'm not even disagreeing with that.
Wait. The night before he was shot, George H.W. Bush's oldest son was having dinner with Hinckley's brother. What? They're friends. Their family are friends.
And Jim. And this is where, I think about how I was in 8th grade when Reagan got shot. I remember the whole thing, and it's just like that. It was John Hinckley. He did it to impress an actress, and we're buying it. We're just buying it. That's the story on the news. You're not giving it a second thought because you're getting on with your life. And the people who were, I had some older cousins who I give them a lot of credit now because they would tell me all this stuff. You know what I mean? Like they were actually questioning, and I'm like, "You're nuts! Get the hell out of here!" And I think back now, and one of them I called them the one day because I'm like, "I got to tell you, I remember telling you are effing nuts, and you hit that on the friggin' head." But when I was thinking, like, H.W. Bush, great vice president, former CIA. He knows how things operate. And now I realize that's why he was awful. He was CIA. He had this, and I think once they shot at Reagan, for better or for worse, that was to send a message.
Yeah, this is true. They flipped the blue-red color coding of the parties after Reagan.
Yes,
they did. The Republicans were always blue.
Yes, they did. And
until after Reagan, and then it was like, no, now we're going to switch the parties and we're going to make the Republicans red. Now,
that Boom Boom 42, that looked like, I don't know if he's in South Jersey, because that's like Route 42, and it was always under construction, like something down there. I don't know. It's Exit.
You never knew the Hinckley Busch connection. Yeah, their families are like close friends.
So I mean, so then they shot Reagan,
and then you know, Bush was always somehow connected, like he was connected through like OSS and connected with the CIA. And they say like, well, there was no proof he was actually working for the CIA. It's like, oh, he was working for the fucking CIA.
He was in.
He was the head of the CIA under Gerald Ford, I believe.
Yes,
Gerald Ford or Nixon, one of the two.
No, he was in Dallas when Kennedy got shot.
Where's Gino? Gino said he was too tired to come on. He has to like, he can come on anytime he wants.
He had a long day. I golfed with that lunatic on Monday. Oh my God. So at any rate, yeah, I agree. So now I know and I remember Bush, H. Bush, giving his New World Order speech. I remember listening to it, and in my young mind, because he was the first guy I voted for, and '88 was the first year I could vote for president. And I remember I taught a lesson, so I was in college, and I taught a lesson on the Electoral College and all that. But I remember when he gave that speech later, I was thinking, yeah, you're GD right, it's a New World Order, because we're the only superpower now, and we're running stuff. But that's not what he meant. He didn't mean that. He meant we're part of a globalist coalition now, and this is how it's going to go. You know, and I realized that years later, and now I know he was no good.
He was a pilot in World War II. I'm going to give a lot of credit. He was a fucking torpedo. He flew torpedo bombers, which they were like. It's like it was one of those, and dive bombers were like the two most dangerous fucking jobs you could have as a pilot in World War II.
So I mean, him, his son, who I gave the total benefit of the doubt to with everything going into Iraq. He got oh my God, the general who everybody respected, Colin Powell, to say they had weapons of mass destruction, like the whole thing. And
here's the thing: a lot of people don't. I know some people might not like this, but they did have weapons of mass destruction. We know they had weapons of mass destruction. The thing was, they didn't have nuclear bombs. They didn't have a nuclear program. They did have chemical weapons. They did have biological weapons, but they did not have nuclear weapons. They did not have the capability to do nuclear weapons. They didn't. Jim, they didn't have that capability.
I am so glad you said it, because even at the time when you said that, back then I remember saying that, and they're like, no, they didn't. I'm like, they used them on their own people. They used them on the Kurds. So what? They hit them. They threw them all out. Stop it. They had them. They had the ability to do it. So all of a sudden, Saddam Hussein's a great person. No, I'll tell you.
It's very possible that they sent it out of the country prior. Like it wasn't like they had super like Iraq had like the guy, and I'm trying to think of his name. He was like this Canadian weapons designer who built like these great like rail guns, kind of reminiscent of the German like guns that they had on the trains, like the super gun, like the one that like the Paris gun. They built those like a gun like that out of pipes and weird stuff, and I can't remember this guy's name, but he was like, and then I either the British or the Israelis killed the guy, assassinated him because he was built like he was helping them with their he was like a genius like scientist guy who did like missile design and weapons and all this stuff, and I can't think of his name. Damn it, it's escaping me. There's a movie about it too.
I feel like one of the people I've had a bit of a change of thoughts on is Gaddafi. Because, growing up, Gaddafi took a shot.
Gaddafi changed his ways after Reagan, Reagan's got his ass. I mean.
That's what I mean. And once he changed, from what I understand in reading about after Gaddafi, after that incident, so like after Reagan got shot, he got the message. Maybe Reagan learned from that. I'm going to send this guy a message. Is that Gaddafi wanted, from what I understand, like a African.
He wanted an African currency. Yes, backed by gold, I believe.
Yes,
if I'm not mistaken.
An African currency backed by gold. That is what I heard as well.
Yeah,
And
they
you
made a movie
can't-
about that. Yeah, they did. I can't remember the name of the movie, but it's a like Saddam Hussein worked for us basically for all
Yes.
through the 80s. We backed
Yes.
him in the Iran-Iraq war.
Yes, we did back him. Just like we backed the Afghanis versus Russia and forced them to get out. But like you couldn't let Africa be its own entity with a gold-backed currency, because then these central banks wouldn't have their hands on it, and they have to. That's why I am hoping so much that somehow, I don't know how he's going to do it, that Trump brings our money system back into the Department of Treasury. The Constitution is clear that only Congress, the federal government, directed by Congress, has the authority to coin and print money. That's it. And they gave that away to a private entity.
Well, the Treasury still does print the money.
Right.
Stuff. It just doesn't get any serial numbers on it until the Mint, the U.S. Mint, still prints the money. They send it to the. I believe they send it to the Federal Reserve, and the Federal Reserve is who puts these serial numbers on it, like serializes it.
But the Federal Reserve also determines how much is going to be printed.
Right. Right.
And you want to talk about an organization that is like a total failure based on what their mission is, because their mission is to keep inflation low and employment high. How much more bigger an abject failure could they have been than during the Obama and Biden administration, when inflation was 9% and unemployment was high?
And they're telling us don't worry about it. But look at right now, you got the new Fed chairman was sworn in on Friday, Kevin Warsh, by Clarence Thomas, the greatest Supreme Court justice that ever lived. I'll argue that case. If we had 9 fucking Clarence Thomases, this country would be so much better right now. Oh, my Lord. But anyway.
Gene will tell you, preaching to the choir. I read his book. I love Clarence Thomas.
Yeah.
I remember his hearings were on during the World Series, and I would just watch the hearings. And when he told this is nothing but a high-tech lynching, I'm not giving up, go F yourselves, I'm like, this is the man.
Yep.
This is how can people still say we are a racist nation when you and I both think this black guy is probably the best justice we've ever seen in our lifetime?
Yeah.
I read his book was outstanding. And it was like in his own words. And he talked about how he grew up. He talked about going to Yale. And he said when he got out of Yale, he went and applied for all these jobs. And they said, yeah, you only got into Yale because you're black. And he said his Yale diploma was in his basement with like a 5-cent sticker on it. Like, the guy's awesome. So I love that you said that, because I agree 1,000%.
So anyway, here's a preliminary statement regarding the shooting in Pennsylvania Avenue. Shortly after 6 p.m., an individual in the area of 17th Street and Pennsylvania Avenue pulled a weapon from his bag and began firing. Secret Service police returned fire, striking the suspect, who was transported to an area hospital. He was pronounced deceased. During the shooting, one bystander was also struck by gunfire. No injuries were sustained by the officers. The president was in the White House during the incident. However, no protectees or operations were impacted. This incident remains under investigation. Additional information will be released as soon as it becomes available. Yeah, so I'm going to need you to give me those TPS reports. And then this is what they were talking about that's happening in Kiev, I guess.
So the guy's dead, and they have supposedly his manifesto. That's what. How are we supposed to believe that these manifestos were typed up and planted on the guy? Like, okay, here's his manifesto. Like, I hate.
I don't know how.
But dude, I hate questioning everything now. You know what I mean? I feel like I got to question everything.
What's it say? Same footage of the missiles in Ukraine. Is this real?
Блять, на нас!
Не кричи. That's like a lot of missiles coming down, it looks like to me. Almost like lights or something.
Yeah, you tell me, because I wouldn't know.
I don't know. Some of the stuff they got now, like, I don't know. Not anything I've seen. I mean, when I was in the Navy, the Tomahawks were the top, weapon that we had.
Jim, what do you know about Space Force?
It's What do you mean? What do I know about it? It's basically they know that that's the next frontier. That's where stuff's going to be happening from, and someone's got to control it. And we obviously need it for
I
multiple
guess
reasons.
do you believe the stuff? I mean, I feel like in talking to you, you have heard a lot of the same stories I have heard. Like we've been down the same rabbit holes. I feel like. So, have you heard any of the stories? I guess that say the Space Force has all the information regarding how they stole the 2020 election. Like, have you heard any of that?
I don't know about that. I mean, I know Tulsi Gabbard had it, and Tulsi Gabbard has the information. I mean, they know, but I think the Space Force thing is because they know something's coming, and by something's coming is the Earth is changing, stuff is happening. People might not. I'm not talking about climate change. I mean, people. I think they're calling it climate change, but it's not. It's the sun. It's the Earth's magnetic field is weakening. It's trackable. You can look at it.
I thought that was flipping.
It is. No, but it's weakening and it's moving.
Okay.
Like they've been changing. You can track it. Like they changed because whenever you got a runway, the runway always has the longitude, latitude on the runway. Whatever way it's facing, it'll have like the numbers, whatever it is. Like 25 degrees or whatever, 30 degrees it'll be. That'll be runway number 30, whatever, blah blah blah. Because that's the minutes and angle of the runway. They have to keep changing the runways because it's moving. The North Pole is moving. Did you notice in the past, say, 2 years how we've had these solar flares that weren't really that major, but we had auroras being seen down in Florida, Georgia.
Yes,
that's
I did.
Because the field is about 60 to 50% of its peak where it should be. So everything that's happening is basically intensified.
So
and I
Jim,
think they know this. I mean, they know this. I know they know this. Like they know what's going on. So my question
is, I appreciate you saying that because I thought that those sightings of like the Aurora Borealis or whatever further and further south might have had something to do with what's going on at Antarctica or whatever with HAARP,
the HAARP
and DARPA and all that craziness.
I don't know. HAARP could be and HAARP has everything is interconnected. Like that's the thing people don't like to realize. The Earth is basically a giant capacitor. That's why we have lightning. Because the Earth stores energy. The energy, where does that energy come from? It comes from the sun. The sun is what drives everything. Something about 12 or 14,000 years ago, something caused all the glaciers to fucking melt. All right. And cause massive water pulse, which they know they have it. It's warm water pulse, freshwater pulse 1 and freshwater pulse 1A, which happened about 1,000 years apart, right around the time that all the mammoths and the megafauna died.
That wasn't an asteroid?
It could have been. I'm not talking about the dinosaurs. I'm talking about the saber-tooth tigers and the American short-faced bear and the American Pleistocene lion.
Okay, I got
like
you.
The bison and not bison, but mammoths and stuff like that.
Yeah, saber-tooth tigers.
Saber-tooth tigers, all that stuff. Those were around, 12, 14,000 years ago. Those were around.
Okay,
and they just all vanished. Something was here in the U.S. because we have all these mounds built, these crazy serpent mound, all these things which were built long before any Indians walked across the ice bridge or whatever you want to call it.
Yeah,
people were here before that. You know what I'm saying? But something caused that to happen. Now there's two theories. There's the theory that says that it was like a comet or something that broke up and hit the ice, causing it to melt real fast because it didn't happen like the energy, the amount of energy that would take to melt that much ice is like for the longest time, they said it would, it took thousands of years of melting and all this stuff happened real slow. It didn't. It happened real fast. They could tell by the pulses. They could track the water pulses. They're like, no, this is where the water changed. In the ice cores, they can see, no, this water changed rapidly. So they know. And then something caused the Earth to freeze again. There's this period called the Younger Dryas where these certain plant that's in somewhere in the Arctic that went away and then came back and then went away again. And it only grows when the temperature is below a certain, degrees. So they know it had to be there. But it's quite possible. And I believe this to be true and this is just because I don't believe the pyramids were built by any fucking Egyptians. I don't think the Sphinx was. I think the Sphinx is way older. I believe that the water damage and stuff that Robert Schoch and these people said this happened during the rainy time when the Sahara was green. It's the only time that this water could have happened. There's water damage on the Sphinx, massive water erosion.
Okay.
And so they try, and they know that, they say, if you look at the oldest stuff in Egypt, it's way better than any of the newest stuff. It's awesome built. Like how did they do this? There's granite vases that It's like, how did you make these bases out of granite? How did you do this? You would need like diamond tip bits and stuff, which nobody had.
I know. I hear you. Believe me, I hear you. I
There's
saw it.
It's very weird, but I think, and we know, like, because we found the bones, we know that people like naturally anatomically humans with our brains, basically our brain capacity, everything have been around for 250 or 300,000 years. So we didn't do anything. We were running around just picking stuff and eating it. And no, come on. There was other societies that got, there's a cycle. Everything's a cycle on Earth. It's all cycles. So shit's been.
So what made me start thinking more along those lines is I started seeing the drawings that were made all over the world that look like people in spaceships. And how the hell do you come up with that out of thin air unless it's something you've seen or whatever?
There's drawings that they found in South America of mammoths and saber-toothed tigers and all these things. Like, well, how did these fucking people 10,000 years ago draw these pictures if those things were all dead?
Right. No, you're Jim. And I've seen
they found a mini Stonehenge buried in Lake Michigan. And the only time, it's under like 70 meters of water, but the only time that it would have been above the water was during like this younger Dryas time, during that period, which there was not supposed to be any people here.
Oh no, and I hear you, and I've seen when you look at the Earth from above and you see they have these things that you can only see from space.
Yeah, the Nazca lines. Who did that? Why would they do that? Why are there pyramids on every continent on the Earth?
Right. No, it makes me question all these things, which I only question. Like I said, I was just rolling along up until COVID. I really was. I was just rolling along. CNN said this. Fox said this. I knew what I knew, and I could just, let's go golf. Let's play softball. I'm done. And then one of my buddies I used to teach with, I hadn't seen him in like 20 years. Out of the blue, he contacts me on Facebook, and I get together with him. We go golfing, and he hated computers. He didn't have a Mac card, but he had got injured, and his back was all messed up. And he's like, I was laid up for all this time, and all I could do was surf the web. And I'm like, you hate computers? He's like, Pete, it's all I had to do. So we're golfing. He's saying, have you heard of all these different things? Chemtrails, Pizzagate.
Here's the thing. I thought chemtrails were bullshit. All right. I thought this is all bullshit. Then I looked into it and I went to debunk it. And guess what? The fucking government's been admitting we've been doing it since the 50s.
Thank you, Jim. And when you tell people that, you're okay. So
the government admits to doing it.
Yes.
It's in a fucking government, a GAO report. It's in an EPA report. They're talking about how they did this and they were watching this shit blow into Canada. But they got to be careful because if there's a low pressure system in Canada, it'll come into the U.S. and we don't want it coming into the U.S.
You can look at, I saw a clip of somebody in the military saying, in Vietnam, we did this all the time to make it rain, to deforest places. And then you can go online and look at companies that advertise. Yeah. This is what we do.
That's the thing that they get with it. They're saying it's not a massive, major thing. They're just testing things right now. Everything's just testing. We paid this company $25 million to test. They're testing, but they're
right. What
it looks like they're doing actually right now from all the testing, that's reports and the things that I've saw is they're taking like when they have the coal plants right now, the coal. Like the coal electric plant, electric generation stations, the coal, whatever you want to call them. But they have scrubbers that scrub it and get it's called coal fly ash that used to fly out, that used to be the black smoke. Well, they trap that. Well, they're putting that up into the fucking, up there because it has something in it, sulfur or something. Sulfur dioxide, so that it can stop the sun or somehow cool the earth. It's like,
yeah, so I read, oh my God.
It's not Thursday. I'm sorry. We're going to get to the news.
I'm sorry.
I started chasing squirrels. I'm sorry.
I was reading, Freakonomics 1, they talk about that. Somebody said, hey, when Mount Pinatubo erupted, the earth cooled because of what was in the air. And if we could replicate that, we'd be able to control climate change or global warming, whatever they wanted to call it.
Yeah, there's massive copper mines that were mined before there was supposedly anybody here. There's gold mines they found in Africa that date over 20,000 years old.
So Yes, welcome to reality, Pete. Well, reality hit like a brick to the face because he tells me this. It was amazingly a beautiful day at the end of February 2020. So he tells me this. He sends me some videos, and I'm on my way. I'm looking at the videos. Then they shut us down. In Jersey, you can't do anything. So now all I'm left to is the internet and all this craziness.
She said, why is it Thursday? Because I do a show called Theory Thursdays on another channel. We talk about all types of.
I'm sorry.
No, it's fine. It's fine. But anyway, let's get into this right here. Trump is discussing a possible Iran peace deal.
All right, go ahead.
President Trump says he's a lot closer to a peace deal with Iran, but he is still a solid 50-50 on whether it'll be a good deal. Good afternoon. I'm Molly Line in for John Scott, and this is the Fox Report. During an appearance in New York yesterday, the president once again said the Iran conflict will end soon. Today, he reportedly told Axios if Iran doesn't offer a deal, he'll
Coast
blow
to
them
coast.
to kingdom come.
Yes, I will listen.
Fox News is learning.
Coast to coast, man. America coast to coast, right? Or something like that. Or coast
Yes,
to coast
he had on every sort of. He knew about UFOs. He was down with that early.
I don't like. I personally don't think the UFO thing. I don't. Like I saw some of the stuff they just released. It's like that's a fucking balloon, dude. You shot a balloon. Leave me alone.
Until I see, we have the technology now. There should be vivid pictures of these things. You know what I mean? Come on.
Here's the thing: if our government's not freaking the fuck out about this stuff and going apeshit crazy, then there's nothing to worry about.
And if
they would be freaking the fuck out if it wasn't us.
And if they really didn't like us, what are they waiting for to destroy us?
Yeah, I know.
I mean, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah.
President Trump held a key phone call today with regional leaders on the months-long war. One diplomat calling that call very positive. Our coverage begins with Alex Hogan, live at the White House, where the president is spending this Memorial Day weekend. Hello, Alex.
Hi, Molly. So a lot of discussions taking place here at the White House today with President Trump, as you mentioned, telling Axios that he would hold a meeting with negotiators today to go over this latest deal with Iran. And one regional diplomat telling Fox News' Trey Yingst in the Middle East, quote, regional leaders were supportive of the progress and of the breakthroughs that President Trump achieved in these talks. We also heard the president say that it was 50-50 whether or not there would be a deal reached and that a decision would be made by tomorrow as of whether or not strikes would resume in Iran. We're also learning at the same time, President Trump telling CBS that negotiations are getting closer, so some progress there. Secretary of State Marco Rubio is in India today. He reiterated that the president...
I don't understand this because they keep saying this, but then everything we keep hearing is they just keep offering the same thing. No, we want you to take all your troops and go home, and we want to be able to make a nuclear weapon, and we want to do all that stuff, and it's like...
So
what?
if I heard correctly, didn't she say if it's the bomb's going to start dropping tomorrow?
That's what she said, but I've heard this like 5 times already. Like this has to happen.
Right. So if the deal's not done, I can look forward to Sunday of Memorial Day weekend, bombs starting to drop on Iran. I can look forward
I
to
will
that.
say, though, that this might just be because Saudi Arabia had asked not to do anything during the Hajj, which is their pilgrimage.
I know
anything happening. And so I believe, if I'm not mistaken, on the 24th is when Hajj ends.
Okay.
So like right now it's daylight over there. So by tomorrow morning, it'll be night. As long as they see the crescent moon tomorrow, then maybe the bombs are going to fall. I don't know.
So my understanding, I know what the Hajj is. Every pilgrim, every Muslim once in their life is supposed to make a pilgrimage to Mecca. And so I get that. And I've heard stories that it is crazy when the Hajj is going on. Like the planes are filled with people and like it's just crazy.
Do you know what they go there to worship?
A giant black rock.
Yeah, you know what that black rock is? It's a fucking meteorite that fell out of space.
Really? It's called the Kaaba.
Yes, it's a fucking meteorite. It fell out of space.
Right, isn't that what it's called? The Kaaba? I think it's K-A-A-B.
Or something. Yeah, it's some kind of stone, but it's a fucking meteorite, man. It's a fucking meteorite.
Okay, yeah, I
That's
know.
why it's black.
I knew the 5 pillars. I had to teach that stuff, so I'm aware. So yeah, I guess because there could be, upwards of I don't know how many people in Mecca for the Hajj. So I
millions,
can see
if
that.
I'm not mistaken, millions. I think
That's what I'm thinking. It's crazy. So I could see how they'd want them to all get out in case things go sideways. Maybe I could see that. That's good to know.
Yeah. And so I think that's what it was. We'll see. So
Lines for a deal. Iran would not be able to have any nuclear capabilities. Iran would need to reopen the Strait of Hormuz and turn over any enriched uranium.
The question is about the Iranian issue. And as I said, there's been some progress done, some progress made. Even as I speak to you now, there's some work being done. There is a chance that whether it's later today, tomorrow, in a couple of days, we may have something to say.
Fox is told that a call took place today at 1 p.m. and that was supposed to include leaders from Saudi, Qatar, the UAE, Egypt, Turkey, and Pakistan. President Trump said that he would meet with Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner, and that Vice President J.D. Vance was also expected to join that call. The Iranians today say that they're working on this 14-clause memorandum of understanding, and under that proposal that they would reportedly agree to end the war and commit to 30 days of more negotiations. Iran claims that the deal does not include...
They're just trying to drag the feet.
Yeah.
They're not dumb. They know that there's a timetable where Trump's going to be stuck because it's going to be too close to the election to do something.
So I agree with you, Jim. And I just looking at the chat, I feel like, and I don't know how many people are in it, and it doesn't matter, but I feel like everybody in it is sort of has the same sort of information you and I have, and more in some cases. You know what I mean? We're all like on the same page. And it always fascinates me how you could run into somebody and start trying to have a conversation about some of these things, and they will say, I've never even heard of that. What are you even talking about? Get the hell out of here. Yet, if they say something to you, you've absolutely heard about what they're saying. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I was going to say Trump put out a Truth Social post, which I think Truth Social is one of the best things he ever did because it skips over the media. Did you see his post?
I didn't. This just came out from Jack Prosovic. It says, from what I'm hearing from both the U.S. and Gulf sides, this deal is exactly what Trump has been asking for out of any deal. Main portions include no nuclear weapon, and the Strait of Hormuz will be open during a 60-day negotiating period. This is stupid to do, man.
So, Jim, wait a minute. I agree with you. That can't be. Those two things aren't congruent to me. No. Strait of Hormuz is open, and there's no nuclear weapons. What is that 60-day period?
The deal will be condition-based, release of funds and relief from sanctions for performance and progress and denuclearization. The deal allows for a discussion on long-term frameworks. Even if the long-term discussions fail, Iran is significantly weaker. Fuck this, man. This is basically, I'm seeing this as bad news right here. This is them cutting their losses.
I am willing to look at it as if the strait gets opened and we get the nuclear dust or whatever it is, then everything else is I'm good with being up for negotiation and it being based on their long-term whatever. But as far as money goes, from what I'm reading there, no money will be released to them until they meet certain checkpoints.
But by giving them more time, you're just giving them more time to harden things, to get rearmed, to get more stuff, and to do. It's like
I agree with that.
Got them right there, right on the edge. You just got to give them a little push, and they're going to fall over.
I agree with what you're saying in principle, but if it is true, like go back to the first part of that. Okay, so if this part's true, if main portion, no nuclear weapons, if that's done, true, locked in, you can't have.
They've been saying this entire time they're not going to have nuclear weapons. They've been enriching up to 60%, so it's bullshit.
It could, yes, but again, I believe it was bullshit with all these other presidents. But Trump, he will be on. I believe he will be on their ass, and we'll have whatever from Space Force, whatever, looking at wherever this nuclear stuff is. It's the best I can say because I don't think we can believe Iran about anything.
They can't believe about anything. That's what I'm saying. Any deal, you just basically they have to. The only deal would be like we surrender, come get the stuff. It's okay. That's the deal. Only deal I would.
And that's what I'm reading there. I'm reading it as what you just said. Hey, look, come get the nuclear
stuff. Would this
end
the blockade? I don't know. I don't know. That's what I'm saying. Was it end Trump? It doesn't say anything about Trump's blockade.
No, the blockade's fine. It said it would open the Strait of Hormuz. Now, I don't know if we'd keep, again, maybe that's what they're going to negotiate over 60 days. Like, are they going to negotiate when our naval or our Navy leaves the Strait of Hormuz? Maybe that. But I don't want our Navy to leave the Strait of Hormuz. Why would we leave? You know what I mean? Once it's open, let's keep our Navy there. Or at least some portion of it. Hell, we're pulling them all out of Europe. And this...
I was reading stories the other day saying that the plan was that they were going to try to put Ahmadinejad in power.
Again, you and I. This is what I'm saying. I heard that too.
And
I
I'm like,
heard
wait,
that
what?
too.
This guy, but like supposedly he was having issues, and like I guess they had him under house arrest because. Is it possible that Ahmadinejad was always a secret Israeli fucking agent or something like that this whole time?
He was supposedly one of the students.
He was one of the students during the whole protest. But I'm saying, was he always bought and paid for? Because they're saying it was Israel and the U.S. were like, yeah, we're going to do this and that. Like when they bombed Ahmadinejad's house, it wasn't to destroy it; it was to kill the guards guarding him so he could escape. Like, what?
Jim,
I don't know if these stories are true, but this thing just sounds like some James Bond wackadoo shit. That I'm like,
let's put it out there. Maybe he's an MK Ultra victim. I don't know. Maybe he's been programmed. It's so whacked out now that
60 days more. 60 more days for the world to continue to move to alternative oil sources. Yeah, but that doesn't do us any good here in the U.S. for our oil prices and gas prices. That's the problem. Like it's like, oh great, yeah, we're selling. Like the reason our electricity prices are where they're at is because in 2022, when the whole shit started with Ukraine, and everyone said no more buying anything from Russia. Well, all of Europe was getting their shit from Russia and through Ukraine. So when that stopped, we all of a sudden became like, oh, we're going to sell all our natural gas to Europe and all these places. So then all the peaker plants that are running natural gas are like, oh, we got to pay a lot higher price. It doubled the price of natural gas in the U.S. That's why all our electricity prices went up.
And what kills me about that is because I'm trying to stay intellectually honest to myself. And I don't believe, I believe the market determines, you got to let the market determine the price of things. I believe that.
When the supply and demand, the supply is down because Russia's not selling natural gas anywhere, and that's who was supplying it. So now the U.S. is supplying it. So we can sell it here at U.S. this price, or they'll pay us this price over here. So that's what's controlling the market.
Right. And I agree. I do agree with you. And I know people are like, why can't the United States just say, you know what, we're setting the price of, gas at the pump in our country at $2.30 a gallon or $2 a gallon. I'm totally against that. I don't think the government should do that. You know what I mean? But it is our oil, and I understand there's a world price for it. And if you can get more on the world market as a company, you got to get more on the world market. You are beholden.
This is what they established after World War II. Their idea was that because prior to World War II, like the U.S., basically all the oil consumed by the U.S. was oil produced in the U.S.
Right.
It was all drilled in the U.S. and Texas, other places. We were selling oil to Japan and other places. Then we decided we were mad at Japan because they went into Manchuria. So we said, we're going to embargo you on oil and rubber. And then they decided, well, we need oil to survive. So we're going to have to attack Pearl Harbor because we've got to be able to get oil from somewhere else. We're going to have to go take the lands to get the oil. We only have so much. That's how that happened. And then because after that, so we need to globalize everything. And so we're going to sell the oil that we take out of the ground of the U.S. over to these countries. And then we're going to buy oil from these countries to make gas in the U.S. And that's basically what's been happening. We ship in a shitload of oil to make gasoline in the U.S. and we ship out a shitload of oil to other countries. That way there's trade and it's all done in dollars and it strengthens the dollar and props up
the petrodollar and all that. But I just think at some point, I don't know if a certain amount of oil has to stay here. I don't know how and I hate to say because I don't want that done. I still want the market to determine the price. Maybe, have you heard about they're building a pipeline across Oman, is it? Or is it across the United? So maybe they finish that pipeline and then the Strait of Hormuz becomes a moot point. And by the way, Iran
it's only two countries that are going to have the UAE is building a pipeline to get out into but it's still got to get out in the Red Sea then. And so it's either got to go through the Suez Canal, which you can't use. The super tankers will not fit through the Suez Canal.
Okay.
They're called Panamax tankers that can fit through the Panama Canal. They're basically the exact size of the Panama Canal.
I got
too wide for the Suez Canal. So those tankers would then have to go out south, go past the Houthis through the Gulf of Aden. So then you're going to have an issue there too. So it's still going to be an issue.
And my other thing is like Iran threatened to cut the underwater cables, for the internet and all this stuff. I'm like,
but the fact that Iran is threatening to do anything, they shouldn't be moving and doing nothing. A ship comes out, it should be sunk. They stick their head out, it should be sunk. They fire a missile, blow it up.
That's my point.
There should not be any barracks left. There shouldn't be any bases left. They should have nothing left.
Right. Call their bluff. You bomb them. Anything they say they're going to do, go ahead. We're bombing the hell out of you. Do it. Do it. What are you going to do? Because eventually, they can't have time on their side. No matter what they do, the world is going to survive. And they can't keep threatening, we're going to do this, we're going to do this, we're going to do this, and buying time. F you. No more buying time. Your time's up. We're dropping bombs, or you're giving us what we want. And that's why I said, I don't care if we keep dropping bombs for the rest of Trump's time in office. There's nothing Congress can do about it. You know what I mean? That's his call. We're not at, I don't understand how you're at war if nobody's fighting against you. You know what I mean? My buddy's 6'7". If he's beating the hell out of me and I kick him in the shins once, that's not a fight. That's me getting beat the hell up. It's not a fight. It's not a war. And who is going to come in and fight?
I didn't say aliens built the pyramids. I didn't say aliens built the pyramids. I said they were built by, I believe, and this is my belief, that there was a place called Atlantis. I think Plato was correct. There was a civilization, and it's what's written about in the Egyptian texts, that there was a mother civilization that seeded Egypt and built these things and left them these things. That's what I believe happened. I think it was a huge, whatever you want to call it, empire. I believe the Azore Islands is the most likely place for where it was, because prior to this massive flood of water that shot out when the ice caps, the glaciers melted, the ocean was around 400 to 500 meters shallower. All right. So that's like 1,200 feet. But also you have to remember that where the Azores are is on the Atlantic rift, which it's very, it's flexible kind of, as far as the ground is, it's like it's the rift where the two plates meet. So when the water came, you have what's called isostatic pressure, where right now we're still rebounding in areas of the U.S. from where the ice left. It's still rising and popping back up, so that the earth is like a ball, so if pressure's here pushing down, other stuff's going to pop out. So that not only did the water get deeper, but the actual weight of the water pushed the bottom of the ocean down further. And that's what sank. You can look and you can see these plateaus and stuff. It's like, oh yeah, that's probably where it was. That's what I believe. So I believe that happened. There was a civilization and it existed and it built these things. Who knows what kind of tech? I'm not saying they had fucking spaceships or crystal spaceships or shit, but they probably had some kind of technology that allowed them to cut stone and do things with stone that we today still don't have the technology to really do.
Well,
because
here's
we
the
don't
thing.
know what they used.
If they were around 300,000 years ago, I mean, as far as we know, the people as we know them have been around for about 2,000 years, and look at what we can do. So imagine what people who have been around 20,000 years could have done, and that's still 280,000 years before us. Like, if that's what you're saying, I'm picking up what you're putting down.
I'm just saying, because if you look at what the Indian texts and stuff about the destruction and rebirth and all these things that happen around and around, and it makes sense, man. It makes sense.
By the way, Brian said they're in the mountains, LOL, you can't fight what you can't see. And while that may be true, I guess the Iranians are in the mountains. Well, that may be true. If you destroy what you can see, is there electrical generating plants, there are bridges, you could see all that. So if you totally take out everything they have, if you totally take that all out, what are these people going to live on? Like, so you're telling me they can live like cockroaches, basically. They're going to subsist in the mountains. What do you grow out there?
We got another video to watch that came out.
Yeah,
of the shooting. This is a reporter who has zero survival instincts whatsoever. All right.
What is that?
Sounds like fireworks.
Today, but this obviously comes just a couple of weeks after a shooting at the White House correspondence.
What is that? What is that?
So this guy says you're talking about taking out civilians. You see it as taking out civilians and a war crime. Is it impossible to see it as, no, I'm taking out the infrastructure that their military uses? It is also the infrastructure.
No, I'm not talking about taking out. I'm talking about hitting bases, like military bases, wherever the military bases and their equipment are somewhere. It's got to not. If they have them all in the mountains or in caves, then blow up the fucking caves and lock them in there.
But I'm saying, if you take out their electric, the military needs that electric. If you take it out, here's all I'm saying. Anything you do that damages the military, the rest is collateral damage. And if you want to call that a war crime, where's that? That's a new definition.
Then if that's the case, then everything that Ukraine has been doing is a war crime over the past 2 years because they keep bombing civilian shit left and right.
And how about the fact our gas prices are going up, causing people here to starve and everything? That's a war crime. Iran's committing war crimes. How far out do you take that silliness?
Yeah. Well,
you know what I mean?
When Iran fired on civilian vessels that had nothing to do with the war, that was a war crime. You know, when
generators. What do the generators run on? Like, there's nothing going on there. You take out everything and
only a war crime if you lose.
And let the people live that way. You know what I mean? Like, what are we supposed to do? You can't, like you said, Jim. You're giving them time. What are you fighting with one hand across your back?
This is honestly starting to be reminiscent of the Vietnam shit to me, where it's like you got basically, instead of just letting the military do what they got to do and win, you're fucking around and oh, don't do this, you can't attack here, don't attack there, we're gonna pick the target. Like, no, just go. Like, I thought this was different. I thought this was let the military win, let them win.
And I think it is. What I'm hoping is that it's going to be, all right, we're done effing around with these guys. They didn't give us a deal. Hegseth, have at it. Be lethal. Show me that lethality you spoke of when you were being confirmed at those hearings. Just have at it.
I just want to let everybody know in the audience, I know we've been going 2 hours already and we really haven't gotten through the first news story. Don't worry.
I'm sorry.
I'm going to get through the news stories. I'm going to do it. All right. No matter what, I'm going to get
through
at least
I'll just do it. Go ahead. Do the news.
I'm going to get through at least the 4 stories I have on the thumbnail.
Go ahead.
All right. So I'm not going to end the show without getting through the news
Go
stories.
ahead. Do the news.
Me and Peter were just talking. I hope you guys enjoyed the conversation. It was a very good
go ahead.
conversation. I'm not telling you to shut up. I'm just letting
No. I want to hear the news stories.
No matter what, I'm going to get through the news stories.
Go ahead.
LBJ and Jumbo was a freaking disgrace. So as the world braces itself for a possible restart of hostilities, hope for peace appears to have been rekindled. According to White House news correspondent Nancy Cortez, she posted on X that she had a phone conversation with President Trump and she received a draft peace. He received a draft peace agreement from Iran, and they're getting a lot closer. Okay, this could be hopeful news, and it could infer that the early report from Axios, where Trump said it was a solid 50-50 as to whether they would be able to make a good deal or blow them the kingdom come. No, he doesn't have to shut up. That's not it. We're talking. We're having a great conversation here. So the president told CBS News negotiators on Iran are getting a lot closer, and Trump reportedly said the agreement is getting better every day. It's getting stronger every. Is that a song? Getting stronger every day. I don't know. Anyway, Mr. Trump said that he believes. Why do I always call him Mr. Trump? It's President Trump said that he believes a final agreement will prevent Iran from attaining a nuclear weapon, adding that he wouldn't be talking about it otherwise, adding that the agreement would also result in Iran's enriched uranium being satisfactorily handled. Well, I thought we were going to take it. So now by saying that makes me, it's a Chicago song, right? Yeah. Feeling stronger every day, right?
Yes, it is Chicago.
2 hours late, love the KFC opening. Well, that's awesome. So I only sign a deal where we get everything we want. And so this says, Trump says Iran ceasefire on life support after garbage proposal from Iran. So they keep saying it's a garbage proposal. Then they're saying it's an okay proposal. Like, I don't get it.
It's right. That's right. I agree.
I give Trump a lot of leeway and a lot of room. I just don't I don't know, man. I'm not in my personal opinion, the first time that we had this 2-week ceasefire thing or whatever, and then they started fucking around, firing at stuff and sinking, trying to take boats and shit. That should have been the end of it right there. That should be all right. Well, I guess you guys aren't done yet.
Right. I'm very curious.
Let's see, what is this? Where negotiations stand.
Measure that would direct President Trump to withdraw from the war with Iran. The House had been scheduled to vote on the War Powers Resolution. Democrats had been pushing for this vote, but Republicans put it on hold after it became clear they didn't have enough votes to defeat the bill. Also on Capitol Hill, the Navy's acting secretary told...
The reason they didn't have enough votes to defeat the bill is because they didn't have enough people there. It wasn't that that they were losing. There wasn't enough people in Washington. People had already left on vacation.
Right. The 3 Republicans were gone, and they were good. There would have been votes to defeat it. I can't remember who the 3 were, but yes, I read that too.
Yeah, they were already gone. So
That guy Chow is great.
Oh yeah, he's awesome.
He is. He should have been a congressman from, where was it, Virginia?
Yeah, for Virginia. And then like this story says, Trump administration preparing to strike Iran. This came out at 6:20 this evening. So as I'm saying, I don't know what's going on. It's like I know Trump though is notorious for saying one thing and doing something else because he wants to surprise people. Like what happened with the whole strikes with the last June when they did all that Operation Midnight Hammer. It was like he's like, oh yeah, everything's good, whatever. We're going to give him 10 days, and then the next day we're bombing him. It's like, oh, he was just lulling them into a false sense of security. You know, it's like, oh, okay, so maybe that's what he's doing now. Maybe he doesn't want, I don't know.
Well, I hate to think he would miss his kid's wedding for something that's not real. You know what I mean?
It was like his son's third wedding, wasn't it? I mean,
it wasn't at least his second. At least his second.
I don't think he was. I believe from what I've read, they actually got married on Thursday or Friday at the courthouse, and that this whole thing in the Bahamas was just like a ceremony or something. So maybe was he at? I didn't hear any reports that he was at like that wedding.
Yeah, I didn't hear any of that either. I just feel like, like you said, I'm hoping, because you're right. He did say before we bombed them the first time. What site is this, Jim?
This right now is the Gateway Pundit.
Okay. Oh, love the Gateway Pundit.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I mean, I have right now I have 40 links open on my thing. I have you got that one email I sent you, right? That's what I do every day. I compile a whole list of topics and news stories. I gotta look
because the one email you sent.
I sent you two. I sent you one with the tab. I sent you two.
Oh, you're right. Go ahead. Keep talking.
Yeah. So, well, guys, Catherine K. been a member for 11 months. Thank you. Great show, Jim and Pete. Oh, thanks, Catherine K. Thank you so much.
Oh,
yeah, they recall.
Oh my God. Yeah. My buddy just texted in. I think he came home because Iran threatened Ivanka, which who the hell knows?
No, that happened. They knew about this. That was something like that. That was something they knew about the guy that's tied to Iran. They actually had the guy already. That just got released out. But that, they know that they tried to do it. But I'm sure that had pissed them off. But this this other stuff, they just recalled Marco Rubio back to Washington. Other stuff, I don't know. We'll see. Not Rubio. I'm sorry, Vance. Rubio's in India. Rubio's in India right now. There's supposed to be a massive negotiation between India, Japan, Australia, and us as far as countering China, basically, because India doesn't get along with China either.
Yeah, Jim, I just got the one email that had the link, which I truly appreciate.
Should have been two. I sent you two.
That's what I'm saying. I only have one in my thing, so I don't know if it maybe went to spam or whatever. I don't know.
Maybe. Let me double check.
It's okay. Go back to the news, but I just want to see what's next.
Yeah.
And I hope he does. So how long do you think Trump's going to wait? Because again, this sounds like, why are you calling J.D. Vance back for this if something big isn't going to go down? You don't need J.D. Vance there to say, hey, we got a deal.
No, you're calling back for other reasons, but I don't see this here. So
right, that's what I mean.
So the president's prepared to hit Iran.
It's in my spam, Jim.
Is it? Okay, yeah. Well, because it was a forwarded email from somewhere else. You hate the early cut and paste. Because that's the shooter. Because that's not the shooter that I saw on X. Because that's pretty funny. The shooter, I guess they identified the shooter, and it's not that weird video, that weird picture we saw earlier.
Oh, this is all. Wow, this is Gene doesn't do this, Jim. This is some real. You've done some work here. My man's got show prep. I didn't realize this.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I can't wait for the next story because that's one I didn't follow closely.
All right. So CBS noted no decision has been reached. President Trump raised eyebrows after he announced he would not be attending his son Don Jr.'s wedding this weekend. It's important for him to remain in D.C. during this important period. So that makes sense. There was world leaders waiting for the news. Yeah. They said this was about Cuba, not Iran. Well, that's the thing. Right now, the Nimitz is off the coast of Cuba. It got there yesterday, so who knows what that's about. Maybe they're going to go get Castro like they did Maduro.
Well, again, I don't want to stop them doing the news, but that you lead into another story. Some people are speculating that that's why they're finally bringing these charges against Raul Castro to give them a reason to go in and get him out.
they might actually be, the Cubans might be ready to get rid of them. The Cubans might be ready to just say, yeah, they might be done with this. And maybe they're like, yeah, just go ahead and we'll let you take them and just go. I don't know. Like these.
And Jim, I'm just going to say, because I do want you to get to the next story because I'm interested in that one. I will say, like, when people complain about, oh, the United States might take Cuba or might take Venezuela, well, why are so many people willing to risk their life to get to the United States? Like, wouldn't it be better? I'm going to unabashedly say it. We're the best country on the face of the earth. We're lucky every day to wake up in the United States with the U.S. Constitution. So why wouldn't it be great if the U.S. Constitution was now applied to Cuba or Venezuela or Alberta, Canada? What are we doing? Who doesn't want the United States Constitution? All these countries want it. The people who don't are these other countries' governments because it limits the power of government. You know what I mean? So when people are like, oh, U.S. taking over Cuba, that's terrible. Really, why? They should still live like it's 1965 there? Come on, give me a break. I'm sorry, go ahead.
No problem. So the Trump administration was preparing Friday for a fresh round of military strikes against Iran, according to sources with direct knowledge. Even as the diplomacy continued, no final decision on the strikes has been reached as of Friday afternoon. Circumstances pertaining to the government are keeping President Trump from attending his son Donald Jr.'s wedding this weekend. The president had planned to spend Memorial Day weekend at his golf property in New Jersey, but will now return to the White House. See, I saw that yesterday when he was going back to the White House. I was like, oh, shit, it's on. And there was reports, I saw reports of planes flying on their way, like they were going. I was like, oh, it looks like they're going. And there was, which are the refuelers, I think DC-11s or something like that. The refueling planes were up in the air and you could track those over Jordan and stuff like that. So it's like, oh, I think we might be going, but we didn't go yesterday.
And there was all that information about all the GPS and everything is jammed in that area. I saw those stories. By the way, there's no reason for him to be at Bedminster today. We're getting 2 inches of rain. It's 58 degrees and windy. It's not good golf conditions, Jim, believe me. I've been complaining about it for the last 3 days.
And New York Post just has, it's only a matter of time before U.S. resumes attacks on Iran, former Navy commander says. Well, maybe. I hope so.
Yeah. By the way, have you been watching the guy? Fox has this guy on, at former military all the time, and he's basically all about let's go back in and start bombing. He said earlier, sort of, you said it's been 6 weeks. This would have all been over if we hadn't stopped and paused all this.
All right. So just so everyone knows, if we check the DOCON, the Pizza Pentagon indicator, it tells us that we're at DOCON 3. So it's been going back and forth between 2 and 3. It's been bouncing back and forth. It says right now there's a 278% spike at the Domino's Pizza. It's quiet at Extreme Pizza. There's a 152% spike at We the Pizza, 270% spike at Papa John's. So this is how they track, and you can basically see what's going on at the Pentagon. You can figure out.
I gotta tell you, I really would hope, with knowing what we know now, these people would be eating more protein. I don't think all those carbs, this is not, I get pizza's easy. Maybe get some Chick-fil-A in there. The grilled nuggets.
Well, this is just the places that deliver to the Pentagon.
That's what I mean. That's what I'm saying. The Pentagon, you need protein. All the carbs slow you down, make you lethargic. I'm just trying to help them out.
All the gay bars are closed. Oh, that's weird.
I'm very concerned for their health. And your decision making's better.
So here's the Hormuz hub.
Yes, wings would be good.
Ships are still down. Let's see. I don't know. We'll still keep an eye on this. We'll keep an eye on this and see where we're at. What's the strip clubs doing? Closed. Cheetahs is closed. Club Visions is closed.
Club Visions.
Why are they saying they're closed? Doesn't make any sense.
I don't.
Shouldn't be closed. They should be open.
I don't. I don't know. I get how the pizza places and people being at the Pentagon ordering in food would give you something, but the strip clubs, maybe it's good they're closed. None of these guys are out at the strip clubs. They're all in there eating pizza, getting ready to bomb the hell out of Iran. They're looking to make it rain in a different way over in the Middle East.
And it just says Iran signals progress in talks as U.S. considers military strike. This just says Donald Trump says Strait of Hormuz will be open as peace talks near end. U.S. prepares fresh wave of strikes as Donald Trump skips own son's wedding.
Aren't those two opposite stories?
Yeah, they're like two opposite stories. I don't understand. It's like basically two stories, exact opposites, coming out at the exact same time from the same news outlet. So that's why I'm like, this is crazy. I look at them, I go, ah.
Yeah.
If the bars and clubs are busy, nobody is working. Yeah.
Dude, thus we stand. That's what I'm saying. It might be time to get off the pot.
Yeah.
You gave him 6 weeks. Now it's time to, just bomb everything.
Why Cuba is roughly the same size as Tennessee. Why would we worry about taking Cuba? We're not worried about taking Cuba. We can't have a country 90 miles away from us, all right, that harbors people that want to kill us, that trains communist Antifa actors, because they do. They train the people that are here doing all this shit, the people that are doing the shootings at the ICE facility in Texas, the people that are doing all these marches, that are attacking all the infrastructure, the pipelines and different things. They're all trained in Cuba. They go there every year for training.
Hence the Monroe Doctrine. It should have never been. It should have never been aborted. We should have been doing that the whole time.
I just want Cuba to be free. I want to be able to. I want Cuba to be free. I want to be able to go to my corner store and get Cuban cigars. I'm selfish like that.
What all these, Jim? Let me, since we're talking Cuba, real quick. Why isn't, how the Dems are pressing to make Puerto Rico and DC the 50th?
Oh, DC can't. That's the thing. It's a non-starter. Everyone says, "Oh, DC
I agree
can't
with
make
you.
DC a state." It's in.
I
You would
agree
need a
with you.
constitutional amendment to make, unless somehow they got a stacked Supreme Court that would say, "Oh no, it's okay. You can just ignore what it says in the Constitution."
Which brings me to the
DC cannot be part of a state.
I agree with you, and that brings me to the second thing. Why aren't the Republicans stocking the court with like Ted Cruz?
Well, they
Eileen
brought that up.
Cannon?
There was a thing, and they brought it up. Like they were having a hearing about it right now. I mean, really, technically, there should be 13 justices on the Supreme Court. We have 13 districts, so there should be 13 justices, really. But it's just they have never added them because it's been 9 since in 1898 or whatever.
Okay, I'll go with this. I can get down with 13 justices, but
Trump has to put them in right now.
And I would say if we're doing this is just my thinking. If the reasoning, the logic behind it is we have 13 appellate courts or federal court districts, then there should be a justice.
Circuits, I'm sorry, not districts, circuits.
Circuits,
We have 13
right.
circuits.
Then there should be a judge from each of those circuits on the court. If you really want to do it that way, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because
also like technically Northern Virginia should be returned to DC.
Yes.
So like the thing that made it leave, like the thing that made it leave was illegal at the time, because what they did was they had a vote. It had to be both the county and the populace, the city area. And so one of them, the city or whatever, voted no. They didn't want to, like, the area that was part of DC. And then the county of, I don't know what it is in Virginia, is it Arlington County or something like that, said they didn't, said they did want him back, but the city said no. And then because it's like there was more people in the county, they said, well, those more people in the county outvoted the people in the city. But that's not the way it was supposed to be. Both were supposed to have to vote yes.
And I agree with you 100%.
Like
at this
retrocision or something they're supposed to do, which supposedly Trump could order it and be like, no, this was all done illegally. That's DC's, here's the shape of DC. It says so in the Constitution. This is
I think they should give the land back to both states, Virginia and Maryland, and then DC would simply be when you're in those buildings.
Here's the thing. There was never supposed to be people living there.
Right. That's what I mean. Like, it should just be the buildings are DC. Yeah. So if you're in the Capitol building, you're in the District of Columbia.
No, what people are saying now, though, is that would straighten Virginia out really fast if that northern area, Fairfax, right? It's Fairfax, Virginia, and the northern part of Arlington, all that becomes part of DC. So those votes are not Virginia votes anymore. So those votes don't elect a senator anymore.
Okay.
Then Virginia would be a red state.
Virginia would be a red state. I get what you're saying. I get that too. I think
it is what it is. It's just like, but they don't get representation. Yeah, they do. They get the vote. It's just, it doesn't count.
But wait a minute. If they don't get representation, well, then live somewhere else. You know what I mean? Hey, if you don't get representation, we don't give you representation. Go live somewhere where you have representation. Because like you said, Jim, that was never the goal of DC. It wasn't supposed to be some city. It's insane to me that we let it get this far. I was like, but yeah, those are the two things I was going to say. But why wouldn't we make Cuba the 51st state? They're voting Republican.
People are confused about Puerto Rico too. Puerto Rico elects Republican governors all the fucking time. All the fucking time.
Oh yeah.
Like, the people in Puerto Rico, Puerto Rico's not going to be this left, but Puerto Rico doesn't want to be a state. They're happy with the way things are. Puerto Rico is 100%. They've voted on it numerous times. Like, no, we don't want to be a state. We're good. We like it the way we have it.
What is the way that what are they?
There's some weird exemption they have from taxes and stuff, and it's a weird.
But they complain because their electric is like from 1950, so they have one storm and everything goes down, and then it's the United States. Now you got to fix it. Like, what are you spending your money on?
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff. Like, there was that big storm in Trump's first term where there was all the water that they just left sitting on runways that went bad, because you can't leave. People don't, a lot of people don't realize you can't leave water in plastic bottles in the fucking sun. Within like 2 or 3 days, that water's no longer drinkable. It's toxic.
Yeah, it's some stagnant. This is the story that I didn't really follow, so I'm very curious.
Yeah. So San Diego mosque shooter Caleb Velasquez walked out of a mental health facility day before the massacre. Cops had prior warnings. So as per usual, he was on the cops' radar.
It was I thought it was 2 shooters.
There is 2 shooters, but the one main one. So one of the deranged teens behind the shooting walked away from a mental facility the day before carrying out the attack. Caleb Velasquez left Park Mental Health Treatment Center the morning before killing 3 people at the Islamic Center with 17-year-old Kane Clark. Vasquez also had firearms restraining orders issued against him after police conducted a welfare check in his home in Chula Vista last year, according to the sources. The visit was in response to a 2025 911 call alerting authorities to his disturbing social media posts.
Yeah.
So it's a billionaire tax, which gives exemptions to Wall Street. Puerto Rico has this law per Congress. So yeah, there's some kind of law where like people can move there and they don't have to pay taxes or something like that for a certain number of years, or there's some weird law and they like it that way because people bring money in. And so I thought, like, there was reports that this one was trans because of the cornrows and the hair and everything. And
who is this one?
This is one of the shooters.
Okay.
This is Kane Clark or whatever. These are the 3 people that were killed. Masur Kazani, Abu Az, Amin Abdullah, Brian Climax. So these are, this is a convert that changed his name, and Nadir Awad. So they later took their own lives in a getaway car. Well, actually, one of them, from what I understand, one of them killed the other one, then killed himself.
Oh boy! Wow!
So it's supposedly there's a video. They videoed the whole thing.
So that's craziness. And so now the 2 guys who did it are gone. So there's no way to talk. No way to talk to the perps. So we have really.
They left a manifesto.
Of course they did. Of course they left the manifesto. Who wrote that? Can we prove it's them? This is more that if MK Ultra is a real thing, these people sound like exactly what they were creating. Go in, do this murder. You can kill yourself afterwards, and it's a big false flag event. Hey, look at what's happening over here. And you did it to a Muslim place, which right now there's a lot of bad press about the Muslims from all over the world. What's going on in England, even though on our show we have people who listen in England, and the one guy's like, oh, it's okay. We're a post-Christian nation. You know what I mean? Meanwhile, these rape gangs are out there and they're scared to convict them because they're going to look like racists. So this is just very curious to me. The timing, the 2 guys kill themselves afterwards. I can't wait to see their manifesto. And all of a sudden, everybody's manifesto is available. You do remember before you could never. They still haven't released all the information about Klebold and the other kid who shot up Columbine. It still hasn't been. All of that hasn't been released. Yet these guys, here's their manifesto. You know what I mean? The guy who Mangione or whatever, Luigi. Here's his manifesto. Here's why he did it. The last one they didn't want released was the one who shot up that Christian school in Tennessee. And when that got out, people lost their minds.
Oh, yeah, they went crazy. They went after people, tried to throw people in jail for releasing it because it's like...
right, so it makes me curious when these manifestos are just readily available. I just, and the guy today at the White House, his manifestos, let's read what he had to say.
Well, we're going to find out about that. I got that pulled up next, the story about him. So, teen in a mosque shooting was flagged to police for idolizing Nazis a year before the attack. Like, I don't understand this. Not idolize like this. There's a serious problem in this country right now with people with Nazis and stuff. Like, it's one thing. Like, I love watching the History Channel. I love watching the World War II stuff. I love, like watching, stuff, and it has Nazi tanks and stuff in it. I'm not cheering for the Nazis, but I just like watching the history. I like seeing what happened. I like going, wow, it's weird how all this stuff happened and how, I like look at this one mistake these people made. If they wouldn't have made this mistake, this would have turned out this way and different. I just like analyzing stuff like that. I don't know. If the Germans didn't invade, if the Germans didn't invade the Soviet Union in Operation Barbarossa, things would have turned out a lot different. I mean, it's just, you got to look at it that way. And it's like, it's kind of a good thing that he was all methed out and decided to attack the Soviets because
if they didn't keep appeasing Hitler, it would have turned out different.
Yeah.
If they'd have let Patton go into the Soviet Union, it'd have been different.
Things would have turned out different. Yeah.
If the United
Patton's one of the first people one of the first known cases of me saying that they took somebody out because it's very odd that Patton died in a car accident.
Oh, Jim, I don't want to delay more than news, but you bring that up. I read the book. I never even realized.
Which O'Reilly's book, Killing Planton?
Yes. And I'm like, holy crap, they took him out. He was going to come back to the United States and run for president. From what I read, Patton was like, we may have fought for the wrong side here.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, oh my God. So that was very, very interesting.
Thank you, Catherine K. Gifted one Jim Tells You membership. Thank you so much. That means right now. And don't worry, folks. As long as the show's going, if the girl comes in, I'll add another hour. But the show's going to keep going until I cover at least the 4 topics. So we're 84 now away from adding a first hour and 34 away from Bellavision. But Bella's already there. Whatever.
So at any rate, that was very interesting. You said that about Patton and him getting taken out. Yeah, that was recent.
I think he did. That's my opinion. I think he did.
There's no question. There's no question to me he was taken out in a mysterious car accident with his military Jeep. Like, and he doesn't recover.
And his driver walked away?
Yes. Yeah.
It doesn't make sense to me.
It does not make sense. And the more I read, I was like, this is just incredible. All the years I taught, maybe I should look more into how Patton died. But you're trying to get through the curriculum. It's crazy.
Yeah, that's right. They have to create the right-wing violence because for the next summer of love. Yeah.
Yes.
Nanner knows received that gifted membership from Catherine K.
That's
knows
sort of what I'm saying. Like, you need these events to happen to set a narrative. But I feel like the people in your chat absolutely get what's going on. Like, as soon as something happens, I feel like just like, all right, let's see why this happened. It's a false flag. Who's behind this? What's the goal here?
So La Raza for Trump says the Austrian painter might not have had a choice to attack the USSR. They were apparently ready to roll over Europe. Well, see, a lot of people forget, too. They always say, the Germans invaded Poland to start World War II. The fucking Russians did, too, buddy. They had a pact. They both invaded. The Germans came from the west. The Russians came from the east, and they met in the middle. I mean, people forget that. Nobody declared war on the Soviet Union. I don't know. I'm just saying, I don't know. I'm not excusing Hitler. I'm not excusing the Germans. I'm just saying, like, people forget, they gloss over that there was 2 people involved in that first attack.
And I feel like it's also glossed over the atrocities committed by Stalin.
They killed,
the
amount of people killed by Stalin and the people killed by Mao. The amount of people that died under the Great Leap Forward or whatever it was called is crazy.
Yeah. And I agree. I don't know why we didn't recognize Taiwan instead of China.
We did. That's the thing. We always recognized Taiwan. They were a Republic of China. They had the seat in UN. The Republic of China had a permanent seat on the Security Council.
Right, but that's
until Carter.
Why would Carter change that? That does no good. How does that promote, especially at that time, just post-Vietnam, when there was all this domino theory garbage? Why are you now taking out a potential democracy?
I don't know.
It doesn't make sense.
And then, like, after he did that, that's when Congress passed a law basically saying that we have to supply Taiwan with any weapons they need. We have to be willing to, there's like a statute. It's a law saying the U.S. has to sell Taiwan whatever weapons they want, basically, to do. But Taiwan is one of the most advanced, technologically advanced countries in the world. Let's be honest. They create all the most advanced microchips and stuff. If Taiwan wanted to have a nuclear weapon, they would have one. They had a program, and they got found out in the 90s. They were building nuclear bombs, and the CIA busted them and basically made a whole big stink and whatever. Well, Clinton threatened to cut them off. We're going to stop, we're going to stop, helping you. We're going to stop defending you or whatever if you don't stop. But let's be honest. If you refer to it as Formosa now, well, I still refer to it as the Republic of China, the ROC. Anyway, if they had nuclear bombs, if Taiwan had nuclear weapons, China couldn't do a fucking thing. They're not going to do nothing because you're not going to attack somebody. They can nuke you. What are you going to nuke them? And then what's the purpose?
Right. It's sort of like India and Pakistan now.
Yeah. They're for years they were going back and forth. Now they both have nuclear weapons. It's like, well, I guess we can't fight anymore.
Right. And the problem, and that's why I see the problem with Iran is those maniacs will just, I feel like, I guess the thought process is if they have a nuke and they want to raise gas prices and control oil in the Gulf, what are you going to do about it? You mess around, we'll use the nuke. And I guess we're believing that they are crazy enough to use it and you just don't want to find out, so you can't let them have it. So I get that. I mean, North Korea hasn't used anything yet. I'm not sure if they really can or if that's all a story.
Well, they have nuclear bombs. We know they have nuclear bombs. They've tested them. We know that they have them. Their missile technology is not advanced enough to reach. Like they could hit Hawaii. They'd be stretched to hit California right now. Like they don't have that range to hit California yet. But it's only a matter of time before they're able to do it. But the bottom line, that's why we should actually, the fact that the U.S. doesn't have some kind of air defense system that can actually, like Reagan was 100% right when he said we need this Star Wars thing. The fact that we just never did anything that was just all something they cooked up and made the Russians think, the Soviets think we were doing it, and then we basically forced them to spend themselves into oblivion.
Which Jim, I think was genius, and I got to hear people, it would have happened eventually. No. You don't get to say, because Reagan did it, and it was a stroke of genius, that it would have happened eventually. Because we saw what happens when Democrats get in. They cater to these people. So it wouldn't have happened eventually. I agree with you. He bankrupted them. It was genius.
Yeah. I mean, our Navy has been depleted to the point where I don't even know, like, I don't think we could stop China at this point if they decided to go for Taiwan. I don't think we could stop them. I don't.
And again, is that my mic? Is he talking about my mic? Because it's been.
No, I don't know. No, I don't know what he's. I don't know what he's. Sometimes some of these people you don't even. They just say things.
Well, because my mic is known, it lasts about 3 hours.
Oh,
crazy
okay.
Just keeps the show.
Oh, okay. New tip. Oh, I got a tip on Ko-Fi. Oh, let's see what it is.
What is Ko-Fi?
What are your guest channels for 5 from Kofi 2A? He's on a show called Gino Bisconti is the show he appears on. It's a show. Thank you so much for the 5. I don't know how to let's see do this. So
yeah, he's my bro. So what happened, Jim, real quick, was he said, "Look, Pete, you come on with me for a half hour on Friday, so I have something to put on one of my levels of Patreon." So I'm like, "All right, I'll come on. I'm not doing anything." And you've seen what has happened.
Thank you so much. Go back to my page. So this is what coffee looks like. It's a place to give tips and stuff like that.
Awesome.
People give you money and stuff, and so
that's great. Thank you.
But how do I? What do I do this? Oh, that's the homepage. All right, here we go. So yeah, so it just shows the stuff. So yeah, so $5. Thank you so much.
Okay, if it's just let me know if it's a bit too harsh because I can switch to the mic on the camera. I do that sometimes.
It's a bit harsh. It's fine. Yeah. So with that means we're now $79 away from adding a first additional hour to the show, and $29 away from Bellavision. It's the mic. Okay, you're talking about the mic. The military industrial complex.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Which you call it? Eisenhower apparently warned about when he was leaving.
It says, how about giving North Korea missile technology with just barely enough range to hit California?
By the way, my theory on California, I love that term, is simply this. Why aren't we encouraging them to leave the Union? Why aren't we encouraging that? Like, let California leave, they become their own country, and then immediately we invade them, and now they're an occupied country. Like,
Well,
I don't.
it's already an occupied country. I firmly believe that if you had free and fair elections in California, if it wasn't so corrupt and counting ballots for a month later, like this decision that the Supreme Court's getting ready to make about counting ballots after Election Day, if it goes the way it sounds like it's going to go, because even Kagan was like, well, this doesn't sound like correct that you could keep counting ballots for a month after the election day.
I listened to that case. Again, it's one of the ones I listened to. It seems very much like it's clearly they're stopping that nonsense.
Yeah, you're not going to be able to do it. They're probably going to say, oh, well, because there's a specific statute that says because of military, but just military ballots can be counted for 5 days. That's what the statute, for 5 days.
I don't see how I don't see how they're even going to do that, because I believe, unless it's specific to, like you said, just military ballots, because in Florida, from what I understand, after the hanging Chad disaster,
the elections in Florida are run like a Swiss or a clock. I mean, they know your ballots are in. You know they're in. You can go online and look. My ballot was in. It was tabulated and counted and see. And they just don't. The results aren't released until the polls close. Immediately when the polls close, every ballot that came in early is immediate. It's there.
That's my.
And there was. They busted the people. There was a lady down in Broward County that was doing shit where they were basically holding stuff back and waiting until the panhandle was done, and then how many ballots are needed, and all of a sudden they would have the ballots they need to. It's like, no, you're not doing that anymore. Get the ballots. Let's go.
That's what I'm saying. Like, I almost think the Fed should say we're using Florida's way of doing it. If my understanding is, any absentee ballot has to be asked for and in ahead of time.
Right. Every election cycle, you have to ask for an absentee ballot. Every election cycle.
And it has to be in ahead of time by a certain date, counted before the actual election day, and that's it. So there's no, hey, we found these ballots in the trunk of a car somewhere, and all of a sudden you got Al Franken in Minnesota as your senator instead of Norm Coleman. Like, it's silliness. And in New Jersey,
and if I'm not mistaken, Norm Coleman actually won, but they had already gave it to, like, ballots. Shit changed after it was certified. They figured out that Norm Coleman actually won by like 100 ballots. 100
really?
Ballots. Yes.
I did not. That makes it even worse, Jim. See, I stopped after they put Al Franken in there, because I believe literally ballots were found in the trunk of cars somewhere. And now they've advanced to just in Detroit, driving them in there afterwards. So I just, in Philadelphia, in New Jersey's terrible. In New Jersey, in the one,
it happened in '88. I thought from what I saw, it was in the 90s that they got told to stop.
I don't know. Because that's the first I'm hearing about that. But I just think
was Taiwan working with? I wonder if Taiwan was, because South Africa had a nuclear program, and it's widely believed that there was a nuclear test before apartheid fell. That they did some kind of nuclear test, and that they had the bomb. That South Africa did have the bomb. That I can't remember if they were working with the Israelis or someone else. And then after, like, when they knew like basically the country was going, we're going to have to surrender to, they got rid of everything, because they're like, yeah, these people can't have a bomb.
I have never been to South Africa. What kind of country, like, is that a very advanced country? Is that first world?
It was first world before they just, now it's just basically like, it's reparation city, where they have laws that say, if you, like, everything has to be owned by a black person in South Africa now. Nothing.
No, I know what's going on there now. I was one of my first years teaching is when they had the elections with the guy who'd been in jail, Mandela, and it was a big deal and all that. And
those people Mandela and his wife were terrorists. Like,
that is my understanding.
They used to put, like, they had a thing called necklacing, where they would take tires and put them around people's necks and light them on fire.
Yes, I heard. Sure, I was going to say yes. The tiring, craziness. So I do remember that, but I've never been there, and I can't tell what it's like, because
Israel helped South Africa develop and test the bomb. Yeah, I knew I was right about that. So they have more riots when they announce results on election night. Well, I guess, yeah.
And so I just think the elections, like you said, Jim, between the Supreme Court decision that determined that racially gerrymandered districts are unconstitutional and not counting ballots after election day, I mean, you've helped already safeguard U.S. elections a great deal. The SAVE Act would just be icing on the cake. That would be, and this is the thing.
The problem is there are Republicans,
right?
That, that don't want it. Like in Alaska, Lisa Murkowski, if the SAVE Act passed, she would never be.
And that's to me how you know they're dirty.
Yeah.
And they're not, and it's and they're part of the uniparty, because I believe if the SAVE Act passed, the only what is it? Illinois, New Jersey, parts of New York, and maybe California, Oregon would be the only states where Democrats have a chance to get elected. Their policies and ideas are hated. They're terrible.
I don't think gerrymandering at all should be legal. That's my personal opinion. I think there should be like set standards. Like, I understand what they say. Well, it's always been that way, where the party in power could make the map so that they could stay in power. It's like, well, that's not, to me. I think that, like, I personally think right now what's going on with the number of people in Congress, it should be representative government. Like, you shouldn't have, there's districts that have over 1 million people in the district. So how can one congressperson represent 1 million people? They can't. That's not representation. It should be the way it was designed. I mean, I understand like 35,000 people was when the Constitution was written, what they had, one representative for every 35,000 people. Obviously, that would be a 10,000 representatives. So
now it's supposed to be, last I read, one representative for about every 700,000 people.
Well, it depends. The largest district, the one with the most populous district, because it's done by statewide, and because it's not all going to be perfect. There's a district in Texas that has 1 million people in it.
Okay. Well, then what has to happen is, because they effed with the census.
Right. They have with the census, and then so you can't, like, basically you're drawing districts, and so you make one with 1 million people in it, and then one with less. But
in Texas,
I personally think they should be like, it should be a set number, like 100,000 people, let's say, or 70,000 or something. Say it's 100,000 people, then it would be 3,500 Congress people. If there's 350 million people, that would be 3,500 Congress people.
Yes.
Obviously, you can't put them all in one building, but we have technology where they don't even have to be in Washington. They could be doing this right here. Have the hearings, do this, a big screen, people talking. I want to talk. You hit a button, they bring you on. You say your piece, you vote, and then just everything could be done like. No, you start in start in one corner of the state, the top left corner, bottom right, whatever, one corner of the state. Every state starts in the corner, and you would just extend a square until you get the number, and then move over a square, a square, a square. Like, there should be no districts that don't have straight lines.
Here's the thing. Then why not make it even simpler, and just every county gets every count? How many counties are there in the United States?
But you got some counties that have 5, like Cook County in Illinois has 5 million people in it.
Well, I get that.
Counties that have, so
that's
you couldn't
true.
really, but saying it's supposed to be by population.
It is.
It is by population. That's the whole thing. It's supposed to be by population. And I had Grok run the numbers and many different ways, and had them do everything and pull it up. And the Republicans would have like 400 to 500 more seats in Congress than the Democrats.
And that's the thing, and that's where it is. The Democrats only win. They only win in let's face it.
The only areas they have are really densely packed urban areas like Chicago, New York City, Camden, New Jersey, like these populous cities. And what they do is they take those cities, like Chicago. If you look at this, the Illinois maps, you have Cook County in Chicago, and all the 10 out of the 13 districts emanate from Chicago. And just ripple all the way across the state. They've got a district that comes like this. It comes all the way around, makes this big horseshoe, loops up this way. They got one that goes. It's yes.
No, I hear you, and that's what
condition itchy. Yes.
I would. Does that, the higher it goes, does that mean we're closer to dropping some bombs? Is that what I understand? Itchy? Is condition itchy trigger finger?
You have 1,000 representatives, more chance for corruption. I have the opposite argument, Steve. The more representatives you have, the less likely they can get away with the corruption. Somebody's going to blow the fucking whistle. You can't have. It's easier the less people that you. I'm going to pull it up. I'm going to pull the DC
less
shooter up
people
in a
you
second.
have, the easier it is to have
It is to bribe them. The easier it is to control them. The easier it is for lobbyists to get them. You have 3,500 representatives. How the fuck are you going to lobby 3,500? Someone's going to blow the whistle. This guy just offered me money to do this. You would that would kill the two-party system.
Which would be
you'd
a
have
good
representatives that were libertarians. You'd have representatives that were Green Party. You'd probably have fucking communists, even though it's barred in the there's a statute that says you can't be a member of the Communist Party and be in government. Did you know that?
And
good law.
I forgot. The other part of that is the parties, the Democrats and Republicans are independent organizations.
Yeah.
Like, I don't think people get that. They're not a government thing. They're independent organizations, which is why when Trump was trying to be a Republican, remember at the one debate, they said, how many people agree that whoever wins this primary, we're going to support them? Because otherwise we will let the Republicans didn't even have to let Trump run as a Republican. They didn't have to.
I think, but they didn't really have a choice. I think if they didn't, they knew that he would run as an independent, and it would fuck them.
Right, but they could have said, go run as an independent. But I think Trump knew, like you said, Trump knew.
I'm going to pull it up, Pat, in a minute. Let me get through the story. I'm going to do it next
All
after
right,
this
go
story.
ahead.
So, so one of the teenagers who killed 3 people was flagged by law enforcement last year for alarming behavior, idolizing Nazis, prompting police to confiscate the father's guns. The officers who conducted a welfare check of him wrote that he was involved in suspicious behavior, idolizing Nazis and mass shooters, and they removed 26 guns from his father's house under the 2014 law allowing the confiscation of firearms from people considered dangerous. So they took his father's guns because the son was dangerous. So that's...
I got to tell you, when something would go down at school, if somebody made a threat, that was one of the things we needed to do. Any guns in your house, got to call your parents, and then the police would go do a check.
Mm.
Jim,
So
I'm going to
his father initially did... What's up?
I'm going to run to the bathroom real quick. I'll be right back. Is that okay?
No problem. Go ahead. Go ahead. You can shut your camera off if you want. You don't really
No,
matter.
that's good.
Vasquez's father initially denied police entry into his home when they requested to see how he was storing his weapons. His parents had voluntarily removed the guns from the house and placed them in a secure storage facility days earlier, according to an affidavit signed by Marco Vasquez. As authorities had Vasquez, Kane Clark, they met online, were both radicalized. Police haven't shared more details. Clark's mother told law enforcement that the weapons were missing from her home on Monday, kicking off an hours-long search before they committed the shooting at the Islamic Center. Was it breaking news? Oh, okay. All right. White classmates and school officials asked the court unsuccessfully to keep one of the suspects away from his dad's guns. So documents, one suspect shooter at the Islamic Center had gone to high school dressed like mass shooters. Once came to class dressed as a TV show killer, Dexter Morgan. Ultimately, police determined there was cause to seek a gun violence restraining order to prevent Vasquez from buying or possessing weapons. His behavior is very concerning because he likes Hitler. The order was temporarily granted. The father stated he would place 12 guns in storage. In February, Chula Vista police requested to continue the hearing on gun violence until March 11th. On March 11th, the San Diego judge, Enrique Camarena, rescinded the restraining order and dismissed the case. The court documents do not spell out why the order was rescinded. Well, because you cannot restrict the rights of someone else because of actions of someone else. That's why. You can't deny someone their constitutional right because of actions of someone else. That's more than likely why the order was rescinded. The judge probably said, wait, this guy didn't do anything. We can't take his guns away. His behavior is very concerning. He's become increasingly obsessed with mass shooters and Nazis. The order was temporarily granted. Okay. Chula Vista detectives were called after 2 of his friends who went to the high school reported that they had told him not to go to school the next day. So he told him not to go to school the next day, and they said he was implying violence. All right. So the teen's father informed police he had 12 registered firearms and assured the detectives he would secure them. Said the father's lack of cooperation. So the cops went to the father's house to try to get the guns in January of last year. Father said, I put them in secure storage already because I know my son's a problem. So then they tried to get a restraining order, get the guns. They went to court, and the judge dismissed it and basically said, no, you can't take this father's guns away because his son's a crazy person. That's not how the Constitution works. His father didn't do anything. The law doesn't specify that like that's not how it works.
Right.
So
yeah, yep.
But anyway, and it seems like the father actually supposedly went and had proof that he went and stored him in a secure facility out of the house. That way the son couldn't get him. So I don't know. So because they did this because he went to school dressed as Dexter Morgan.
Oh my God. I didn't watch Dexter.
I did. It was pretty good.
I heard it was good. I did not watch it.
It was really good. I mean, he only killed bad people, supposedly.
Well, that's why I like Taken so much. The movie Taken. He just killed the people who deserve to die.
Anyway, so gunmen who opened fire on the White House identified as Nasari Best, who believed he was Jesus Christ.
So there you go.
Christian's fault.
This
is what he looked like. He believed he was Jesus Christ. So that first picture we saw was not the right guy, apparently.
So that's why, like you said, Jim, you got to wait. You got to wait to see what comes out.
Yeah.
Maybe he was watching The Boys, like Homelander thought he was God. This guy, anybody can do it.
So we saw this statement. Senior, we saw this. This is all old stuff.
Now, this guy's dead, right?
I believe he's dead, yeah.
So, again, dead men tell no tales. So who the hell knows?
That President Trump has said a deal is close, only for the.
All right, we saw that. We're on lockdown. Jonah Finn says districts should be divided up geographically by roads, highways based on population. May still be jagged, but still be easy to find. Yeah, but they shouldn't be like these weird. What I'm saying is, you should be able to, like, if at all possible, they should be like straight lines. You know what I mean? It shouldn't be crazy.
I
like
agree with
have
you.
like a minimum of 2 perpendicular lines. You know what I mean? Like, you should have some other stuff, but you should have at least 2 lines like this. You know?
And I think if you look at some of the places are drawn that way. My question is always, like, obviously we know a large city leans heavily Democrat, but in places like New Jersey, like the district I am in used to be, it was Republican from the Civil War until the 2010s.
We have breaking.
So I'm just saying it was Republican.
What about that? What district is that guy Van Drew in? Because he was a Democrat and he was the congressman, and then he decided to change to a Republican, and he still won the district. So
yes, he's in District 1, which is in South Jersey, and that's very Republican down there. So he's in District 1, and that's very Republican down there. Yeah, but I am District, I believe District 3, and it was Republican from like the Civil War on. And then in I think the 2010s, John Runyon ran as a Republican, the former NFL player, and won. And then he left because he's like, you can't get anything done here. And from that point on, I don't know if they changed the district or whatever, but it's been Democrat. It's crazy. And they're not good.
Jersey was run by Republicans all the way through Prohibition, if I'm not mistaken. There was a couple cities that were run by Democrats, but the senators were always Republicans and the governors were always Republicans up until after Prohibition time area. And that, I think that has to do with like FDR coming in and doing stuff. But anyway, like a lot of people don't know, like the state that was the last state to free their slaves was New Jersey.
New Jersey in 1980 or 81 actually had a vote to separate into North and South Jersey. And it would have been the best thing that could have happened for South Jersey.
If I'm not mistaken, too, like I don't know how recently, but in the past, in our lifetimes, New Jersey had a vote to take slavery out of their constitution, their state constitution. It was still in there. They just didn't take it out because they did not free the slaves in Jersey until the day that the 13th Amendment was ratified.
I didn't even realize that.
That was the last state. Yeah, you can look. I mean, I'm not making it up. You can look it up. The last state to free their slaves was Jersey. They try to say, well, a lot of them were freed before then. It just wasn't official. It's like, fuck you.
Right.
Didn't free them until.
Then how did Juneteenth happen in Texas?
because it's bullshit. That's a bullshit thing. It has nothing to do. That was a group of people that were in Texas that did that just the day that the soldiers got there and told these people, yeah, you were freed. Well, okay. What about the slaves in the North? Because none of the slaves in the North were freed by the Emancipation Proclamation. None of them.
Right. No, I know that.
It only affected the slaves in the under
Yep,
Confederacy.
I know. Yeah, I know that. And by the way, since slavery came up, Jim, I just can't help it because so many people today somehow have been conned into believing that the Republican Party is the party of racists and slavery. And it's just so not true. The Democrats were always a party of slavery. The Democrats, the election of 1876, it was hung up. And what they decided was, we'll give you the Republican governor, but you got to take the troops out of the South so we can put in all the Jim Crow laws and keep the blacks under. I mean, it's so disgusting. And then somehow with LBJ in the 60s and the Great Society, all of a sudden the Democrats are now, they're not pro-black. They put you on a different they put you on a different plantation. That's all they did.
Yeah.
The Republicans.
Well, they say but when you always say, well, when did this flip happen? What actually happened was a lot of like, because blacks supported the Republican Party. The first 13 or 14 black people ever elected to Congress were all Republicans.
Yes,
all Republicans.
Right.
All right. But what happened was, it's as they started to get things, it was the Gibbs me. I hate to say it that way, but it was getting things like they used to get stuff, and then when the FDR came along and it was the New Deal, we're going to give you stuff. It was
right.
Okay, we're going to go with the Democrats. They're going to give us stuff. They're going to do this stuff for us. They're going to give us stuff, and that's all it was. It was getting stuff. Same thing happened. Like even Martin Luther King was a Republican.
Yes,
he was a Republican. He knew about the Democrats in the South. The whole purpose of the Voting Rights Act and the civil rights laws in the 60s was because of Southern Democrats.
Yes. The Dixiecrats were a group of Democrats who walked out of the Democratic National Convention because they didn't want equal rights they didn't want
and they say there was a switch. There was only one person who switched parties. It was Strom Thurmond or something like that, I think. Or
there was no switch. The Republicans have always been the party of you get what you get based on merit. Yeah. They always have been, and Clarence Thomas, we go right back, is a glaring example of that. And if you read any of Thomas Sowell, any of these people, it's always been that way.
I mean,
it just kills me that these people get these young kids believing the Republicans are the racists, and it's the exact opposite. And the Democrats are still the racist party because they will tell minorities, you can't do anything without affirmative action. You can't do anything unless we help you. And that's a lie.
Yeah, but that's the thing, like the entire purpose, like that, it was because of the Democrats because basically all those states in the South that were Democrats, the Dixiecrats, it was one party control, and they decided and it was only going to be white Democrat representation. That's it.
And by the way,
but you're not going to win.
The only way the Civil Rights Act got passed was because of Republicans.
That's right. It was not passed.
Republicans. It wouldn't have passed.
They like to bring up Barry Goldwater because Barry Goldwater was against it because he said this is not constitutional. Basically, like, no, this is not the way it's supposed to work, and everyone should be equal, everyone should be free, but this is not forcing people to do with certain things that he was opposed to, like forced. Like people have freedom of association. You can't mandate that people associate with people, which
right. Yeah, Jim.
Yes, the shooter was motivated by slavery. As we're going to get into that.
Oh, good. Yeah, put it up there. I'm sorry. You brought that up, and I just couldn't let it go because dealing with young people and hearing that, I'm like, there was no flip.
LBJ only supported it because he said he would get, he said specific words and he would get a certain name, would get them voting for him for 100 years.
Yes, he did. We know what he said, Jim. And he also had.
I can't say it, but he said it.
And then he had Kennedy shot, too. So what are we talking about? He was in on that.
We have breaking news. CNN reporters heard what appeared to be dozens of gunshots near the White House a short time ago. Julia Benbrook is now inside in the press briefing room. Julia, bring us up to speed what you heard and what you know.
Yeah, I'm here with other White House reporters, photographers. We are now in the briefing room. This is where Secret Service rushed us to after we heard what appeared to be dozens of gunshots. And I want to paint the picture for you a little bit. We're here in the briefing room, and then you can kind of see out the window. Secret Service is currently working the north lawn there to make sure everything is okay. But that's where we do live shots, is those green tents out there. And I was just speaking to you from out there just before this happened. And then reporters were rushed into the briefing room after, again, what appeared to be dozens of gunshots. Now, we have reached out to Secret Service and the White House for more information. This is all still unfolding. It is really unclear right now if anyone was injured. These gunshots, though, to be clear, appeared outside of the grounds closer to the EOB building, which is on the west side of the White House. So while we could hear them, we're not exactly sure where these took place. Again, if anyone was injured, we are waiting on more information. But just the visual of all these reporters running in here, this happening just about a month after the White House Correspondents' Dinner, where a lot of this same group was on the ground in a situation where there was a shooter there as well. A scary moment. And we are looking for more information, trying to understand exactly what happened here. What we do know is that we heard what appeared to be dozens of gunshots very close to the White House grounds. Jessica?
Very interesting. So 30 gunshots, shots fired moments ago. I don't think I saw this one. Oh, they got National Guard soldiers out there, cops, no trucks, a bunch of people. Very interesting. FBI director said the FBI is on the scene supporting Secret Service. Incident comes about a month after his assassination attempt. So yeah, there's that. All right, and then the Trump administration subpoenas Hassan Piker and Code Pink's Susan Medea Benjamin over Cuba trip.
Again, I'm going to say right now, I've heard this name Hassan Piker now for the last month.
He's okay. You don't know who he is?
Don't know who he is. Haven't looked him up.
Big Twitch streamer. He started out like his uncle is Chunk Yogurt. Chunk Yogurt from the Young Turks.
I am very aware of the Young Turks.
That's his uncle.
I'm aware of him. Okay.
Hassan Piker's an anchor baby. His parents came here on vacation and had him and went back to Turkey and raised him and then brought him back. He's got his U.S. citizenship.
Oh my God. Dude, I listened to that case too. That's disgraceful. I'm
Show
sorry.
you a picture of the shooter. I'm sorry. I thought I did already.
Yes.
I don't know. It's either. I don't know. I don't. Why is my mouse not working?
What concerned me while you'd find that guy's picture, listening to that case about birthright citizenship, the lawyer basically arguing for there he is. There's the killer.
There's a picture of the shooter.
Oh, the shooter. That's right. He didn't kill anybody.
But it's not the guy we saw earlier that said internet princess.
Somebody, the lawyer for the president's side brought up the point, like, there are people from China who come here, have their baby, then go back to China, and the kid can come back when they're 18 as a full citizen. And I believe it was Roberts who gave some sort of answer like, yeah, Constitution doesn't change because of that. And I'm like, what are you, that's what they meant in the 14th Amendment. So so when they passed it, they meant as long as you can get here pregnant and drop your baby, that's a citizen. That's what you believe.
Well, that's what I'm worried about. I'm worried about someone like Roberts and actually Amy Coney Barrett. I'm worried about Amy Coney Barrett being like, well, because she's got all these adopted kids from around the world and stuff. And it's like,
both of them were questionable. That's what has me worried. I mean, obviously, the three Democrats, there's nothing you can do about them. You know what I mean? They're foregone. Ketanji Brown Jackson, I think she doesn't even understand what's going on. She doesn't know if she's a woman or a man.
There's a question, though. There's a serious question about Ketanji Brown Jackson because she might be of the belief that the 14th Amendment is about black slaves. It's not about the rest of the world.
Yeah, if you could convince her, which you might be able to do. My hope was
ACB was a bad choice. That was Mike Pence's. Mike Pence pushed Amy Coney Barrett. It was Mike Pence who did that.
My hope was that maybe Kagan would come out and be intellectually honest. She was a law school professor and everything. Her and Coney Barrett, you're law school professors. And this is what you're teaching as a law school professor, that this is what the 14th Amendment was all about? It wasn't simply about making sure the children of slaves had full citizenship. It was about making sure that, in essence, what they're saying is, no matter where you are on the face of the earth, if you can get to the United States and drop a baby, that baby's a citizen of the United States. That is, in essence, is what they're saying.
I know, and that makes no sense.
Right. And the Democrats, because they're all about open borders, what they were basically saying is, if there's any way a human being can get to the United States, they're here and have full right to citizenship. It's insane. It is insane.
Well, what Phil says is a scary part here, too, is that Roberts will come with a split the baby ruling saying that the executive order is unconstitutional, but that Congress can pass a law about birthright citizenship. But since they have it, the status quo remains. That's a different. That's not the Constitution is the Constitution. The amendment says what the amendment says. What does the amendment mean? That's what the Supreme Court's supposed to tell us. They're not supposed to tell us to do this pass the buck bullshit.
And that is why Clarence Thomas and Alito, and I'll even say Gorsuch. But Thomas and Alito, you know how they're voting. Alito makes the point to these people, and these idiots, they sit there. Like, how do you not? It's ridiculous. By the way, something came up on my phone because we were talking about Democrats and racism and all that. This site says there is only one quarterback in the NFL who is a registered Democrat. Only one is a registered Democrat.
Oh, yeah, because they're trying to make a big deal about what's his name? Some Paxton or
Paxton. Do you want to guess who the only registered Democrat quarterback is?
The third, the guy, what's his face, the third?
It is not. 4 guys, 5 guys are not disclosed. One's a Democrat. The rest are all registered Republicans. Now, I'm going to choose to believe that this is something you could research and prove this guy's right or wrong. You know what I mean? I guess you could find out somewhere.
You can find out. I mean, I think a lot of that stuff is like you could go to the sites and put people's names and it tells you if they're registered.
Yeah.
It's the public
information. So, based on this, the only quarterback registered as a Democrat is Jalen Hurts. Now, 5, Caleb Williams, Jaden Daniels, Jordan Love, Geno Smith, and Malik Willis, it says not disclosed. So I don't know what that means. Maybe they're not registered, or they're registered independent. Every other quarterback says is registers out a Republican. So Jackson Dart, who was catching crap,
They might be in states that don't. They might be in states that don't require you to register. Because some states they have open primaries and you don't have to register. You know what I mean? You don't have to be registered to a party. You just
interesting. Caleb Williams is in Illinois. Jaden Daniels plays. I don't know where Caleb Williams lives though. So that's the thing. You don't know where they live. Jaden Daniels is in D.C. Jordan Love plays for Green Bay. Geno Smith just went back to the Jets, and Malik Willis is now in Florida. So, but everybody else, it says is a registered Republican. Because they make money. If you
communist political YouTuber Hassan Piker has been subpoenaed by the Treasury Department Office of Foreign Asset Control over trips he made to Cuba alongside Code Pink's Susan Medea Benjamin. Now, see, a lot of people don't understand who Code Pink is. Code Pink is funded by what's his name? Neville Singham, the CCP's front man who does all types of shit in the U.S. and funds a lot of these Democrats. He's based out of Hong Kong. And his wife runs Code Pink. So that's like when you see Marjorie Trader Green hanging out with Code Pink, she's hanging out with a fucking Chinese Communist Party people. That's who she's hanging out with. It's nuts. It's the guy who funded all the No Kings protests were funded by Code Pink and Neville Singham. Antifa is funded by them. Like Soros is bad. Singham's worse.
I never see. This is the first time I've heard of the Singham guy. I'd heard of Soros.
Bad news guy. Bad news.
Didn't Code Pink get jammed up in Russia or something?
Something happened. They went and tried to do something, but Russia arrested them all. Yeah, but the issue at hand is whether or not these groups violated U.S. law by supporting Cuba's communist regime. They did. They went and did stuff and were basically doing a glowing stuff, saying how great the communists were. It's actually a violation of federal law to do that. They broke the law. Piker and others, including Representative Ilhan Omar's daughter, Isra Hirsi, traveled to Cuba in March in support of the regime amid sanctions and embargoes from the United States against the communist power. The move was part of an international outcry by leftist activists following the United States indictment and ouster of the Venezuelan leader, Nicolas Maduro. The inquiry is into whether activists who traveled to Cuba in March violated U.S. sanction laws through the financing, coordination, or delivery of goods to Cuba, including potential contacts with Cuban government personnel or entities on the island. They did it. They videoed it. They talked about it. They showed it. They brought stuff and gave it to the communists.
Okay. Wow. How did I miss this?
Oh, it was all over the place. It was all over the place.
Wow.
Okay. And former Cuban President Raul Castro was indicted by the United States last week on charges of shooting down American humanitarian planes. Goes like the Brothers of Refuge or something like that. I think.
Yes, I remember. Yeah.
And so the request is they seek information about financial, logistics, and communications involving the trips that the two widely bragged about making to the island in March with delegations of the Nuestra Americana convoy or our American convoy from a global network of communist sympathizers. And so it's the country, and they brought supplies to the country's ruling Communist Party, according to sources familiar with the matter. They did. They brought them like electronic devices and other stuff that they're basically not allowed to get. They brought them.
Again, all I can say is, communism has been an abject failure everywhere it's ever been tried, and yet there's still people in this country who want to do it.
They think, well, there's plenty of in their minds are like all these billionaires like Elon Musk and Jeff Bezos. They've got, if we just take all their money, we can just pass it around to people, and then everything will be great. It's like that money will be gone in a year, and then what?
I mean, it's insane that you can look. You don't have to make up stories. Communism, abject failure everywhere, unless you think success is impoverished people. You know what I mean? Whereas capitalism is done to raise more people, poor and everybody else, up to a better standard of living than any other system. And it's just there for you to see. It's there. It's reality. These people live in some alter reality. I guess that's how they can believe men are women, women are men. It's whatever it's nuts to me.
So it says Piker traveled under the banner of Nuestra America Convoy, which is intended to bring aid to Cuba amid the U.S. blockade. Cuban President Miguel Diaz-Canel addressed the attendees at the Palacio de Convenciones during the visit. The group also organized events, including a concert, while much of the country was experiencing extended power outages. Yeah, they performed like a concert, so they had all the aid and money and stuff, but yet the people were suffering.
The guy Fletcher Boy in the comments said they were in the only hotel in the only building with electricity. That's nuts.
It was humanitarian aid like the condoms and kratom on the Gaza flotilla. Yeah. So it's revealed Cuban regime was forced to deploy armed security to protect the five-star hotel where the Champagne socialists were staying, fearing the locals might attempt to storm it and protest. Electricity.
Where is this? In their hotel?
This is our hotel in Cuba, yeah.
Oh. Looks like a hospital.
Well, it's definitely not a hospital in Cuba because you don't see rusty shit laying all over the place.
No, but look at the floors. They look like that with linoleum square.
No, that's probably like a tile, like a big like tile floor. It's like anywhere that has the basically the
I know what you're saying.
Humidity and stuff like that. You've got to have a floor that you can wash off really easy. And
it just looks like a dump. So So if this is what's going on in Cuba, you're telling me the Cuban people don't want they don't want freedom, they don't want capitalism. All their relatives are in this country aren't telling them how great it is.
There's still a bunch of people that do. I mean, the people that try to come here all the time. The problem is there's been several people that have come here basically as spies. So like under the Biden administration, Obama administration, you had Cubans coming in, and that were spy, basically that people that they didn't have to travel by raft. They were allowed to come here by the Cuban government. So,
I mean, but I feel like we're at the point now where it can all be exposed. Like, you guys have a shitty existence. Look at what's over here, 90 miles away, and they're willing to make you part of it. You know what I mean? They're going to give you a better life because you're at the bottom. Life can't get worse. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead.
But you know what? Like, how's life going to get worse for you in Cuba than it already is?
Yeah. So, do you remember this guy, Mahmoud Khalil? He was the Columbia guy who was basically the organizer of this whole thing that we're taking over the school and holding people hostage and everything. And he's like, "Oh, I'm just a negotiator." It's like, no, you're part of the organization. You're, and somehow he came here. He's in his 30s. He came here on a student visa, and within 12 months, he had a green card, which is fucking unheard of. Like, it's not supposed to happen. So, like, there was somebody inside the Biden administration that was helping this guy, or someone was helping him. But so they revoked his green card. They said, no, you're out of here. We're not, we don't want you here. Go away. And basically his case has been like, they had like basically these district court judges who are not supposed to rule on immigration at all. They were stripped of the power by Congress. Congress decides what jurisdiction district courts have. There's only one court listed in the Constitution. It's the Supreme Court. And that's the co-equal branch is the Supreme Court, the legislature, and the president, the executive branch. These other courts, district courts, even appellate courts, magistrate courts, any of these other courts, they are not a co-equal branch of government. They are inferior. They are lower courts, so they are not co-equal. So, and they only have the jurisdiction that Congress lays out. And Congress said when they enacted the 1996 Immigration Nationalization Act that you do not have any say over immigration anymore because they were fucking everything up before that.
Right. It's only I believe it's only immigration court,
They set up immigration courts, and then from immigration court, they have to go to the immigration appeals court. And if they want to appeal it from there, they have to take it to the appellate court, not to the district court. They have to take it to a 3-judge panel of the appellate court. And then from there, it has to go up the way. So this guy, whatever, they've been fucking around in all these cases. Then district courts have been ordering, release this guy, do this, do that, order him around, like basically like the executive branch works for them. And like the people go, oh, it's a co-equal branch and you got to respect. Well, no, because then you're basically saying that there's 600 district court judges and that each one of them has the same power as the president or Congress. No, it doesn't work that way. One Supreme Court justice doesn't have that power. They have to basically get everybody to agree.
And Jim, like you're saying, that is why why hasn't the Supreme Court totally smacked down?
They've tried. They've several times. They've said stuff, and they had to send it back, and then the judges just ignore it. And instead of basically going, nope, John Roberts has the power to just go, you don't have this case anymore. I'm taking it away from you.
I mean, I don't know how, and this came to light for me because back when I taught, and I would teach this, I taught civics. It's exactly what you said. Like the Ninth Circuit out in California and all that. They have jurisdiction for the areas under their, jurisdiction. That's it. They have no say on New Jersey. You know what I mean?
They were trying to have say. That's the thing. That's what the Supreme Court had to tell them. You only have jurisdiction over people in front of you that you have jurisdiction over in your court.
That's what I mean.
It's shocking that it had to be decided in 2025 or 2026. I think it was last year, 2025. That hey, asshole, because you had that dick that during Trump's first term that was in Hawaii. That ordered that, you Trump, you can't, a nationwide injunction. No, you don't have the power.
And that's what made me think, because my cousin's a lawyer, and I ask him these things. I'm like, dude, Trump put on that you can't come into the country if you're from one of these countries. And that District 9, the Circuit Court in 9 said, nope, we're not allowing that. And I'm like, okay, so they can come into your states, I guess, but they can't come to these other states. And it's like, you got to be kidding me. It's exactly what you
Supreme Court
said.
Eventually, that's the problem. That's what we're going through right now. Because then the Supreme Court eventually takes the case up and goes, no, he was right. He had this power the whole time. We're seeing that repeatedly, almost everything. The only case that's gone to the Supreme Court that Trump's lost is the tariffs case. That's it.
Yeah.
That's the only one. And that one's questioned. Like, maybe he didn't have that power to begin with. But, and you had people like Thomas and Alito and others. So basically, there's like, wait a minute. So you're saying that the president could basically say no trade at all because the president has the power. But to any country, like, nope, like when he said we're going to cut off trade with Spain, the president has that power.
Yes. Yep.
And that's where, like, you're saying the president could say no trade at all, like nothing, but he can't impose a fine or a fee.
Right.
I
listened, Jim. It was crazy. I listened to that case too, and I knew how it was going to go. But I'm like, because people, it's like the guy said, Roberts will figure out a way.
Yeah.
Roberts will figure out.
So his case, he's been like he won initially in the district court and was told, "Oh, let him go. You can't do this, all this stuff." But then it went to the appeals court, and the appeals court was like, "No, actually, a 3-judge panel said no. Actually, they have the law states that the Secretary of State can deem you a person not able. You have having a green card is not citizenship.
Right.
It can be revoked."
And my question is back to the 13, the citizenship case. All this stuff is always about, well, you didn't have standing to bring the case. You need to show harm, right?
How do any of these people have standing to sue Trump? Like the lady that's suing over the fucking ballroom. How does that lady have standing to sue? We've been like this, like, so you're saying I could sue over tax dollars being spent that I don't like? No, you can't, because it's been long decided a long time ago that citizens don't have a right to sue over that.
Right. So my question is, for this birthright citizenship case, the only people who this case would affect
is people that aren't born.
Are right. They're not born. And we already know Democrats don't believe the unborn are even people. So that's one thing. And the second thing is, how can you bring a case for someone who's not born yet? Where's the standing? How does this case get to the Supreme Court? Why did they even...
Well, that's what I'm saying. Who knows? Maybe the Supreme Court's going to be real cheeky and go, you know what? Unborn people do have rights. That would throw a fucking wrench and everything.
Yeah, because that's the only way. Otherwise, are deciding a case.
Can't go anywhere.
Wait, you're deciding a case where the person hasn't even been conceived yet. I mean, how can you have standing when you haven't even been conceived?
Yeah, because I think the order said that only 9 months after, and only affects a person born 9 months after this date or something like that.
Yes.
So basically, it was
Trump was very smart, and they can only rule on what the executive order says. That's what I'm saying, Jim. How can you tell?
Hey, look, the troll Greg's back. Birthright citizenship is not in the Constitution. Show me where it says birthright citizenship anywhere in the Constitution.
You don't know. Well, Jim, so what I was going to say is, how can you tell 25 states who went to the Supreme Court after the 2020 election and said, look, because these other 5 states screwed around and messed up, we have the wrong president. And they listed everything, and you tell them the United States Supreme Court, that is the court that hears any problem.
Yeah, they're the court of original jurisdiction for disputes between the states, and they basically punted.
And you're telling these states you don't have standing to bring the case. You can't show harm. Yet, they're showing harm. We have the wrong president. We believe we have the wrong president. That is harming us. Nope, you don't have standing. These kids may never even be born. Yeah, they got a case. Jim, how?
800 cases against Trump. Yeah, it's basically it's lawfare. They've been suing him and been gumming up the works. And this could be stopped. Like the fact that they haven't moved forward on any impeachment of any of these judges. I don't care if it fails in the Senate. Impeach him anyway. I don't care. Impeach him.
How can the Supreme Court, even if you don't impeach him, this goofball Bollesberg, he makes a ruling. How the Supreme Court? How come they don't just step in and say, nope, he doesn't have the authority to do that. Don't even listen to what he said. Just carry on. Like I don't see how that's to smack those judges down, because, like you said, the Supreme Court has already ruled, that you don't have. The Supreme Court's already ruled that you don't have the authority to make these decisions. So when you make it, just okay, nice. All right, you might as well write the decision on the toilet.
Boasberg planned all this. That's the thing. John Roberts knows this because he was there when Boasberg said, "Well, what are we going to do when Trump ignores our orders?"
Yeah.
You're going to have to do something, right? It's like, what? Why would you say that? Robert's like, oh, don't worry about it. So this guy's case, he lost, and now he's asking the Supreme Court to review his immigration case. Khalil's legal team wants to take the high court to take his case after a split decision from the Third Circuit Court of Appeals. Well, by split decision, you mean 2-1 that you lost. And that's called you lost.
Why don't they take it on
Because they asked, en banc refused them.
Okay. Boy, this is great. Yeah. So he's the guy, I believe, in regards to this guy's case, is when Rubio came out and said, we don't have to let you in.
Yeah, this
If you're
guy
going
right
to come here and be a problem, we're
here.
not
This guy
letting
who's
you in.
he's actually Algerian because he was born in Algeria, or he was born in Algeria, lived in Syria, came to the U.S. He's been all over the place. He came here for a graduate degree in his 30s, and then somehow was met and married a woman that was American citizen. So they just gave him a green card. I'm like, no, that's not how any of this is supposed to work.
Hey, Jim, since you mentioned green card, and I didn't see it on the list, are you hearing something now that anybody who's waiting for their green card has to leave the country?
No, it's what it is if you come, it's if you come, there's a bunch of people, they come here on a tourist visa or a student visa like this guy, a temporary visa, and then you apply for a green card. Now they're saying, well, okay, you can apply, but you have to go home. You can't, because what was happening is it was a loophole, because as long as you applied for the green card, they wouldn't deport you. And you didn't need to renew your visa, and you could stay here without a visa because you're applying, because you had, and it would take years. So you could stay here for years. Like, yeah, you're not staying here for years. Go home.
Okay.
That's all. Because that's actually what the law is. It was just like nobody was enforcing it. Just like the thing with locking them up. Technically, the law states, and that's at the Supreme Court too, I believe, or going to be at the Supreme Court. The law states that if an illegal alien gets caught or someone seeking admission, they're held without bond until you decide if they're admissible or not. You don't have to give them bond.
Okay.
So that's why, like, they're basically saying like, oh no, you can't do this. And they're like, that only counts for people that are coming across the border. Once they sneak in as an illegal alien, doesn't count on them. It's like, what? Because that's what the way it was operated. Like, as long as they were here for longer than 90 days or something, and they were more than 100 miles away from the border, we just release them on bond. Fuck that. Those are the people you should be holding.
So, Jim, what you're saying is Trump, as the head of the executive branch, whose job is to execute and enforce the laws, is actually executing and enforcing the law. Wow. And people have a problem with that. That's what's amazing to me. He's doing his job. The law's written. He didn't write it. He didn't write it.
Ms. Hacker, I know it's in the 14th Amendment, and it also says in the 14th Amendment that it only applies to people that are under the jurisdiction of the United States. So that's not people who are temporary visitors. It's not people that are illegal aliens. It's not people that are that have sovereigns other than the United States. That's who it doesn't apply to. So.
I'm going to tell you, look, I was in education. I taught this. I get it. I get it. It's hard for people to now hear
that's the way it was all the way until... none of this happened in the 50, all the way to 50, 60, 70s. This shit just started recently. This was just because it was Democrats that people don't remember. The Democrats controlled Congress all the way from World War II until 1994.
Jim, I get there's so many things, and I feel like it's because people have heard this, been taught it for whatever reason, and it just destroys their schema. They can't handle, like, oh, you know what? I never thought of it that way. Yeah, that doesn't make sense. So this person, I don't know who they are. I'm just asking you. So you're saying that the intent of the 14th Amendment was anybody who can get into this country, no matter how, and have a child on American soil, that child is a citizen. That is what our 14th Amendment.
And that's not what the 14th Amendment was about. That's not what it was.
Right,
for.
Jim. I know.
That's what I'm saying. So that's the thing. And that's why. And even the ruling in Wong Kim Ark. The ruling in Wong Kim Ark says the only reason Wong Kim Ark was a citizen is because his parents were lawful permanent residents of the United States when he was born, which would mean like today a green card holder. So if you have a green card and you have a kid, okay, we'll give them birthright citizenship, which, okay, I guess, but that would solve a lot of fucking problems if they went with that.
And in that case, they also talked about the fact that really citizenship should be determined by exactly that, the blood of your parents, not the soil you're born on. And that's, like you said, that's why he got in, because his parents were legally here for like 20 years running a business. He's a citizen. But people
at the time that he was born also, there was the Chinese Exclusion Act, which said that Chinese people couldn't be citizens of the United States.
Right.
So there was like that's what they were like, well, this law says, there was a statute passed that says you can't be citizens if you're Chinese, because for whatever reason they didn't. I don't know. That's why, like, when people say stuff like, oh, we've been having a great relationship with China since the founding of the country. It's like, no, we didn't. We excluded them from being citizens all the way until this decision in 1914.
I mean, we allowed them in here to build the railroads and get killed doing it.
Yeah.
But after that, it was like, no. But here's the thing, Jim. You looked at that case. I know the case you're talking about. You know what I mean? you're quoting the Constitution verbatim under the jurisdiction of, and these people like, and what part of that? Where's the argument with that? Other than, yeah, but it's always been this way. It's not.
Because here's the thing: people say, well, "Oh, it has to do with criminal law." Oh, it has to do with criminal law. So then, what you're saying is like, because we enforce criminal law all over the fucking world. We just arrested a guy in fucking Venezuela for violating our criminal laws. We charged him with violating 18 U.S.C. 536, the gun laws. So then, those people are citizens because they're under our jurisdiction under criminal law.
Right.
That makes no sense.
Jim, you're right. This is what I'm saying to you. What you're saying.
And some of the arguments in the Supreme Court at the time was like, oh, like I think it was either Jackson or Sotomayor, like, so we're going to have to ask women if they're going to stay in the U.S. And if they say they're going to stay in the U.S., then their kids are citizens. No, it doesn't matter what it's not up to them. It's up to us to decide.
That was listening to the questions that they asked and the things they said was so funny because of stuff like that. Oh, well, we're gonna have to ask everybody.
Yes, we're still discussing the news of
I'm
today.
sorry.
This
is go ahead. Sorry about that.
So,
Jim got us off track.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Lawyers for Mahmoud Khalil, a foreign-born Columbia University graduate who led pro-Palestinian protests. I'll say pro-Hamas protests. He said after the Hamas terrorist attack, asked that the Supreme Court to review his high-profile case after a federal appeals court refused to reconsider the case. Yeah, in a split 6-5 decision, this was an en banc, so 6-5. The Third U.S. Circuit Court of Appeals ruled that it would leave in place a ruling that stated U.S. District Judge Michael Farbaz lacked jurisdiction when he ordered that Khalil could be released from immigration detention last year. Because he didn't have the jurisdiction. He doesn't have jurisdiction over it. He doesn't. So Friday's ruling by the Third U.S. Circuit Court of Appeals, which I believe is New Jersey, New York, and
it is. That's us.
Yeah.
New Jersey, New York, I think part of Maryland.
Maybe Maryland. Maybe, I don't know what else. But anyway, so it takes effect on May 29th, which leaves a pathway for Trump's administration to rearrest him and deport him. Good. This guy's deportation was ordered by an immigration judge in 2025. Khalil can't legally be detained until the ruling takes effect in 1 week, but his legal team quickly requested that the Third Circuit stay the mandate. If the court grants the stay, it would temporarily prevent Khalil from being removed from the country until the case is heard by the nation's highest court. If the justices take it, that's up to the Supreme Court to decide to stay it or not if they want to take it.
So it's not up to the right. If the Supreme Court says we're not taking the case, this guy's thrown out, right? Because it gets remanded back.
The Supreme Court doesn't have to say we're not taking the case. The Supreme Court just says nothing, and then that means they're not taking the case.
That's what I mean.
They don't announce. They don't announce every case they're not taking.
No, I get that. What I mean is, if they don't take the case, this guy's SOL. He's done.
Yeah. Love the topic.
By the way, somebody said, Jonathan said that there are these judges are just ignoring the Supreme Court.
Yeah, no, they are.
It's ridiculous. It's crazy.
Yeah, so if the mandate is rejected, and then on May 29th, Khalil could be vulnerable to being detained or removed from the United States. In the light of the 7-day timeline, Mr. Khalil respectfully requested the court rule on its motion at the earliest possible date, but at the latest within 4 days, so that he can seek emergency relief in the Supreme Court if necessary. No, see, the thing is, no, you don't work that way. You apply to the Supreme Court as an emergency, and they decide if they want to take it or not. Right. You don't get the appeals court doesn't just go, oh, well, we're just going to say we're going to stay this ruling, and it sits there for months or years until you decide to file with the Supreme Court.
Again, it's tough when you really know how things are supposed to be, Jim. It
really makes like nothing is working. It seems like nothing is working.
Right. It really makes it difficult when you know how things really work, and there's people who tell you no, that's not right. This guy gets to go right to the Supreme Court. It's very important because he's here from another country, and they have to let him know. And it's like, no, it's not that way.
They think too. They keep talking about due process. They say, oh, there's no due process. The due process is what the Congress establishes. The Congress established that you go to an immigration court. The immigration court, they want to have full-blown fucking trials in front of a district court for every deportation. So that basically means, I guess, we're done. All these 80 million people get to stay.
Right.
No, they don't. They got to go.
Right. And by the way,
they all go.
For the people who are upset about that law, Jim said 1996, that was signed by one, I believe, William Jefferson Clinton.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, because they were all against illegal immigration at one point. So
But they
Clinton
were
was
all
on the,
against it until they weren't.
right. They were all against it until Trump got elected and
Yeah,
was
when
really
they
going
thought
to
that all illegal immigration was a cheap labor for Republican corporations and
Yeah.
Republican donors to use, until someone said, hey, we can get these people to vote for us. We can do this.
Yeah.
We can use them to pack districts and get us more seats, move them into areas. That's why they're all in areas that boost Democrat control. Like give them more seats, give them more electoral votes. It's all about power.
It's so obvious. And the fact that Trump wanted to get the citizenship question put back on the census, and they said no. They didn't say no because he couldn't do it like legally.
They said it was not enough time.
Yeah, not enough time. And I believe they said, the reason you're doing it isn't good. Like, are you kidding me? Like, Biden put these executive orders, Obama puts these executive orders in. That means the next president can get rid of them. It shouldn't even be challenged. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but they told Trump he couldn't get rid of DACA. That was an executive
Right.
order.
Right. How's that even possible? That's the one. You can't get rid of it. It's an executive order. You've got to be kidding me.
I think they did, if I'm not mistaken, though, they did allow Trump to basically they couldn't take, because they have, in law, you have this thing called reliance interest, where these people had a reliance on this promise from the government. So it's like anything. If the government says you can do something, then they can't all of a sudden come back later and say, no, I changed my mind. You can't. We're going to arrest you.
All right. Well, I have reliance interest on
people. So Trump was able, I believe, to stop so that no new people can apply for DACA.
Okay, well, I have reliance interest on this 13th, birthright citizenship executive. I got a lot of reliance interest on that. Everybody who's here legally and currently here has a lot of, reliance on that. Keeping the country American. I mean, that matters. It's crazy.
So the administration wanted to deport Khalil under the section of Immigration and Nationality Act that allows foreign nationals to be removed from the country if they pose a serious adverse foreign policy consequences for the United States. If his removal eventually proceeds, Khalil, a green card holder, he's no longer a green card holder. They revoked his green card. So you're wrong, AP or Epoch Times. And sometimes I wonder what's going on. The Epoch Times used to be very based, and now they're sounding like they're just basically repeating anything the left says. I don't know what happened. They got bought out. Something happened with the Epoch Times. They changed.
Maybe it's the same people who got to the website that used to be all the rage and just turned overnight. I used to check it like 3 times a day, and I'm drawing a blank because I haven't been there. The Drudge Report.
Drudge Report, yeah.
Who the hell? What happened there?
Yeah, I don't know. So he would be ordered to either be sent back to his home country of Algeria or Syria. Because he was born in Algeria, but he lived in Syria for many, many years and then came to the U.S. His lawyer argued that despite the setbacks, Khalil has a strong argument to stay in the United States. Federal courts must have the power to step in when the government exploits our country's immigration system to punish people. They don't, because federal courts are limited to the jurisdiction given to them by Congress. And Congress said district courts have no jurisdiction in immigration cases. So the ACLU is like another organization. Like, I seriously think they should be investigated because they have not represented anything to do with Americans in 30 years, 40 years. It's been a long time.
The ACLU is like the legal arm of the Southern Poverty Law Center. The ACLU is a joke.
Yeah, no.
And by
but
the
the
way,
ACLU used to in the 50s and 60s and even the 70s, the ACLU fought for Americans' civil rights. Like if your free speech was limited, if you had a legal search, it doesn't matter who you were. They didn't care. They defended Nazis' right to speak. They famously sued the city of Skokie, Illinois, to allow the Illinois Nazi Party to march. I mean, it's in the movie The Blues Brothers. If you ever watch the movie The Blues Brothers, they're doing a thing, and they think, that fucking Nazis won the thing. They got the right to march. I fucking hate Illinois Nazis. That's the ACLU. That's what they did. That was like the last time and I'm not saying that, I'm not defending them. I'm just saying that they fought for everyone's rights to talk.
They fought at Civil Liberties Union. The First Amendment gives you the right to peacefully assemble. So I love how they say exploits our country. The government exploits our country's immigration system to punish people for their constitutionally protected speech. He's not a citizen. He doesn't have a First Amendment right to constitutionally protected speech. That's what people have to understand. That's why citizenship has meaning. That's why these people want to come drop their kid here. So that
when
kid,
the lawyer says our country, he's including the defendant as his country. Yeah, I mean, they think it's great.
that kid who gets dropped here because their parent got across the border, That's why they're getting him here. So they have
if
these
the Trump
rights.
administration can target, arrest, detain, and deport Mahmoud for a speech, they can do it to anyone expressed. No, they can't do it to a U.S. citizen, but they can do it to somebody that's here as a visitor. He is a fucking visitor.
Right, Jim. That's what they don't get. It's amazing to me. And these are the same people who run down the United States every chance they get. What a horrible country we are. You got to be kidding me.
Yeah.
If you're a citizen,
he says he filed a separate appeal with the Fifth Circuit Court of Appeals requesting it reverse the Board of Immigration Appeals deportation order. And he's asking to stop all removal efforts per the ACLU. Yeah, that's not going to happen in the Fifth Circuit Court of Appeals. I hate to break it to him.
Isn't that the one in Louisiana?
Yeah, that's not happening.
By the way, that's the Court of Appeals that basically said that the government was denying your right of freedom of speech by taking you off Facebook and Twitter and all that stuff during COVID. And it went to the Supreme Court, and they absolutely effed that case up. You know what the Supreme Court ruled? The Supreme Court ruled that the Fifth Circuit shouldn't have heard that case because nobody had standing to bring the case.
Yeah,
I'm almost certain that's what they ruled on that.
Yeah.
Insane. Meanwhile, they're showing evidence. Jim, go ahead.
Missouri?
Yeah. Yes. And they were showing that's the case. And they were showing evidence of how the Biden administration, people of it, were going to Twitter at the time and Facebook and all that and saying, oh, you can't have this information out there. We don't want this out there. Are you guys enforcing this? Matt Taibbi showed all the emails and everything. And it goes to, they appeal it. And the rulings were crazy. That's another one where one of the justices, it might have been Sotomayor, is like, well, if we can't stop this information from being spread, how are we going to stop it from being spread? And I'm like, who determines what's disinformation? Who is the arbiter of truth now?
Yeah,
Jim, it was crazy. I love the news, Max.
Yeah, let's see. I'm just closing some tabs. I had way too many open. So Mahmoud Khalil wants the Supreme Court to weigh in on deportation fight. It's not going to go the way he wants because it's the executive has we give the power of the government split up between different things, and the judiciary has supposed to have zero say in immigration. Really, like not any of the stuff like national security and stuff like that, and so basically the same thing. So I don't think it's going to happen. I'm going to see is there anything else here. Federal Appeals Court denies Mahmoud's request for a full court rehearing. That's what this says.
It's
just two things here. So in New York, a federal appeals court on Friday denied Mahmoud Khalil's request for a full rehearing. All right, here we go.
Yeah, I just this whole thing should just be.
Khalil's defense is asking the justice to weigh in on ruling that could get him detained again.
I thought I was sharing that already. I was sharing the wrong screen. My bad.
Mahmoud Khalil as the Palestinian activity turning to the Supreme Court. Khalil's defense is asking the justice to weigh in on ruling that could get him detained again. Today, a federal appeals court refused to revisit a lower court's decision, which said the judge who set Khalil free lacked jurisdiction in the case. Last month, Khalil was issued a final order of removal from the Board of Immigration Appeals in a separate case.
Did you hear too? Like yesterday, I covered a story that a woman in Ohio who came to the country from Brazil in '99 and got a green card in 2015 or something, and registered to vote in 2005 or something like that. And she claims that she was told that she could register to vote. Her story was I was told at the DMV that I could register to vote, so that's why I did it. But she didn't vote. And then they renewed it in 2015 and basically just re-registered again to vote. When she renewed her license, automatically did it. And then she voted in 2016 and 2018 and 2020, and then became a citizen in 2023, finally became a citizen. They charged her in 2025, and the judge said, oh, that was entrapment because the DMV told her that she could register. It's like, so basically you're saying that, and it's like, what? She had to sign a paper that swore she was a fucking citizen.
Jim, I mean, this is, and by the way, if she said she wasn't voting, don't worry, because somebody was absolutely voting in her name.
Yeah.
Like, we know that. that's why if you're against showing ID to vote, you're for cheating. There's no other. And that's the despicable thing. And almost, if you believe the polls, which I don't in general, but everybody wants elections to be fair and wants to believe it's each person gets a vote. By the way, this whole thing with, did you see Virginia they signed over their electoral votes to the popular vote?
Yeah, that's not legal. I don't know.
I know. That's what I mean. That's not constitutional either, as far as I know.
Yeah,
you don't get to change how. I guess they're saying, well, these are the votes from our state, and we just want them to go with whatever the popular vote was. So in essence, if the state of Virginia voted for the Democrat, but the Republican won the popular vote, she's saying, well, Virginia's electoral votes are going to go to the Republican, even though
they would do. They'd find a way out of it. Just like Gavin Newsom said that they have, like, even if there's the two top getters on the because they have a primary, basically, a jungle primary, the top two people go. If no one gets 50%, the top two go. But that actually, that's how they used to do it. But then they were told they can't do it for federal elections. They can only do that for state elections because election day is November, November. So you can't do that. You can't decide cases. There was other states that did that where they would have a primary, and if you got more than 50%, they would just give it to you. That was real. But I think they can for the governor. But so if the top two people in California are the two Republicans, basically Steve Hilton and Chad Bianco, the sheriff guy.
Yes.
Then Gavin Newsom says, "Yeah, don't worry about it. We've got other ways. We control all the all the stuff. We have other ways to do." It's like, wait, what? What are you going to do?
And I think
they would do something where they would say, "Oh no, we're just going to make it. We're going to put a Democrat. We're going to change it." They would do something like that.
I think I heard that Steve Hilton is asking Bianco to drop out. I think I heard that. I don't know why. If they're the top two, I don't know why you would do that, because you basically guarantee a Republican.
Yeah, if they're the top two, you don't want the other one to drop out, because if you're going to top two vote getters, then you would be the only two people on the ballot. Because now I think there's 30 or 40 candidates on the ballot.
There's two Republicans, and those two guys. Now, again, though, see, this is where it gets confusing. That's all based on polling. No one has voted yet, right?
Yeah.
So we'll see when because again, it all depends how the votes get counted.
So
and
this is the West Point commencement address that happened today. So Hegseth is going to speak. I wanted to listen to what he has to say. I believe he's going to announce that the Army has set records for recruitment. They've already reached their goals of their what they set for the goal of recruitment for the year, and there's still however many. We're in May only, so
right. So all those people who are like, you elect Trump, your kid's going to get drafted. Okay.
Yeah.
Yes. Stop it.
Well, thank you very much. What a day. It's got to be raining. It's the Army. To the superintendent, the commandant, the board of visitors, the 50-year class sponsors, Secretary Driscoll, faculty, proud families, and most importantly, the West Point class of 2026, good morning and congratulations. I bring you greetings from our Commander-in-Chief, President Donald J. Trump.
Well, I got something I got to do real quick. If anybody is watching on Instagram, there's a 4-hour cap on Instagram chat shows, so I'm going to end the Instagram show right now. If you're watching on Instagram and you want to continue watching, go to X, go to Facebook, go to YouTube, go to Rumble, go to Kick, go to Twitch, go to any of those places and continue to watch the show. I have it boosted as much as possible. I'll see if I could do something else in 1 second. I'll try one more thing. But yeah, so if you're on Instagram, thank you. Please go somewhere else and keep watching. And we're off. Yeah, they have a 4-hour limit on Instagram. I always forget, and I end up running over, and then it just cuts out.
I didn't even. I'm gonna be honest. I didn't know what platform you're on.
We were on 7. Right now, we're on 6.
Wow, I thought we were on just Rumble and YouTube.
No, we're all over. We're everywhere.
Wow,
so let me
this
see.
Is great. How many people do you have watch you?
Oh, like 5. 6
That's
people.
okay. Look, I'm not with Gene.
Right now we got 116.
Okay.
Now, most senior leaders wait until the end to have this discussion, but I'm just going to come off the top rope right now and get this out of the way. For all those cadets who've committed minor infractions or violations of the regulations of the United States Military Academy, for which ordinary and special punishment has been imposed or is being considered to the Corps of Cadets, as President Trump might say, a complete and total pardon.
We have 60 more people watching on Rumble that I didn't count into that, so we got like 170 people watching.
No, Jim, I was just curious. That's all. You know, I have no idea.
Man, they must have done a lot.
Tuned, I believe you just tuned in.
Well, on a day like today, there's no better way to start than with a word from Scripture. And on a day as special as this, for the 998 great Americans of this class, there's no more fitting verse than from Isaiah 6:8. Then I heard the voice of the Lord saying, "Whom shall I send? And who will go for us?" And I said, "Here I am."
Hey, what's up, Duck Fat? How you doing?
4 years ago, you raised your right hand, swore an oath to preserve and defend the Constitution, and in that moment, you said to your country, "Send me." And here you are. You survived Beast Barracks, you survived the early morning formations, the Saturday morning inspections, the academics, the grueling physical demands, and you beat the dean multiple times over. You've proven that you have what it takes to lead our nation's top 1%, America's most valued treasure, America's sons and daughters, the American soldier. And now today, we are going to send you. We're sending you to lead. We're sending you to forge warriors. And we're sending you, perhaps, to war. And you are ready. The world today is at a crossroads, just as it has been for the past 250 years of our great republic. You are stepping into the arena at a time when the stakes could not be higher. But look around you, and I know you have. There was a time when professors here would say much of the history we teach was made by the people we taught. You walk the same paths as Grant, MacArthur, and Eisenhower. And the same exists today in these ranks. You stand on the shoulders of giants. The men and women of this legendary institution who since 1802 have boldly stepped forward and proclaimed, "Send me." Throughout our storied history, when soldiers said, "Send me," it didn't matter whether they were well-equipped or poorly equipped. It didn't matter whether they were stepping into a clear mission or a vague one, whether there were clear skies or raining. "Send me" was always the determined reply. Every one of them, just like you, were called to serve something greater than themselves. Rich, poor, country, city, black, white, it doesn't matter. Send me. Most of your peers, your friends from high school who went in a different direction, who maybe went to normal colleges, many don't understand what you've done. 27 years ago, when I was accepted into West Point, or at least that's what I think my appointment letter said. I'll have to check the PAO. Soup. I'm just kidding. 27 years ago, I didn't fully understand what saying no meant. Maybe some members of your own family don't understand either. Many may not understand why you chose this path, and frankly, some never will, but you did. And you know what? That's okay. Because you've chosen to be different. You've set yourself apart. And somewhere deep inside of you, when you were looking at your future, there was a question burning in your gut. If not me, then who's it going to be? And if not now, then when? And your answer was, send me. West Point is set apart. It's not a normal college or university. Now, I know there have been foolish and feckless leaders in the recent past who've tried their hardest to make it more normal. We saw woke and weak leaders trying to make West Point look like woke Princeton, which happens to be my long lost and lost alma mater. They embraced the DEI craze and tried to introduce diversity and inclusion studies. And they hired professors who advocated for anti-American ideologies right here in these halls. But no more. West Point is set apart. It's special. It's above politics. Success here is based on merit. It's how you perform that matters. This is the United States Military Academy. Its sole unflinching mission is to train young Americans to be leaders of character in the profession of arms and committed to a lifetime of service to our great nation. You know military history, you understand engineering, geopolitics, and how to lead troops under fire. You hold yourselves to a higher standard. You are fit, not fat. You are disciplined. I like that section. They still got a few years, don't they? You are fit, not fat. You are disciplined, not distracted. Many of you, even in your short time in uniform, have endured what I call the slow slide of the U.S. Army. You've seen standards lowered. You've seen an obsession with race and gender. You've seen the watering down of discipline, codes weakened, and traditions tossed aside in the name of political correctness. Statues taken down, paintings placed in the basement. I'm here to tell you, the slow slide here at West Point and across the United States Army is over. You, this group, represents the snapback. You, our newest warriors, our soon to be newly commissioned second lieutenants will snap it back into formation. Political leaders with ideological agendas and weak military leaders who were just looking to curry favor for the next star allowed our cherished army to slide off our true north. But you, our warriors, will snap it back. You are the future. Others may have allowed it to slide away. You will not. You will restore our army, and I will empower you to do it. It's really not that difficult. Here's what we want, not only in the Army, but across the Joint Force. We want high, uniform, unwavering standards. We want meticulous discipline, the kind I see right here. We want true accountability, and we want it all in service of readiness and lethality. Readiness means preparation. It means training, realistic, tough training. We must train exactly like we fight, and that means real, practical warfighting skills. It means lethality. Let me be perfectly clear. You are not an army of one, and you are certainly not an army of woke. You are an American army, an army of warriors. 4 years ago, you raised your right hand and said, "Send me." And today, as you join the ranks of the greatest fighting force in the history of the world, we stand together as one army, and we say, "Send us." We say it not because of our differences, but because of what we share. The single dumbest phrase in military history was peddled in our Army only a few short years ago. You've all heard it, maybe in your first 2 years at West Point. Our diversity is our strength. The single dumbest phrase in military history. We had generals saying this with a straight face on national television. It was absolute nonsense. Now, these sorts of silly things can be laughed at when they occur in a civilian lounge or civilian faculty lounge or debated in graduate seminars, but they cannot be tolerated in our formations. These ideas are what get people killed. Diversity is not our strength. Unity is our strength. The call is send us, not send he, not send she, not send they, them. It's send us. Our strength is our shared purpose. Our strength is our oath to the Constitution. It's our embrace of the Army values, the idea of merit, our mission, our absolute commitment to duty and honor and country. These are the things that unify us. Send me becomes send us. Because you are one fighting force, just as we are one nation under God. And the American people are responding to our renewed back to basics approach. Recruitments are up across the joint force, and I'm pleased to announce that just 2 days ago, the U.S. Army met its 2026 recruiting goals 4 months early. A second record year in a row. That means you're about to train this group right here and lead 61,500 new soldiers. And next year, when we grow the size of the Army, it will be even more. When you're out there in your formations as platoon leaders at the tip of the spear, you will be at the tip of the spear of their snapback. You will not compromise, you will not seek color, and you will not try to meet arbitrary quotas based on immutable characteristics. You do not have time to celebrate identity months, and you will not make excuses for yourselves, and you will not accept excuses from others. You will lead. That's what this academy has trained you to do, to lead us. To lead from the front, relentlessly train your soldiers, listen to your NCOs who are the backbone of the Army and will save your life. Do harder PT. Push your soldiers to become more proficient, more lethal, and more prepared at everything they do. As I think back on my first platoon, if I could rewind the clock and talk to high-speed National Guard Second Lieutenant Hegseth before leading his infantry platoon at Guantanamo Bay and into combat in Iraq, here's a few things I'd tell him. Plan and rehearse for contingencies every time. There's no substitute for preparation ever. Anything that can go wrong will go wrong. Plan for recovery, resupply, alternate communications, rehearse, and refine. The first air assault I ever did leading a platoon in Baghdad in the middle of the night on an Al-Qaeda objective, we had 36 hours to prepare, and I spent every minute of those 36 hours preparing. And it paid off because and I love pilots, but when the pilots dropped us a few hundred meters in the wrong spot, in the middle of a mud field, and the GPS didn't work, there was one man that platoon was looking at. It was me. And because I'd done every map recon, every satellite imagery recon, every recon I could, I had a general sense of where we were and could orient at that moment in the right direction. If I had not prepared, they would have looked at me and I would have looked right back at them. And nothing I did was perfect. Nothing you'll do will be perfect, but at least you can prepared. Always be the most prepared member in your unit. Be decisive and be aggressive. Pick a course of action and carry it through until you have a point to reassess. Don't keep second guessing. Set the example and display courage, both physically and morally, to make the tough calls, especially when it's not popular. It doesn't mean you won't be afraid, but it means you will be prepared to push through it. Know the purpose of your mission and explain it to your soldiers It greatly improves execution when you share with them the purpose and unlock their combined talent. And then take care of your soldiers, take care of their families and each other. If you never leave a fallen comrade, you've done your job. If you're in trouble, if your men are in trouble, your women are in trouble, you are en route. Ask Dude 44 Alpha and Dude 44 Bravo how grateful they are that this spirit is alive and well. Down pilots, 2 mission, 7 hours in downtown Iran, straight up the middle, 1 in the middle of the day, 1 in the middle of the night. 2 American pilots home. Never leave a fallen comrade behind.
Wow. That's pretty good, right? Looks good. So yeah, U.S. Army hits its 2026 recruiting goals 4 months early. Pete Hegseth announced at the commencement. The United States. What's up?
No, you're right. That was great.
Yeah. So Secretary of War revealed during a commencement speech that the United States at the military academy recruitments are up across joint forces. I'm pleased to announce that just 2 days ago, the U.S. Army met its 2026 recruiting goals 4 months early, second year in a row. That means that right here, you're going to lead 61,000 new soldiers. So that's it. So that every year they're only bringing in 61,000 people. To me, that seemed like very much in the Army.
No, but I guess they're bringing in more the following year, he said?
Well, it doesn't matter. I mean, they only, like, I think, if I'm not mistaken, most Army enlistments are either 2 or 4 years.
Yeah, I believe that is. Well, I shouldn't say, because when I was growing up,
I know people do stay in, though. Some people stay in forever, but I mean, I would think you'd want to be bringing in like.
That's what I seem to remember, it being a 2 or 4 year when you initially sign up. But I was just going to say, his book, Battle for the American Mind, which is about education in this country, was great. It was outstanding. And the problem is so many people won't read it because it was written by Pete Hegseth. But the book hits the nail on the head. When you question the things that we question about why don't people know this, it's in there. And like you were saying, Jim, the stuff you were saying about diversity is our strength and all those different things, that stems from what's going on in the education system.
Yeah, 2 to 4 with 4-year reserve. Just saying, but all I'm saying is that I didn't think, unless National Guard, I didn't think that, like, I wouldn't think that 61,000 people in the Army was enough per year.
I wouldn't either.
For only 2 to 4 years. I would think it would
maybe,
need like,
maybe it's more drones and we're using, less. I don't know. I agree with you. It sounded low to me as well.
Yeah, I don't know. So yeah, Hegseth tears into tears into DEI and woke military in a fiery West Point speech.
Yeah, that was a great speech.
All right, and then we had this story here. Kyle Busch's 911 call revealed that he was coughing up blood. 2-time NASCAR champ Kyle Busch passed away on Thursday. He was 41 years old. Early Thursday, Busch's family released a statement about his deteriorating health and mysterious illness. He's experienced a severe illness resulting in hospitalization. He's currently undergoing treatment and will not complete any of his scheduled activities this weekend at the Charlotte Motor Speedway. We asked for understanding. So,
Jim, did you hear that earlier, like before one of the races, I think it was Daytona, he fell while he was, I don't know if he was changing a light bulb or a fire, one of the fire detectors, smoke detectors, and his wife drove him to the hospital. She said his foot was on the dash. He was bleeding profusely. Like, did you hear that?
I didn't hear that. No.
Okay. I read that somewhere, and like, he still wound up racing that week. And I think it was Daytona. And it's like, that's crazy. Yeah. So it's not beyond me. I mean, it's sad. And I remember when I did fantasy NASCAR, this guy was young and
he's only 41. He's only 41.
Right. Like, he's fantastic. So when I heard he died, I'm like, this is messed up. But if that's what went on, and they said he died,
I guarantee you, you're going to want this. This is like Duck Hunt for
Duck Hunt.
adults.
And
what's
your name?
Hold on. This is the 911 call. Hold on, let me turn it up.
And what's your name? And tell me exactly what's happened.
I've got an individual that's shortness of breath, very hot, thinks he's going to pass out, and is producing a little bit of blood, coughing up some blood.
How old is this person? Male or female? And is he awake?
He is awake. He's awake. He's on the bathroom floor right now.
Who's calling?
I think it's a friend of his.
So when you come in, if you could not make it, can you turn the sirens off?
Yeah, that's fine.
When you get here, and
Sirens?
and so when you come into the main entrance of the building, the closest way to get to him is if you go to the left. Like you'll come in and the parking lot splits to the right or the left. Just tell them to go to the left. I'll be out here waiting on them, and I'll flag them down. There's a side door further down the side of the building, and I'll be there waiting on them.
Okay, we got him coming out there. Just nothing else for him to eat or drink. And if he gets worse in any way before they get there, just call us back. What was the exact name of your business back there?
It's called the General Motors Charlotte Technical Center. It's off of Speedway Boulevard. It's right beside HMS Motorsports.
Okay.
Hendrick Motorsports. Yeah.
We will let EMS know, okay? We got him coming out there.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Jim, I'll say this about the person who put, about being vaccinated. Obviously, that's the number one thing I would think of. But this guy had that, from what I understand, that bad leg injury where he was bleeding and got 24 stitches, drove in a race. Who knows what kind of infection you catch from that? Like, that's why I'm not necessarily going with the shot, which every other time I would go with.
Yeah. So
I mean, it's sad. He's got 2 young kids. It's awful. I didn't know that he was hated in the NASCAR community before his death. I know that he had gotten to a couple fights or whatever after some races, but I thought that was, again, when he was younger. I didn't know he was still scrapping at the track there. But yeah, I mean, it's just a sad situation.
Yeah, so it says his cause of death has been revealed. The medical evaluation provided to the Busch family concluded there was severe pneumonia, progressed into sepsis, resulting in rapid overwhelming associated complication. I thought someone said he had an aneurysm at first.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like,
how does somebody die of pneumonia at 41? That's weird.
See, but it's the sepsis that I think killed him, not the pneumonia. And apparently, I think, isn't sepsis like the infection gets in your blood?
Yeah, it's a blood infection. Yeah.
So that's what I think it was. I think his wound got infected. If he had 24 stitches in his leg, I'm going to look that up.
So NASCAR legend released a statement saying that he had severe pneumonia and progressed into sepsis. So he must have been just trying to still do stuff and work with the pneumonia, trying to basically work through it. And was just like, oh, I'm sick, I'll deal with it. Didn't go put on some kind of a medication or something. Or I wonder if it was maybe he got the pneumonia vaccine.
Yeah, I could see how the vaccine would come in, but if he got this leg injury and then got sick, I'm willing to believe that he got sepsis
in the leg
from the leg injury, and pneumonia was just part, of the sepsis. But again, if he didn't have this leg injury, if that's not true, then I can't help but lean towards vaccine injuries. That's all you hear about.
Yeah.
I mean, it's horrible. I hate even thinking about it because I know people who got vaccinated. And by the way, just bringing it full circle, Jim, to, the whole thing you were saying earlier with the Nazis and, people we don't learn from history. Well, after the Nazis, after World War II, they had the Nuremberg trials.
Yeah.
And one of the things that came out of that was the Nuremberg Code. And one of those codes was you can't inject
consent. Yeah, they everything they did in COVID violated the Nuremberg codes and all the stuff that.
Right. So if you're not going to learn, you didn't learn from history. It was right in front of you. It was in your face. And you said, nope, we don't care. And the people
the entire world did it, though, basically. The entire world just ignored it and said, no, we're going to experiment on everyone.
Right. And if people say, well, I had informed consent, how could you when they didn't know? Like, I had a conversation with my doctor, and he's like, Pete, you got these other vaccines. Why aren't you getting this one? I said, I'm scared as hell to get shingles. That sounds like a horror show.
Yeah, I got this. I got the shingles shot specifically because I knew people that got the shingles.
Right.
I had chicken pox as a kid. Everyone said if you had
Yes.
chicken pox as a kid, you better get the shingles shot. You will
Right.
get shingles if you had the chicken pox.
And dude,
I was like,
I heard horror stories.
it's horrible. I've seen people. No, I saw somebody that had it. It was
Yeah,
horrible.
and
They
I'm
couldn't
like,
move.
so
They were
sick,
laying there
my
screaming.
God, yeah.
But because it's 2 parts, 2 shots. I got violently ill the first shot. I got really sick for like 24 hours. The second one, I was sick for 3 days.
Wow.
Yeah, and they're like, well, that's normal. I'm like, what do you mean it's normal? I feel like I'm dying.
Dude, I had no reaction to either shot. And I got my second shingle shot in like August of 2019 before COVID. And when I had the conversation with my doctor, I said, look, dude, I was terrified of getting shingles. I'm not afraid of getting this. That's why I'm not getting this shot. You're right. I'm not anti-vax. Anybody who wants to get it should be able to get it. And he said to me, I said, can you tell me what this is going to, what the side
I'm
effects are?
anti-experimental vaccines that haven't been properly tested.
Yeah,
That's what I am.
the shingle shot is an mRNA. And I
Yeah.
said to him, he's like, Pete, you're right. I cannot tell you what this shot is going to do to you in 5 or 10 years down the road. But right now we're in the middle of this pandemic and we're recommending the shot. I said, all right, do you understand? I said, do you understand why I'm not willing to get it? Because what am I going to get? A cold? I'm in good shape. I'm not. And he said, I
Sorry to
understand.
hear that, Jonathan, about your wife. She died
Yeah.
from pneumonia and sepsis at around the same age, 40 something.
That is
That's
crazy.
horrible.
And I think you got sepsis generally when you were in the hospital and you got an infection. But if this guy,
This guy says, I have chronic pain since 2009 from getting shingles. I was too young to get the shot. I
Yeah.
think now they recommend it if you're 50 now. It used to be 55, but I think they lowered it to 50 now.
Yeah, and I don't know when when did they lower it to 50? Because I got it when I was like 55.
Yeah, just recently
sorry.
because they've been telling me for a couple of years now to get
Actually,
it. And I finally
Jim,
did it.
I'm wrong. I got it when I was 53. So it was pre 2019. They lowered that. But yeah, I'm trying to. Here we go. It says earlier this year, Busch was involved in a freak accident when he was trying to fix a smoke detector outside his son's room. He fell from his stool, suffering a deep laceration on his leg that required 24 stitches. He shared the story on a podcast with his wife, noting it was a freak accident that nearly sidelined him for the start of the season, but recovered quickly and didn't miss any races. So
how do you fall off a stool and get a deep laceration on your leg? To me, that sounds more like it was a story they made up because something else happened. I'm sorry. That's someone glass or something is involved in that. To get a deep laceration, some kind of metal or glass or something. I don't know.
And again, I don't know either. Maybe when he fell off the stool, a leg of the stool broke off and cut him, or I have no idea. But this is what, and more fans mentioned his lawsuit against insurance company over alleged deceptive practices. So some fans are wondering whether an underlying infection like sepsis or a depleted immune system complicated things. Yeah, and this is where it mentions, Jim, others believe a blood clot could have been the result of the fall. So that might have been where you heard blood clot.
Yeah, okay.
So, I just find it, interesting. Like, Gene, my brother, all over this stuff. Like, he swears that the shot killed Ricky Henderson. He's like, Ricky Henderson was one of the healthiest people alive. All of a sudden, he gets pneumonia.
Do you remember we were seeing those guys that were football players? They're running on the field, and also they just pass out. They just die on the field or go down and get basically
Jim.
almost. It's like
Sure.
come on.
You and I saw that, but the naysayers simply say that was always happening. It just didn't get reported. And Jim, that I agree with you 100%. I agree with you 100%. There was some tennis match in Florida a couple years ago where all these players were dropping out. Like, since young tennis players can't play in a tournament. I hate to think it's a shot, like I said, because I know so many people who got it. So I constantly am in worry about them. But I was listening to Dr. Peter Corey, and he said he would tell anybody, do not get any mRNA shots.
They tried mRNA shots before, and it was a major problem with them. It was like the avian flu or something back years ago. They tried this. They tried this before, and it was a major disaster, and they had to stop. That's why I was like, I remember them doing that and it being an issue, and I'm like, yeah, I'm good.
And right, and the thing is, he said, but for those of people like me who are worried about people got it, he said, it seems the further you get away from your last mRNA shot, booster, whatever, the further you get away and you're healthy, the better chance you have of being okay. You know what I mean? So I'm hoping on that. But that's why he said, don't ever get another one. And I personally know people who, they got tested because basically they wanted to donate an organ. So they had to go through thorough testing for that, right? All of a sudden, this person, healthy as could be, regularly still playing basketball and everything, has a heart attack. Then all of a sudden they fix the heart attack, and then he gets blood clots. And it's like, and then the doctor says, don't get any more of those mRNA shots. So, I mean, that's all, for the people who don't want to believe it, that's all anecdotal, bullshit. For the people who are like, I'm healthy, why take the chance? That's real. It happened. I'm not lying to you. It's terrifying.
No.
So I'm just hoping, because I don't want to believe that was some sort of, human experiment, which it seems to be, that could turn into massive execution. Like, we call it what it is, right?
Yeah.
I mean, I hate that because I know so many people got it. I'm just hoping for the best.
Yeah. I got COVID once, I think, one time, I believe. I was sick for about 2 days, 3 days.
Yeah.
It was like a bad flu. I had like the shakes and shivers and everything, and I was in bed, like basically like a super bad flu. But,
Yeah.
I used to get the flu maybe once every other year or every, something like that when I lived in Chicago and I was working. But I would just get sick. I would be okay. I would go to work, and it didn't bother. You know what I mean? You'd get the flu. It was really bad. But you did what you had to do, and it didn't bother you. I mean, I don't think if I was still working, I would have been able to work with COVID. I would have probably stayed home because it was that bad. But it was just like a really bad case of the flu.
And so working in schools, when they would give out the flu shot, I would generally get it, but they stopped giving it out, and I stopped getting it, and I didn't have any issue. And maybe I'm fortunate with my immune system, or I've been around kids so long and exposed to so many germs, the body was just like, yeah, it doesn't matter.
The thing with the flu shots, the reason that the people don't do them, I just saw yesterday or the day before, they just authorized mRNA flu shots. So be careful.
That's crazy.
Yeah,
that is crazy.
It seemed like, honestly, when I would get the flu shots when I was working and stuff, they'd be like, basically, because I worked in hospitals a lot. We did a lot of work in hospitals. So they'd be like, here, flu shots. They would just basically be like, here, come, whatever, we'll give free. So I'd get it. It wasn't a shot. It was a nasal spray. They'd come and spray it in your nose. And it seemed like every time I got that, I got sick with the flu that year.
Yeah.
And they'd be like, well, it was the wrong shot. I'm like, all right, well, then why am I doing it?
Right. And and I didn't get tested for COVID. Like, if I got sick, I got sick a little bit, but it was just, that was quite a time. I feel like that backfired on whoever's running that show, because I feel like so many people started
what they did basically made a whole bunch of people say, I'm done with vaccines. There's a bunch of people now that refuse, that had kids, are like, I'm not giving my kids any vaccines.
Right.
And I had to talk, I have had telling my son and his girlfriend and their kid, I have 2 grandsons that neither one of them had any shots whatsoever. And I'm like, maybe I'm not worried about measles, but maybe mumps, maybe get the mump shot. Maybe get this shot. It's kind of bad. And none. I'm like,
well, I'm okay. And I believe in Florida, nothing's mandatory now, right? Or did I misread that?
There's some things that are mandatory if you want to go to public schools.
Okay.
There's some shots that are mandatory, but I think it's like mumps or measles. But to me, measles were never anything when we were kids. There was no shot for measles. There was no shot.
I'll tell you, when this happened, I had to go to a meeting at the school where their kids were getting ready to go on a trip, and there were people who were like, "Look, why don't we do what we did when we were kids with the chicken pox? Get everybody together, let them get it. You got it. It's through your system, and you go." And the fact that people in the government were saying,
herd immunity is no good for this. We can't wait for that. It was very bad. And the other thing that people don't want to hear, the thing that came out of that was when kids stayed home for school, it exposed what was being taught. And that's when parents started going to all these
and pull their kids out. Yeah.
Like people saw, like, what the hell is this? And I said at the time, the fact that these schools were saying, oh, this learning on computer at your house, in New Jersey anyway, they were saying this is just as good as going to school. And I'm like, you people are crazy. If this is just as good as going to school, why do we ever go back?
Yeah.
Why don't we all just have, we'll all do it in our pajamas?
Well, they know now that the kids, like, they know that what the masks did, it basically, and I'm going to use this word in the clinical sense, it retarded kids' learning ability.
Yes.
Retarded the younger kids. It made them less advanced. Like, they lost years. Like, young kids, because of the masks, not seeing people's mouths move when they talk, not understanding it made them it's the clinical retarded their growth. It didn't make them retarded, but it retarded their growth and their education and their advancement. But yeah, so Lurch Linger, they just announced yesterday. I covered this story yesterday about the Ebola that guy Robert Redfield, who was the head of the CDC when this whole COVID shit happened. He's out there running around now saying Ebola's coming. It's going to be fucked up, and we have monoclonal antibodies now for the Ebola.
So what are monoclonal antibodies?
That's what they do is people who have the antibodies to fight it, they take the antibodies out of the people and they can multiply it and then give the other people the antibodies from someone else that recovered.
See, now that I would do. That makes sense. That makes total sense. Nothing foreign, nothing crazy. That makes sense. It makes sense that would work. That's basically what the regular old vaccines were. You got a weakened form of the virus in you, and it was attenuated, and you took it, and your body developed an immunity for it. Jim, let me ask you, because I seem to remember the word vaccine means
had a specific meaning. Yeah, they changed the meaning of vaccine. They changed the definition of what a vaccine was.
Okay,
the COVID shot was not a vaccine. It was
a shot. It wasn't
a vaccine. Shot. It was what do they call? Oh, fuck, man. It was like a treatment, like Tylenol, or it was like any other treatment. It would make something, it would reduce the. It didn't stop anything. They have a name for it, and I can't. Think of
it's not prophylactic, but I know.
But it was like it was like anything else that you could take, like if you take NyQuil when you're sick.
Right.
It's the same. That's exactly what the shot was. Therapeutic. Right. It was a therapeutic.
Therapeutic. Right.
Therapeutic. It's not
right. And the people. So you and I know this. I'm glad you heard it too. That means I'm not crazy.
No, they did. They changed it. They changed the definition of it.
Right. Because to me and you, I'm going to assume vaccine means it really means you can't get this.
Correct. Right. Well, but and that's the thing too. Like a vaccine would have like to be classified as a vaccine. It had to have like a 95 or 98% efficacy rate, where people who took it could not get the disease, could not get the illness, could not pass the illness on if they were exposed to it. That changed with COVID. Like that. Right. It does that there was no, they said, well, it made it less likely that you would have a severe case.
Yes.
It would be less likely that you could pass a severe case on, but no.
Yes. And Jim, this is more for my edification, because I talk to people like, no, I'm like, okay, I just want to make sure I'm not crazy. And the other thing, I saw Megyn Kelly on with, I don't know if it was RFK, but RFK, and this is a recent interview because I stopped. RFK says, well, the reason you couldn't say hydroxychloroquine and ivermectin worked was because then you would have a treatment that works. And then they
wouldn't be able to have the emergency authorization for the vaccine. Yes.
Megyn Kelly's like, I didn't know that. This is the first time hearing that. I'm like, that is impossible for me to believe, because I heard it. Jim tells you heard it. Megyn Kelly never heard that.
Gino heard it.
Gino hasn't stopped saying it, which, by the way, I didn't realize. And Gene, because of Gene, I know, because his one girlfriend had lupus and she had to take hydroxychloroquine every day. So I said, the government knows who has lupus and who has a prescription for hydroxychloroquine. You're telling me they couldn't have done a study, called these people up and said, all right, you have lupus, you're on hydroxychloroquine. We just want to see if you have COVID. Because if you find that none of those people got COVID, then you know that the hydroxychloroquine worked. And it's obviously not dangerous. Like, it wouldn't have been hard to do that, if you ask me. They know who the doctors are. Hell, if they could force you to take this shot, they can definitely go to pharmacies across the country and say, all right, we just need to know. They're violating HIPAA all over the place. You know what I mean? Like,
well, that's the thing too. That's the thing. They know, like, there's lawsuits. The lawsuits with the COVID. They know that all these companies, they screwed around with all the testing for the COVID shots. Where basically, if anyone got sick, if something happened to somebody after they took the first shot, they took them out of the. They just deleted them from the system. Oh no, get them out of here. You know, anybody who got COVID, because take them out. Any of the people's like, wait a minute, you can't do that's not how this testing is supposed to work.
Yeah.
You can't take the people that have adverse reactions out of the test pool.
And the fact that these HIPAA laws were so strenuous. I remember when I was working, we wanted to have kids wear like heart rate monitors in gym for themselves and record their information to see how exercise affected them and all this stuff. And it's like, well, we got to look into HIPAA on this. I'm like, HIPAA? They're like, yeah, because these kids are going to be writing down their personal health information, their heart rate, and that could be a HIPAA violation. Meanwhile, COVID hits, no problem. Everybody has to see whether they got this shot or not. We got to know everything about you. Right, and the PCR tests were fake. The guy who invented it said that. You can find anything. So now you're using a test that's going to tell you anything you want it to tell you, depending on how much you got it ramped up. It was.
Remember the Lancet published a bogus study attacking HQC. It was designed to fail, and they ended up ending some poor veterans. They retracted it, but the damage was done. Yeah. I was on hydroxychloroquine for rheumatoid arthritis. It lost effectiveness in 3 years.
Okay.
Anyway, so yeah, this was news out of New York today. At least one killed, 34 firefighters and EMS workers injured in a major Staten Island shipyard explosion.
How's that happen?
Yeah, it says, they deployed 68 units, 212 fire and EMS personnel to combat a massive blaze. And the mayor says, don't worry. He's like, Standard, don't worry. Nothing to fear here. Fire's
right. And by the way, this is, I guess, coast to coast. Because didn't some plant explode in California and 40,000 people?
We've been having a lot of these explosions. It started like with all the food processing plants, if you remember.
Yes.
During like all these like different food processing plants that butcher, big things were burning down and having these problems. That's why the price going up because and I don't know if you know, we should start seeing too. I don't know if you saw. I did a story a few weeks ago about they found out that all the big meat packers were colluding for prices and adjusting what they were producing. And there was a big antitrust settlement because like all the big, because they're all owned by foreign corporations now, Swift, and it's all owned. So they're basically talking to each other and like, no, you do this. How many turkeys are you producing this year? Okay, well, I'm only gonna produce this. And
I gotta say, I go to the grocery store, and for me, the only thing that is wildly still expensive is red meat.
Yeah, well, beef is still. They're looking into. Right now, there is investigations into the beef market right now because they think there's an issue.
I
they
didn't
think
see,
there's a problem.
Like eggs was the big thing. Those prices plummeted.
Well, the reason people that was the Biden administration. That was the Biden administration.
Yeah,
they killed
6
million egg laying hens or something like, and that's like, okay, you wiped them out. It takes a long time for those to replenish. You know what I mean? You got to.
I agree with you, Jim. And then like chicken and fish, those prices didn't seem to have changed a lot for where I am. And I always say this because I'm sure my relatives in Chicago are paying more because you're in the city of Chicago.
Yeah. Oh, definitely. I mean, like right now, like before COVID, let's say I used to be able to get a rotisserie chicken from the Publix for like $3.99.
Wow.
Now it's $8.99.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, yeah. Publix is great.
Yeah, it is. I love it. They got the best sandwiches down here. You want a good sub sandwich? You go to Publix. They make it fresh.
And I was in Florida in June of 2020 because I have family down there. So me and my son drove down, and I called ahead of time. Like, look, if I get down there, I'm from New Jersey. Am I gonna be? They're like, you're gonna be able to do. Don't worry about it. You're gonna be able to do whatever you want. I said no. They're like no mask. So we get down there, and coming from New Jersey, I was like, it's in another country, Jim. It's like another country. I went to a boat show. Almost nobody's wearing a mask. You know what I mean?
We were shut down for 2 weeks in Florida.
Yeah, I went out.
They did the 2 weeks, and then they were like, and then this. I think it was DeSantis.
And people were like, "Oh my God, they're all free down there." I'm like, "You people are nuts. You are crazy." I went back home. I couldn't play softball for 2 weeks. Softball outside. Couldn't play softball. Couldn't go to the dentist. Dentist wasn't even open. Couldn't go to the dentist. Couldn't get a haircut. I'm like,
well, New Jersey was arresting people for going to the gym.
yeah,
if I remember correctly.
So
then you had that governor that said, when they asked about the Constitution, he said, the Constitution's above my pay grade.
Yes.
Motherfucker, no, it's not. You're bound by the Constitution like everybody else.
I was watching that in real time, eating dinner, and my kid sitting there, and I almost exploded. I was screaming. He was on Tucker Carlson. It was at Murphy, and he was on Tucker. I'm like, you got to be kidding me.
Yeah, I don't get it.
So
here, let's see this.
So summer definitely hits different when it's all about.
I don't know. They keep screwing me on these commercials. My ad blocker is not working correctly. I guess there's no sound here. This is it's a shitty picture too. What's going on?
Yeah, looks like bees.
Yeah. Is that better?
Yeah. Yeah, they're firemen. That's real good. All right, Jim. Well, it's 20 to 12.
I'm gonna this is the last story. I'm gonna right here. So so I almost was a fireman.
Good for you. My uncle was a volunteer fireman, and I heard his thing would go off every night at 6:00, the radio.
So it says EMS assistant chief confirmed that 1 civilian died at the scene. 34 members of the FDNY were taken to local hospitals. The 2 most serious were a fire marshal who's in critical condition and a firefighter who's in serious condition. They both suffered blast energy during the explosion, which can cause internal damage. The Kami Mandani said that the fire was now under control. Fire broke out at the Richmond Terrace, Staten Island, following reports of an explosion. It's a fast-moving emergency that claimed one life and left more than 30 civilians and first responders injured.
Wow.
They found smoke and a fire burning in the basement of a 150 by 150-foot metal building in the back of the shipping docks. I wonder what was in there.
Whatever they needed in there to explode and cause this problem is what was in there.
All right, everybody. Listen, if you want to check out Pete on, I believe Fridays, right? You do
Fridays at 3:30.
Fridays at 3:30 on
Jonas Loads with Gino Bisconti. Jim's welcome to join us. He's been on.
It's on the Gino Bisconti at Gino Bisconti channel on YouTube and Rumble, I believe.
Thank you. Yes, that's
no problem.
And again, Jim, thank you for having me on. I appreciate it.
Hey, no problem, buddy.
Very enjoyable.
Again. All right.
Yeah, I'd love to do it again.
Maybe I'll have you come if maybe on a Thursday if you want to come. I'll get you on the Theory Thursday panel.
That'd be great. Oh, that'd be good. Let me know. All right. Thank you. Hey,
no problem.
Memorial Day. Remember everyone who
Make sure you guys get your flags out tomorrow at sunrise and keep them up until sunset.
All right, guys. Thank you, everybody. Thanks, Jim.
No problem, buddy. Take care.
You too.
All right, everybody. I want to thank everybody who was here. We went almost 5 hours. We didn't hit any goals or anything, and because the show went the way it went, and we didn't. I wanted to make sure we got through all the top stories that I said I was going to cover. The roof was on fire. Enjoyed the conversation. So that way, nobody was upset that they didn't get the news stories. I'm sorry if it took too long and people are upset. I apologize. I'm going to send everybody over to Rackets. Rackets is streaming live. He's doing his 2-year anniversary of being arrested. I guess it's going to be fun. So go over, talk to Rackets, hang out with him. I'll see everybody tomorrow, maybe. I think there's going to be a Sunday show. I'm not 100% sure, but I think there's going to be a Sunday show. If you check around 5 o'clock at night, 6 o'clock, you should see. I'm trying to make sure that my shows are set up by 5 p.m. Okay. Why does he have a black eye? The black eye is makeup. So if you check by 5 p.m. Eastern time, you'll see if the show's set up, because that's what I'm doing. So basically, the show should be around 7 o'clock every night, 7 p.m. Eastern time. Well, thanks, Steve. I appreciate it. But anyway, he said it's makeup. Yeah. I want to thank everybody who's here. Please remember to hit the like if you haven't already. Please subscribe if you haven't subscribed. And I'll see everybody tomorrow, possibly, or definitely Monday or tomorrow for Jim to tell you the news. Hey!